Hello and welcome back to Weather the Storm. We're here in sunny Hamburg with the winners finals in between Eagle and TMCT, the last European bastion. Bond in Siphon on the enemy team, a scary roster. Both teams getting a 2-1 victory in their qualification series, so both looking strong and dangerous. Who are you feeling in the series?
I mean, I'm gonna be boring and say Eagle, but I think there's a part of me that wants the team with no NA imports to pull through. Kind of a bit of not race treachery, like continent treachery
Yeah,
on my part,
a
but
little bit.
low key, I'll do a bit of reverse nativism there. But so spiritually, I'll say TCMT. Pragmatically, I'll say Eagle. But whatever. Interestingly enough, no inkies, despite it being a game involving Vaughn. We saw during the process it did get banned. Granted, there was an opportunity for this map to be picked. It was actually the last ban to come through. But okay, we're actually seeing more bog standard European type maps here. No inkies chaos for us thus far.
Yeah, DD banned as well from TMCT. Seems like they're haters of that map. Clarion, actually picked by TMCT. I know for certain that that is a map that the forwards, at least of Eagle, are big fans of. So I'm sure they're very happy that that was picked up. They also picked up the Gates of Obscura, Eagle, which is interesting. I think we saw them get the victory against Deadbeat Dads yesterday on Gates of Obscura. So maybe a bit of confidence going off, I believe, a 3-0 victory in that game to come and take TMCT to Gates of Obscura. And yeah, finally a classic app. I mean, as you mentioned, nothing too crazy in this map draft so far. TMCT, they decided on Clarion, so it's going to be Eagle opting for the map choice. Do you have any side that you think they might take Eagle on Clarion?
Eagle on Clarion.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like is there any advantage to going blue side here?
I wonder, there might be some contested picks in this. Like maybe Eagle want blue side to deny the Estelle from Geo, something like that. I could see being the case. There's also Drek is a pretty contested pick. You've got Scythe, Cookie, Sloth, all who would pretty happily whip it out. And Zen for both the forwards could be quite strong. Yeah, I think there's a few things that both these teams are sharing. Just they're both strong teams. They both pick strong things, so it makes a lot of sense. So possibly that first pick, and having the option to deny the enemy could be quite strong. But the other side has a very strong argument too, that you could just get two really broken things that go well together and possibly are counters. Like you could pick the Atlas after someone first picks some damage, something like that. So yeah, we'll have to see what they're looking for here.
Yeah, because I'm not necessarily a knower. I haven't been like watching these games with an eagle eye because I've been playing for most of day one. But has Geo brought out the Luna yet thus far?
I have not seen him play the Luna yet, but I would be excited to see him play the Luna. I love watching Luna, and Geo plays Luna in an honorable way, okay? He's not like all these bastards who are just killing everyone. But yeah, he likes to play for the core. It's definitely his pocket pick, of course, known for his Estelle, but certainly something that he'll fall back to as a comfort pick later on. I mean, I think often he's the player on TMC2 whose character pool is targeted, just because his Estelle is really scary. Now Octavia, even the Rune, which got them the W
That's a
yesterday.
scary start, bro.
Heavy impact bulk up. I mean, I think bulk up for all the forwards is probably just better with all the damage going around. The goalies, maybe we'll see some heavy impacts, but yeah, we'll see what Eagle is looking for in this draft with their first ban.
They're really taking their sweet time, dude. Really being deliberate here. I guess they're not like slamming the Geo ban off rip. It's actually going to be the Rune ban that comes through. I mean, sort of understandable. Granted, we had not even like spoken at all to the Rune. Interestingly enough, we're also seeing the Vice ban come out from CMT. I assume that's like anti-Scythe tech, probably.
Yeah, anti-Scythe and possibly anti-Vaughn. Drakkar first pick makes a lot of sense. Like I said, it's a pick. I would probably hedge my bets that it's going over to Scythen, but possibly, a flex pick that Vaughn could pick in the net if they see a different angle. Team CT here, though, they have Estelle open, they have Zen open for cookies. I think they could just slam those 1-2 if that's what they're feeling. Actually, it's an Atlas pickup. And then I would be surprised if Geo is not just slamming Estelle here. I think it makes a lot of sense that Eagle have denied the rune. We saw yesterday banger series between TMCT and Barrage of Bob out of Blob, and Geo's rune was absolutely frying in those games, and certainly a tough pick to deal with. And they're actually kind of dropping the prior on Geo, which is interesting because I think previously their priority in drafts has always been, let's pick Geo's Estelle, and then figure out everything else later. And it's actually going to be denied away. Looks like probably an Estelle goalie for Vaughn and an Aimee here for Dinfar, but maybe we'll see Vaughn pick the eject. I'd be happy, but I doubt it. And then finally the now here for Geo, another solid pick for him.
Yeah, I guess it was interesting. We were hyping up the Geo Estelle just for this Chud to go for the third pick. It just locked it out. Just put the prize. What I will point out is two healers on the team. In spite of the damage output you get out of this Eagle Estelle and Drek and even Aimee to a certain extent, granted, especially with heavy impact, Christ alive, it seems like TCMT is doing exactly what they do best. They are just kind of giving the finger to any iota of damage here with the double healing. I think they're probably just playing. Maybe they just rate their ability to control the core a lot better.
Yeah, I wonder how the Awakenings are going to drop here because, of course, I mean, look at all of these characters. Other than Atlas, Heavy Impact is like best in slot for every single one of them. But it's a greedy game picking Heavy Impact here, I think, because the Stagger, you know, the extra one ability you can tank can be the difference maker. Now, might not matter when you've got an Atlas and a Now, as you mentioned, and the Now having heavy impact is just more healing with the cooldown reduction, and possibly that's the angle they'll look for. But I wouldn't be too surprised if all the forwards are just playing it safe and locking in the heavy impact in this one.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Or the Bokop, rather.
Oh, right, yeah, that's what you mean. Yeah, I feel likely that to be the case. Granted, would you argue that even Aimee's taking bulk up here?
Yeah, I think that, you know, Zen and Now, they just have a lot of poke. They do a lot of small amounts of damage. They have low cooldowns. They're going to chip down the health bar. I mean, TMCT not a team that's really known for their damage playing abilities. They're a really strong team at controlling the ball. So possibly Din is going to be like, I'm not afraid. But I just think the bulk up block for him looks good. I think Vaughn probably should take the heavy impact here. Nice on the Estelle goalie, who's not really in much damage trouble here. There's then Taro also, you know, he's gonna get healing, but still a low stagger character. I think, in my opinion, Cookies is the best brawler at living that we have in Europe. He's a very slippery guy to kill. I mean, maybe he'll die 20 times this game, and I'll be cursing him, but I think he's a slippery guy and tough to kill, and he might greed and take the heavy impact, but yeah, we'll have to see once these chuds lock in and load into the game.
So true. Well, I guess there's not like, I don't think there's any like on this Eagle side. Would you even like say there's any like known killers or like top killers EU? I mean, I don't think there's like massive damage out there.
Din and Scythen, not really players who play for damage either, but I think they're just good at putting the ball in their spots and using their abilities well, so that even if their game plan is not really focused on getting those kills, you know, they will still be doing poke damage to you. And I mean, they've got Vaughn on the team who we know loves to play damage, and he's going to be on the Estelle with a heavy. I mean, these days it doesn't really feel like an Estelle can just shoot the brawler like she kind of used to be able to play for on goalie. But still, I think he's going to be pumping out damage into Cookies for sure.
Okay, so I guess the bulk up would pay dividends in that case then. So I guess you can see the argument for the bulk ups. Okay, glory, hallelujah, Dios mio. We are finally into the game. First game of the day. Everyone's a little slow to load into things. It's worth noting that Scythe and Heike just disappeared. He went on like the Odyssey for a little bit and just into the venue. Maybe it was I don't know what it was. But that was definitely a hold up that had to be persevered through. But we're finally here. We're finally getting into the action. Seed 1 versus Seed 3. You'd put money on this being somewhat close, but who knows? Maybe it'll snowball.
Yeah, I mean, having seen that, you know, both of the qualifying series were 2-1, I'm very excited to see, you know, all of these games within the top 6 be quite close. Especially, I mean, we've been saying it a lot, but the top 4 in particular feels like are a level above the other teams, and any one of those could get the win. And this would be a great start, just getting themselves secured into winners. Yeah, we do see, I mean, the characters going about where we expected. Nothing too crazy. What remains to be seen is just where are these awakenings going to drop, what gears people are going to take. Looks like Vaughn's just aura farming there, not wanting to do anything. And they're just like, if you want to come through the goo, you can come through. You'll just have to take some damage. We are seeing the awakenings load in slowly now as we've got the Drakar taking the bulk up. Din actually opted for that heavy impact and the mag souls, and actually Sloth took bulk up as well. Interesting. And it's just Cookies on the other side with the heavy impact, but has the ban brace.
How some of these players have their mental faculties about them after what was transpiring last night is beyond me. I'll leave it at that. But in any case, there's only one barrier gone thus far. There goes the second. Vaughn incapable of maintaining the first. Not too big of a deal. Sloth forced into the goop, got a little overzealous, and was punished. Loses his second barrier, sitting on flip at a bare minimum. Speaking of energy and health, Scythen and Rookie Cookie both looking so bad right now. In that department, they're just brawling. They're not even playing the game. What a W trap by Scythen, just baiting out the dash out of this Centauro and murking him off the map. This puts Sloth into a really tricky situation. Turret deployed in corner, and that corner pressure is enough to get it through the double defense. Sloth notably down a dodge, and Vaughn is the one to draw first blood here.
And that's just textbook execution of a power play in the corner from the side of Eagle. All of them popping the turrets, the ultimates, the hit stuns coming through, and even if you're an Atlas, once you're stunned, you have no abilities, right? So yeah, strong start for Eagle here, and Vaughn taking some aggressive positioning to help out the team. Flip for tempo here as Scythen trying to work, and the hit stuns all coming out, and it's just looking like this offensive Eagle is way too dominant with this, 2.5 midfielder comp, let's say it like that.
They're so impeccable with their timing and their ability sequencing. That second barrier take was just really good playing off of the Estelle primary, to say nothing of the strategic application of the stun to actually get the goal past Sloth. Things are looking on the up and up for this Eagle side, living up to their 1 seed thus far. That's a little bit of miscoordination, though. The flips coming out simultaneously and not even getting the barrier. That is a horrible return on investment. Rookie Cookie now trying to pick up the pieces and get some sort of core control, but Vaughn has the right sequence to get it through the Centauro. There goes barrier 1, though. Strike shot incapable of doing much of anything about that particular situation, but it's still all coming up. Eagle thus far, another power play on the board in spite of this team not necessarily posturing towards damage. They sure are doing a lot of damage, and neither healer capable of really ameliorating the situation thus far. That could be a goal. That is a goal. That is a domineering set 1 from Eagle.
Yeah, I mean, I just got to say, Scythen in that corner with an exceptional strike to bait out Sloth's flip. Sloth found a nice strike shot to move the ball towards Vaughn's barrier, but just had a cooldown available. Looks like he just has the hot shot here, a deny from the Atlas and a nice pick for him. And looks like Din is hovering the Deadeye. I think the Atlas gonna be happy with a mid. Oh, okay, he gets to wait and see. I think maybe they are saying either you take hot shot or you deny the missile prop. Looks like the now will be the one to pick the hot shot. Vaughn wanting the prize fighter here. Din with the Deadeye. I mean, they've just got a lot of damage right now. It's gonna be Scythen. Bit more of a boring pick, just gets a bit of size. It does its job, and Cookie's looking for a bit of scaling, but I mean, 1 spark already out. There's a limit to how strong he can get.
Yeah, I don't mind this draft for either team, but I think it just about favors this Eagle side, which is not what you want, as this red team already with their backs pressed up against the wall and having to play into like Giga Turbo damage. All it will take is Vaughn to get 1 cheap shot with the primary, and that is just a perma kill threat on your doorstep. Thus far, it's looking pretty chill. Cookie's incapable of taking the barrier, but funnels the ball up into Giovanni. Giovanni gets it done. 1 barrier apiece for both goalies. Sloth and Gio working together, layering in the goop. They get that out and also take the barrier for their troubles. There's Cookies. There's not the goal. There is the goal. Incredible perseverance there by Cookies, and also great presence of mind to hold onto the flip. Simply punishes it with a couple of abilities, meaning that they're in a pretty good way heading into this next point.
Yeah, Cookie's kind of reading Vaughn's mind there, and there was a bit of a misstep of that backline of Eag on the defense of their final barrier. Cookie's a great spot here, and just dicing through the barriers now, playing with some confidence, having picked up the nice cooldown reduction to add to his heavy impact here. And for the first time, it looks like TMCT have all the momentum, unless they just get their barriers diced up by Dinfar.
Yeah, good work by Din to get that thing done. He's looking a little low here. Could definitely be on the way out. Crazy call out onto Sloth, but Sloth is quite young, is able to deal with that one. Well done to the goalie. That is a really tricky sequence there. W's Zentaro own goal, and it's an indirect own goal. Actually gave the assist to Din there off of the ultimate. It was a last-ditch attempt, and this blue midfielder will capitalize on it brilliantly, and that is one apiece here.
Yeah, Eagle taking this one by storm, even after it looked like TMCT had their footing in the game. Looks like Gio just taking so much damage. Of course, pops his ultimate. I'm sure Sloth has his still available. But still a scary spot to be in when he knows he's going to be pumped with damage. Just, I think, flipped kind of fearfully there of taking too much damage and not even being able to make use of all that energy. Looks like Din trying to work with Vaughn on the bottom side. Vaughn going to get that cooldown, that power, and that size to try and help himself to walk up right now as the ball does roll back. But Scythen finds a cheeky kill onto his former teammate Gio. And they're just looking to break this barrier. Gonna probably move the ball into the hands of Din, who has this flip, and try and just get the ball in the net.
Din a little apprehensive to rip that thing, goes for the crazy pinball wizardry off of that middle triangle, is not able to find the angle he seeks, and all the while that is no longer a power play, pardon my French, because we're now down to 2 apiece. Kills being traded, Scythen back on the map, so for a brief moment there will be a man advantage in favor of Eagle, but nothing comes of it. That's it. Sloth does something. He flips it right into Din's turret. Not an ideal way to concede there and to concede the lead in the set, but Din once again just seems to have Sloth's number thus far.
Yeah, and they're doing this strategy where they're just waiting when they're close by to the goo and saying, if you want to get the ball, you're going to have to come take it from us. And yeah, it seemed to be working so far for them. Cookie's going to heal up off that Van Brace, but still taking a ton of damage. Din does not have the same sustainability options as Cookies, but not many do with this now Atlas and Van Brace here. Din trying to play his life. A bit scary for him once the Zentaro is able to try and to do some damage into him, but a backwards turret attempting to kill to kill Cookies rather, actually seemed to cause them to fumble a little on the defense, and Cookies with a nice opportunity here, full HP, and the enemy midfielder taking quite low, but Scythen just getting it done on the offense by himself for right now.
I mean, geez Louise, dude, that was the Scythen show right there. Somehow just gets that through. Sloth and Geo seemed so easy for him, and that is once again a set take for Eagle. Kudos to TCMT for taking a goal, but it's looking pretty grim for them. They're just not able to get sustained pressure on the net. And in those 1v1 situations, thus far, Vaughn has kept his cool, held his resolve, and it's only conceded 1 goal. So, I mean, how do you think this draft could change things, if there's any way back for this TCMT team?
Yeah, it's looking kind of rough. I mean, explosive entrance stacks, very strong awakenings. Going to be the recovery drone for Geo here, and yeah, the Zen and Atlas certainly happy, but if you look on the other side, I mean, Rapid Fire, I mean, not the craziest character to pick up Rapid Fire, but it's just a broken awakening. Scythen, I mean, he loves his peak performance. Anyone who knows him knows that that's his favorite awakening for sure, so happy with that. And finally, the aerials on this Estelle, I mean, you know, you have to be careful. I think often your first dash post aerials can kind of be a little iffy, but I'm sure Vaughn is locked in on the new range of just finding these barriers, and Scythen probably going to rotate backwards and just let his teammates control the ball, because these are 2 of the best midfielders in the world in the back line. They can hold it down.
Worth noting that Rec Drone has already been procced on Geo, like within the first 30 seconds of this set, which means that the barn door's been blown open to some more killing. Great strike war by Vaughn. 2 strike wars, mind you. Very good play by the goalie to keep that thing out of his net. Is now looking to just work that on the bot plane. A bit of a wayward teleport is punished by Geo, though. Vaughn loses his first barrier as well as his life. Cookies with the presence of mind required to set up that power play, but things are getting a little dicey. They cannot get the ball out the back. They cannot get the ball out of their net. TCMT concede on the power play.
I mean, Scythen just absolutely mogged this TMCT backline. Said, yeah, we used to be teammates, but I was the MVP for a reason. I'm winning every strike war, finding everything, and just the great use of secondary for the core speed to red core at bottom side. There's nothing this Atlas could do without his cooldowns available. Vaughn with a great strike shot to break that second barrier. Scythen, bit of a nervous flip, perhaps. You know, the reality of the victory setting in shortly, but it just looks like EG have complete dominance of this game still.
Now I was going to say they're struggling to get it out of the back, but no, they just get it right through. That said, they do lose their second barrier, but they shouldn't be that disappointed insofar as they are on the power play once more. Another kill found onto Geo. All this healing, and for what? Vaughn with the TP back is enough to get that ball back where they want it on this right side of the pitch. Din hits the ball loose, looks to get on the end of it, can't do so. Geo loses the strike war, though, meaning that this Blue Heim is able to push up. Last-ditch defense from Rookie Cookie off the dash is not enough, and that is game point Eagle.
Yeah, and I don't know what TMCT can even do to adapt within this game to get themselves back in it. It just looks like EG have dominance of the map. Like I said, this is the favorite map of both of these forwards, so I'm sure they were smiling ear to ear having seen that TMCT picked it for them. As Geo taking somewhat low here, Scythen trying to work on the bottom side, actually ends up getting the top barrier, and then Scythen combining in a scary spot. Vaughn just always having the TP available, and Geo taken off the map within the chaos. Sloth has flipped to his name still, and running around rather rapidly with his full stack, pops the flip, but Din able to counter it, barrier down, and just Scythen with the strike off the drum. I mean, anyone in this game to finish it off, I think it was Scythen. He was playing so well. And completely dicing up the barriers of TMCT here.
I definitely think Scythen was a level above the rest of the field. To say nothing, because it takes 3 to win, 3 to lose, but some of the things this Lizard was pulling out of his business suit pocket in this game, like, baffled me. Insane work by Scythen and the gang. They get it over the line. There's a damn well near chance that was a sub 10-minute game. I guess we'll see imminently, but an absolute demolition job by Eagle, living up to their seeding, living up to the billing, and it's really the onus is on TCMT to do something different, because this was not it.
Yeah, I mean, it just looked like the direct was too much for the backline, the combination of hit stuns coming through, whereas not as much available to pressure Vaughn, and he was just walking up so freely. We can see he has 5 goal contributions there as a goalie, and himself and his team just have barely any saves. I mean, Sloth having double his, in the mid. How often do you see a midfielder have 3 saves in a game? And yeah, just dominance, and Sloth just on the back foot the entire game. They found 1 goal, but couldn't really stay in it. I mean, the thing that worked for them in finding that goal was finding a ton of damage pressure early on and getting the ball through. So possibly, I mean, TMCT not a damaged team, but maybe they need to accept the reality that this team, 3 crazy level midfielders, are possibly just going to out-core control us. Maybe we need to start switching things up. Adaptation is what is required to win, and even if this core control style has been working for them for years, possibly this is the time where they need to unleash a new level of damage to try and get the victory into E.
I feel like there's only you can only go so far with core control when your midfielder is dead perma. In spite of all the healing, Geo of the 6 KOs that were unleashed upon this TCMT team in this game, probably 4 of them were onto Geo. I think there was a real level disparity developing by the end of it. Geo was like level 4, level 5, something like that. I mean, the redirects are kind of self-evident in that respect, almost like on par with Rookie Cookies. Just seemed like he was incapable of playing the game. So I think you need to buy some bandwidth for your midfielder to survive, and maybe that comes through dishing out more damage. Because evidently healing is not working. They had a Now and an Atlas, and they still died 6 times in 10 minutes. I think you kind of have to go pound for pound in the damage department at that point.
Yeah, I think a lot of these kills as well were like Vaughn found a cheese kill, Din found a couple, Scythen with I think a shotgun flip. So, they were under damage pressure, but I felt like the kills that actually came through were often just from knockback that, yeah, I mean, while TMCT are trying to slam the corners, Eager just like, okay, go there. We're going to send Imi Dash, Estelle Beam, Drek Shotgun. Can you evade it all? And evidently, they weren't able to. So we'll have to see explosive entrance and OIA. I mean, a dichotomy of awakenings here for sure. I know Gio, a massive lover of OIA. I know Vaughn is a big believer in it as well. Not sure the opinions of the rest of the field, but I wouldn't be too surprised if Eagle are gonna ban out the Zen. Oh, it's actually a Drek ban here. Um, I was thinking maybe ban the Zen Tower from Cookies on this explosive entrance start, but it looks like they're just happy to possibly let them first pick it. Possibly they want to lock in the Atlas or the Dubu instead. Again, seemed like they had a priority towards those melee goalies, especially on a map like Gates of Obscura that revolves around the corner. But actually looks like they're like, okay, we dropped Geo and Prio. Maybe let's switch it out, go back to what we're used to, and we're just going to lock in the Estelle.
I think that's pretty understandable. Notably, TCMT hate banning that Din Aimi like off rip. Eagle responding with a Kai and Erasmus. My presumption is that Scythe and Rasmus, and Kai goes to Vaughn. Kai big. Vaughn big Kai goalier. Would not be surprised if that's how that shakes up. We'll see if TCMT, maybe they're just going like down comfort pick lane here. If they're able to just prio the Geo Estelle like this, they're definitely being a bit deliberate here. Guys, you got to lock a pick. You got 3 seconds.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, I think the Zen just makes a lot of sense. Seems like they're just taking their time to talk things through. I do think that this Kai could be a flex pick. I think it could go to Din or it could go to Vaughn. I mean, both of them. Yeah, it looks like the Dude was going to go towards Vaughn. So the Kai going towards Din. Atlas going towards Sloth. I mean, double melees on Tycho. Not too surprising. I'm curious here. I mean, I think that the goalie's probably going to lock in the OIA unless they're really fearful here. And everyone else probably going to pick. Actually, Gio's going to lock in OIA. That's my. I'm almost positive. I'd say 98% Gio's going to lock in the OIA. I wonder if Vaughn is whispering in his teammates' ears.
Dude, knowers know. Knowers know what Vaughn was doing on Dubu and Nassel Season 7 Grands on Goo. That was some of the pushes he was getting in that game against Demon Time were insane, and I feel like with the extra capacity to fly, he could just be slamming that on repeat once more. I assume I would not be surprised if he, for one, picks up OI. Well, he's Dubu. I mean, he's. I feel like he's not going to pick up Expo unless they really have a plan.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would not be surprised if it's like damn near an OIA sweep, barring probably like Explo on like Zentaro.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised if this Kai picks Explo and even the Rasmus maybe, because I think Eagle are probably of the attitude right now that if we're not dead, we're going to win, you know? So maybe they're just like, we'll play it safe. We won't remove our health bars. We'll, you know, if there's 3 of us having OIA, who's soaking the damage, you know? And there is a scary Expo Zentaro on the enemy team, so possibly they're just going to say, hey, we'll play it safe. We're going to win with this. It's move speed regardless, right? So maybe that's their vibe going into this. And yeah, I'm curious to see how they're going to do. I do agree. I think that Vaughn probably going to have some nice aggression on Dubu. I do remember, though, in that Grands, I think Sad Boy, that was a close game. You know, I think Demon Time, were kind of in a few, maybe the earlier sets, kind of getting the better of Sad Boys in that grand final. So possibly we'll see TMCT do some work. But, I mean, it is kind of scary for them having been 9-1 on their map choice now going into Eag's map pick. It's a scary spot for them for sure.
It's looking pretty dire. I won't sugarcoat it. It is looking pretty dire. This is functionally the exact same comp. They just got 9-1 on, but now they're swapping Geo onto a more familiar pick. So you're really just putting money on, I think, Geo finding another level to his play here, because Sloth and Cookies are probably just going to do a lot of the exact same. On the other side of the field, we got a really eccentric comp from Scythen and the gang. Not a single character repeated here, so a bit of an unknown entity, but we'll see how things play out. TCMT with not their tournament on the line, but like functionally a lot of positional advantage in this tournament on the line, so they definitely need to get off on the right foot here.
Yeah, certainly, and they are off on the front foot for sure, having the aggressive positioning and possession so far. Just brilliant strike layering between these forwards. It does look like it's just going to be these goalies who pick up the OIA. It makes sense. Oh, Gio, you traitor. He didn't pick up that OIA. Was just dying too much maybe in the previous game and felt he didn't want to lock it in this one. But they managed to break both of Vaughn's barriers there. And the Dubu, you know, not too happy to be in that situation.
Oh, no.
Atlas neither, but he has the strike shot, whereas Vaughn has the pauldron. So, you know, less suited towards holding this open net. His flip is kind of whiffed there as Scythen and Din trying to work on it, but Geo has a flip. He's scary here. Some nice tech there by Cookies, but Vaughn ever prepared for anything that Cookies is throwing at him, and now Scythen with a great chance here.
Ooh, does not take advantage of it. Great micro spacing by Sloth. Could not have walked back much further, but does so maintains TCMT's life in this point, and they could funnel that into a goal. Not quite. Vaughn's wall was a little suspect, but it worked out. But Vaughn nonetheless ends up on the losing side of that interaction. That is just what the doctor ordered from TCMT. They double their goal count across this series and draw first blood.
Yeah, they certainly do. And yeah, for Vaughn, I mean, certainly no one likes to have no energy, but into this Zentara and Estelle, not having an evade for the defense can be rather annoying. So certainly going to try and build his way up here. Scythen trying to get involved on this offense here. As you mentioned, didn't quite find the chance to beat his former goalie. A nice pass from him and a great kill, punishing Geo. And another great shot there by Scythen. So he's come alive here as a great strike comes out from Vaughn and finds a kill as well. Some nice back passing coming out. But Sloth, I mean, ever patient, held his strike shot for as long as he could. But I mean, really nothing he can do in that spot. Absolutely checkmated. But I must say, some nice patience from him on the back foot.
Haters will say lock the mom boots on Dubu on this map, and lovers will say lock the pauldrons. And look at Vaughn, he's a lover, he gets the kill. Absolute beast mode type Schmidt right there. In any case, now it is once again one apiece. Chaos unfolding here in top lane. TCMT the first to take a barrier. That said, Vaughn now looking to push this offense alongside Din, but okay, nobody strikes the ball, and it's another offense in favor of TCMT, and they take the barrier. They're looking so much stronger thus far. And they might get it done here. A bit of a crazy angle off the Zentaro ult. Ends up assisting Geo. Geo finds the kill and gets it through. And that is another goal on the board for TCMT.
Yeah, and looks like they're just... Hey, they're on their Geo Estelle. And this has kind of been the spine, the backbone of this TMCT roster. The Geo Estelle. Always something, regardless of meta, that they've felt free to pick up. And certainly comfortable playing with it, but so much damage and offense coming out in the corner off of Vaughn's excellent Dubu ult, but Rookie Cookie trying to work, couldn't find that double barrier, which is oh so hard on this map to find the perfect angle, but Geo gonna get the second one down. Sloth here having to defend against his former brawler, but finds it, shoots through Din, saying you're not young enough there, bro, not on LAN. And now Cookies and Geo, it's their chance to try and look for something on the offense, but Vaughn and Din combining for an exceptional strike layering and just holding through that hit stun.
Incredible sequencing by Vaughn. Let's keep that thing out of the net. Both goalies coming to play thus far. Scythen, I don't know what cooldowns he has. Evidently nothing. Does not successfully get the offense. But on the other side of that coin, Rookie Cookie hits it through Portal. Has the requisite dash range to tap that thing home. And that is a set take by TCMT. And a rather quick one, I must say. So this is definitely looking up.
Yeah, it's going to be Cookies with the first pick here. I mean, of course, once again, we always mention it, the peak performance, just a solid round around. But for a brawler, the tempo swing pretty crazy. Possibly some size as well. The Spark just offs the peak performance here. Probably going to see Glass Cannon, maybe the size on the Dubu, certainly on the Rasmus here. Sparks for Geo, which I think Sparks, just a great pickup when you have won a set. Actually going to be Missile Prop here, as there is an Atlas in the backside who's going to take the Glass Cannon. Aerials on Kai, and I think all in all, everyone rather happy with this draft. I think I'd say that immediate power, Eek have gotten stronger, but the Spark threat for Geo, with the guaranteed sets that are coming from them having won, you know, that is quite scary for Eek.
They're in a pretty scary situation, TCMT. They are not able to get it out thus far. There's a lot of people behind that core, though, so eventually they get it through, and Vaughn caught on the overcommittal, loses his first barrier. Not that big of a deal, so be it. Everyone now moshing in top lane. We'll see who comes up trumps here. It seems to be the side of TCMT, but they just cannot hold on to the core. It's batted away, batted loose, and also batted past Sloth. Sloth unable to footsie around that primary from Scythen. Now Scythen right where he wants it in the middle of the arc, has a couple cooldowns up his sleeve, is opting to maintain them momentum in the pocket thus far. Is looking for Flip, finds Flip. Sloth panics a little bit, hits the secondary. Wasn't quite sure where that Flip was going to end up. Wasn't taking any chances. Does mean this Atlas will be down an ability in the interim. Granted, he's got a brawler with Flip, a midfielder near Flip, and Flip himself, so should not be the end of the world. Scythen, with a bit of an optimistic read off of the primary, does not get the value he sought. That says, comes back, gets the ball, gets another 1v1 with Sloth, but the 1v1 is managed just fine. Sloth forced into Flip. Flip gets some speed on the core. Rookie Cookie not able to get on the end of the Flip in the secondary, just a smidge late from Sloth. Maybe it just came off cooldown, but in any case, that is a goal for Scythen.
Yeah, I mean, TMCT, lots of money in their wallets, lots of energy, but they just weren't willing to spend it. And maybe it's going to come back to bite them here if they're unable to find some successful flips. Tons of damage coming out onto Geo. Seems like someone said, hey, let's get rid of that Estelle's evade there. Din, though, not having much to his name, still has to be careful of, these flip cheese kills. But speaking of cheese kills, Scythen finding one onto Giovanni. One attempted in revenge, and it just looks like, I mean, Cookies died, Geo lost his flip, so much energy lost, and all of a sudden the momentum wholeheartedly in the hands of Eeg.
Ooh, but maybe they'll be able to get back on the front foot here. TCMT hitting Eater of Worlds around like a pinata. That guy is functionally out of the play for the time being. That said, he's footsing around all these abilities so well. Is not inebriated one bit and is able to get it through, as is Scythen. There's a barrier take for Eeg. We'll see if they can funnel this into a goal. Scythen gets out in front of Geo with the flip, wins the interaction, strikes to perfection, slots it right through that double defense in the arc for TCMT, and puts Eeg up here 2-0.
Yeah, just perfect timing there in between the strikes and the Atlas primary that was coming out. Scythen super dialed in for these games and already breaking that first barrier down. Still trying to get more involved in the offense, just running around so rapidly in between the midfield. They're going to try and set up here in this corner where the portal is far away, so that it's tricky for the defense to deal with anything that comes their way. Then going to be taken low. Possibly they're going to look for a swap when they can, so that Vaughn can take the reins here. As, yeah, he's still getting a bit poked down by this Zentara, as looks like Vaughn trying to step up here. Then just in the outclearing, finds a great barrage to shut down the flip. Looks like Cookies is chasing him, but Vaughn and Scythen combining there, but Sloth with some great strikes on the defense here. In the power play now though, as Cookies has found that kill out onto the enemy midfielder. Scythen and Vaughn, though, just playing.
This is not real, bro.
And just absolutely mixing up the forwards of TMCT in that one.
Surely there was a different way to play that. They had to just be goofing around there, but it's okay. They maintained possession of the core. It stalled out the play. It's all good. Scythen is looking so scary. If this guy's allowed to touch core like 2 more times, it could be curtains. And there he goes, built up to flip. Granted, a bit of chaos in the middle of the park results in Vaughn losing that first barrier, but this guy does not care. He's going to play it the exact same way he was playing before. Here comes Scythen, here comes Flip, here comes Miss. That means we persist in this set for a little bit more at least. Cookies trying to reverse the tempo here, cannot take the barrier up against Vaughn, and that is a great punish from Din. Right place, right time, long enough barrage to get it done. Calls out the down clear from Sloth. A bit of a mental error there from this TCMT goalie, and that is Eeg evening the scales here, 1 set apiece.
Yeah, gonna be the first pick here for Scythen on the Rasmus. Has the rapid fire. Maybe we can move so that, yeah, we're not covering it. Yeah, looks like the rapid fire, the bulk up here, maybe for one of these enemy forwards. The Atlas has maybe the fire up. Yeah, I think fire up, really strong pick. More size and more damage for the Dubu, though, rather scary. Bulk up, gonna be a spark deny out from Geo, and a nice spark to pick up for the guy in the midfield. And finally the Stinger. I think Geo probably not too happy with that one.
Goodness gracious, yeah, that's kind of just an L pickup, but what can you do? What can you do? Guess you just play better and get to the front of the queue if you want something good. Here comes Vaughn. That is some M-prop value right there, allowing this Eagle team to pick up right where they left off and take the barrier. That said, there's a kill found on to Din. Scythen also not necessarily in a good way thus far, so it's really going to be up to Vaughn to win these defenses here. That said, I mean, that is exactly who you'd want to win these 1v3 defenses. Is doing a pretty good job, loses one barrier, but that comes with the territory, and we are back to 3 apiece. That could not be the situation for very long, though. Scythen really teetering on the precipice of death here, as is Geo. Somehow was really fortunate to not get primaried off the map, and okay, like, I'm not even sure what happened. But that was a goal, so W-Eag, I guess.
Yeah, Scythen sent out a Rasmus hook backwards before his death that just flung the core way faster than anyone on TMCT was expecting, and just put the ball right into the net. Still trying to work on this top side here. They just play so fluidly. They don't really care too much what side they're attacking. You know, if Vaughn's got his ult available, they're trying to set up on the bottom side as they did just now. But they'll just attack where they feel it's better to, and a great Giga Blast from Dinfar gets the enemy midfielder off the map, and Vaughn just walking up with so much confidence. Gonna flip here. I think actually we call that walking the dog. Had the flip on the leash because of Din's barrage. It slowed it down a little bit. Kill comes out onto Scythen, and all of a sudden a bit more momentum finally in this game for TMCT.
They're looking to be on the up and up here. They can't really get on the end of the core like they would want, though, but that is enough abilities in this hamster's face to get it done. Open net for Vaughn, looking to be advantageous for TCMT, but they're forced right back onto the back foot, having a bit of difficulty getting that thing out and onto this right side of the pitch. But here we go. Rookie Cookie unable to possess the core with the sheer amount of core speed that is currently on display. Din once again taken low, will be able to grab that orb and is healed right back to mint condition. Gets knocked through the portal. That's really unfortunate for Rookie Cookie, expending the ult for absolutely no ROI. Geo is beast moding, but can't beast mode for long enough to win 3 strike wars up against Scythen. Scythen now putting that ball into that long side corner. Can't keep it there, though. Neither can Din. And we are back to a bit of a melee here. This point seems to be taking forever.
Yeah, seems like the side of Eag are just both of the forwards sitting in this midfield trying to receive the ball and then start an offense, but neither of them are committing too hard to allow themselves to fall back, and just means that despite TMCT having the barrier, which would typically mean, you know, everyone could stand a little bit further forward, it's just been Eag that dominated the possession. Cookies, not a great flip coming out for him. Vaughn, young enough on land to react to that one, but Geo actually finds it right past his roll, and despite Eag having the possession there, all it takes is one chance that Geo's going to punish.
I feel like we as casters, us two, are uniquely cursed. For the second we gas someone up, they do that. That seems like there's something in the water, or I guess the Red Bulls. We got a big fridge of Red Bulls here. But in any case, back to the game at hand. There's chaos unfolding. That is Flip City. Lob City, but worse. Shout out, represent. But in any case, there's like a lot of killing. Like, no one's really particularly interested in the core right now. Seems like there's a bit of a reversion to the mean here. Giga, hello. And that is another point take by Eagle. That was a very messy, chaotic point, but this red side keeps their heads and finds the slick requisite plays to get that through, and they're once again ahead in this series.
Yeah, Din just looking nasty with the Gigas. The strike war with strike shot 1 there by Vaughn, rewarded with a singular barrier there, trying to help on this bottom side. Din trying to push up, gonna probably leave the play here as Scythen doesn't quite find the strike wall, but gets it on the run back. He's just getting so many opportunities here, and eventually he's gonna get it in with a nice dribble there on the bottom side, looking for something. Din looks for the strike wall, but Cookie's patient enough to hold it down, waiting for Vaughn's clear in the barrier, so kind of reading him. But what matters most is if he's able to actually break it down. As a result, Din looking for another kill with a Giga Blast, unable to find it just yet. Scythen, so patient, just looks for the strike primary there with the mix-up maybe, but Sloth, young enough, has the Atlas secondary, reacted in time there. But still, it just looks like Eag having the barrier are favored unless Rookie Cookie is able to find an exceptional flip here.
We'll see. There's a flip. I don't know if it was particularly exceptional. Was not able to call out Slop in the corner. Vaughn is just kind of on a business trip right now. Okay, he's returned to the net where he rightfully belongs. Din is also there to help him. They get the ball out of dodge. Speaking of dodge, Vaughn has none, but that's no issue. Does not lose the barrier, and Sloth loses the set. Once again, the secondary just a touch too slow, and now Eagle is just one set away from taking this series.
Yeah, and going to grand finals, and here Vaughn rewarded, possibly wants the Ponderer maybe wants to deny the Spark, the team player. Quite a few options. Yeah, just going to pick up the team player here. So Spark going to drop for Geo. That's a nice pickup, as is the heavy impact. Possibly on the backside here, just the size for the Rasmus. This Atlas, probably Timeless Creator here. Maybe Orb Ponderer for the cooldown reduction is a nice pickup for him. And then Chrono Boost for Kai, who's got 3 Speed Awakenings here, or rather 3 Haste Awakenings. And I mean, if anyone's ever been faster than Din, I would not like to play against them.
We'll see how this very pivotal, potentially final set plays out. The side of TCMT looked to be getting some momentum, but then their brawler ups and dies, which is, not very conducive to getting off on the right foot, some are saying. That said, they're holding particularly well. This is the Sloth Geo special. Only losing 1 barrier out of that absolute onslaught is incredible work. And there goes my brawler again. Dude, can you stop dying? Your team needs you. It's okay. They seem to be holding up pretty well, but here comes Vaughn, like a howitzer, rolls forward, tries to make things explode, is not quite able to do so. The Slav W secondary procs the core speed off the flip and hits a dangle to take that second barrier. Absolutely insane work. That is what we like to see. Bit of chaos here. Geo's unable to win Strike Wars. Nobody can win Strike Wars. Din gets it through. That wall from Vaughn is so scary, and Rookie Cookie's trying to buy a bit of reprieve for his team. May get it through, does not get it through. Neither team finding the breakthrough yet.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
But the Estelle beam piercing through Din and Scythen on the top side. Vaughn just way too far away to reach that one. And TMCT starting out strong here, but on the other side, I mean, it's essentially 3 flips available for E. So on this defense, I mean, you kind of just have to hope that they chud out a little bit. But a kill actually found by Dinfar onto Cookies. Another flip squandered here by Geo. And now it just looks like it's all Eeg in this point.
They are really eking out, but that said, good strike war by Slav. Bad failure to dodge. Holds onto the barrier, though. Geo's in the right place at the right time. This is horrible. This is chaos. Here comes Vaughn. He's doing what he loves to do, where he walls and then he walks up and then he rolls on someone, and doesn't quite work out for him here. There goes my brawler again. Someone get a kill counter up. Take a shot every time. Cookies dies, and you'll probably die. We'll see what happens. They're able to hold. Crazy flowchart by Slav. Good work, fella. And we're back to a power play. Wow, they were really trying to kill Geo there. But Geo luckily had just enough for 1 dodge, and 1 dodge is ultimately all it took to get out there. Both teams still have their gates closed as we push into overtime, but it's definitely looking like Vaughn and the gang are a little bit more in control. But never mind, we're having an equalization of the gate counts here. Kill found, barrier maintained. Sloth and Shambles might have to flip secondaries instead, and it is looking oh so scary for TCMT here.
Yeah, just Scythen trying to attack. Nice flip there by Sloth. Vaughn misses the strike, so his is popped out as fire up for the side of TMCT. Nothing found from it, though, as it's just an open net spot for Eeg. They've been here before. They're abusing this team player. Scythen trying to cook on the back side, but still, it just looks like they have all this pressure almost, but the defense just holds for long enough. Scythen looking for another cheese kill. He's found so many. Vaughn, first defense he's had to deal with in this point for a while, and actually drops his barrier there. So Geo, nice pre-evade from him, though. Manages to dodge out from the Estelle beam there, but still, Scythen trying to work on the front end. Din gives him the ball. Strike war found by Scythen. Him and Din just so fast moving. Din wants it himself. Has the flip. The kill found onto Geo and shooting into the open space. And Eeg take their first point of the set.
I don't know if that was calmed or that was just pure coordination, but somehow they timed the kill and the flip perfectly in sequence. That was really impressive.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, take a bow, Eagle, and they will certainly be doing so. They are inching ever closer to taking the series. They are now just 2 goals off the mark. That said, Scythen blows his entire kit and is absolutely snubbed out by Sloth. This goalie still has a flip too, so that could be looking good. Vaughn just a smidge late with that wall deployment means that is a really pivotal cooldown gone for the next 40 seconds for absolutely no upside. Here comes power play. TCMT Cookie's trying to get in the mixer, is assisted by Sloth, who takes the barrier with a great Atlas primary, and that's a kill. That's a goal. TCMT are showing signs of life, and they could equalize the sets here if they can just get 1 more point.
Yeah, it feels like TMCT are on the back foot the entire game, but they just get 1 chance, 1 moment, And all of a sudden, as you said, they're 1 goal away from taking the set and taking us to set 5. Sloth flip force here, has the fire up though, so gonna be nice for their offense here as Vaughn just waiting patiently. Does lose the barrier though, as Cookie's trying to work on the bottom side here. Scythen taking up the midfield role, not too unfamiliar with it, as we've said many a time. Trying to get the ball forward to Din. First barrier dropping, second I think will be dropping shortly, provided this offense is able to work. But great triple defense coming out from TMCT. Another rough spot for them though. Scythe and Din combining, they're taken low, but they also take the barrier as Din working on the top side. Flip comes out from Geo. Kills looked for by Cookies. And everyone, so much chaos, but at the end of the day, barrier remains for Eag, but their midfielder is not standing any longer.
Oh, and Scythe and Loki might not be standing for much longer either. It's looking so unhealthy. Power play does not work out, though. That's another pseudo power play, but never mind. The Rec Drone is procced. I wasn't even aware he had Rec Drone. I'll be so for real with you. But, fair enough. That means Scythen's back on the map, back, ready to cause chaos. But there he goes. Bye-bye, Rasmus. Here comes Rookie Cookie. Feeds it into Geo. Geo can't find the strike. Neither can Sloth. The strike shot keeps the offense where they want it for just a bit. But my chungus midfielder dies to Dubu Log. It's power play in favor of Eagle. What can they do? They cannot keep the core. Here comes Cookies. Here comes Vaughn. Crazy save by this Dubu to get another lease on life for this not TCMT. The other side, Sloth does not flip. Sloth does not flip, and that means Eagle are just 1 away from match point. That has to be devastating. It seemed like TCMT had all the cards, and they just could not get it through Vaughn.
Yeah, but despite that, this is a roster that has won before. I think they're going to keep composed despite it being, their first LAN and say, hey, we can still win the set and the game, and even the series. Din looking for a Giga Blast. Atlas Ultimate pop there. Din the one low, though, as defense on the back foot. Once again, the fire-up flip going to be popped here. Geo moving out of position, though, as Scythen going to punish that. And now, I'm sure Vaughn wanting to walk up, but they don't need him. It's just Scythen off the primary, finds the hit stun. Sloth, no energy to his name, no evade available. And it's just Eag in dominant fashion taking themselves to the grand finals of Weather the Storm. So congratulations to Vaughn, Din, and Scythen.
Incredible work. TCMT definitely had a bit of a renaissance up on the tail end of this series, but it was not enough to get it done. Ultimately, they just fell short. They had a prime opportunity to potentially change things, take it to a set 5, get some scaling, but they could not get it done. The mental resolve, the ability to dig deep and stick with games that this Eag team demonstrates is really unrivaled, unparalleled, and they put that useful value proposition to good use. Get it over the line. We will be seeing them in grands. But nobody's... I'm being touched? Oh, wait.
No,
wait, who put that there? Wait,
sure.
is this on our...
Much love, TMCT.
Oh, wait, that's on the other... Okay, someone put that there. Okay, shout out TCMT. Viva, you're up.
Yeah. Regardless, I mean, my MVP of this one, Scythen for sure. He found 6 kills somehow. He found...
That's my brawler right there.
Yeah. He found so many goals, and we're just... Look at his redirects, the most on his team, the most in the lobby. As a brawler, was just dominating the possession all by himself at times, especially in the previous game as well, finding just 1v3 goals out of nowhere on the Jakar and on the Rasmus, looking crisp too. Took a couple more opportunities to score in this game for sure, but he was getting it done and making sure that Vaughn's job, I think, was not too tricky. He was able to walk up, he was able to put down those nice Dubu ultimates, and just through and through, it seemed like Eag were the better team.
Definitely so. It always seemed like they had the upper hand. And there we go. We'll be seeing them in grands. That will be it for us, at least in the interim. You'll be hit with a brand new set of casters for loser semis, so get hyped for that. We'll see who ends up trying to book a date or perhaps even a run back with Eag later down the line, so do not go anywhere. Plenty of action yet to come.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Weather the Storm Day 2. We are here with Game 3 of Loser Quarterfinals, and we have the Deadbeat Dads versus PCB here, and it is Tycho Bulk Up Siege Machine, so quite an interesting Tycho start. Stagger, always very, very overpowered. Stagger Awakenings are very strong, so it is more than likely going to be a lot of damage, kind of traded off by the fact that there is extra Stagger in the pool here.
Yeah, definitely. And off the bat, we're seeing from a pig, a cat, and a bird. Era X forward duo, possibly. We could also see that Era goalie. But ultimately, I think with Bulk Up especially, that's going to be a very aggressive X, just right up in your face, getting ready to punch you, trying to do, just really doesn't give you the space, especially on Tycho Temple. It's a pretty small map. And so you have everything pretty close against each other, and X can just stand in that corner, make things a living nightmare for you. But I mean, with Asher, it could be an Asher goalie, it could be an Asher brawler, and then Imi as well. You have some way of combating that, and that's just creation spam. No fun for the X. We'll really see what ends up happening here on Tycho. But ultimately, I'm expecting pretty heavy bulk up picks across the board. But then we also have those awakenings. We also have the Siege Machine awakening, which can give us that extra long turret, extra long wall, and especially the pass splitter as well to make things really annoying.
Yeah, and it does look like it's probably going to be an Asher forward as the Dubu is picked up. You can see Dubu forward, especially on Tycho, but it is more than likely just Leo Leon on the Asher. And a Vice final pick, so this is really interesting. It does, I think, feel like leans more towards Era Goalie, as I do think Era Goalie is a lot better than Vice Goalie on this map. So this will be a very interesting draft. I mean, both teams have a lot of power, but obviously with the bulk up in play, your guard's going to be able to mitigate that. But yeah, I mean, Vice X is, I think, a pretty strong comp to kind of run off Era. I think Vice is one of the stronger midfielders you can run off Era, just due to the fact that you can buff your Vice as like she's ulting. You can literally one-shot people, which is very dangerous, especially in a lane map, if you can get like the evades out. And also, due to the lack of mobility on the side of the Deadbeat Dads, I mean, Asher and Dubu are both pretty slow characters. It's going to be kind of hard to deal with a lot of that pressure that the Vice can kind of put onto both those picks.
Yeah, definitely. I think just the constant buffing of your teammates is going to be really handy. And additionally, against that Asher, she really loves to push the corner. But with Era Goalie, you can just kind of drop the tornado in the corner, and that puts Leo Leon in a really bad spot going into the offense. And so you can kind of see perhaps a little bit of matchup. Additionally, that Era, along with buffing her teammates, makes the other player smaller. So you make Leo Leon tiny. The Asher abilities work even less than they do normally, and all of a sudden, it's kind of just free to get it around the breakthrough or the barrier game.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see if they can kind of negate that, right? I mean, the Imi pick is really good for kind of like dashing in onto the Era, especially if you can get dash range. If you can end up getting dash range, that kind of puts the Era going in a really hard spot. And it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you have like your NATO for the corner, yeah, you have your beam, but you're not always going to have your NATO off cooldown, especially with extra special not in the pool anymore. That is actually a really big hit to Era, and even more so the Monu being gone. It makes it a lot harder to kind of set up those NATOs in the corner and kind of win these interactions. And yeah, it is the Asher forward Dubu goalie with balls on the Imi here.
Yeah, and keep in mind this is game number 3 here, so whoever wins this takes home that loser semifinals. And so I mean, really, this is a big match to win. As we're getting into it now, Nitron on that Vice, and we got, of course, Nero on in the net on that Dubu. I think it's going to be a very interesting match to kind of see which brawler can beat out the defenses of the enemy goalie. Really, like, Leo Leon has to break through lay fires, just constant tininess, and then Pig Shot really has to break through Nero's just constant defense with that Dubu.
Yeah, Nero here. Actually, with the strike shot on the Dubu, quite the interesting choice. Not something you normally see as often. Kind of rolls forward here, but Balls is behind, able to kind of hold things down. Does end up getting this final barrier just past Layfire. The Firewall essentially pushing forward with the strike shot from Nero. Not able to get anything, but Leon finds a kill here. A power play for the Deadbeat Dads. Pushes Layfire out of the play, but Pigshot is actually able to stall things for now as the power play is continuing here. Leon finds the goal into the bottom side here. An incredible dominant first point here from the Deadbeat Dads.
Yeah, I think PCB is going to have to figure out where that thin line falls in terms of playing too aggressively, too defensively, because Layfire kind of mispositioned a little bit, and the core just went straight past them and got an open barrier. And once you're on the open barrier, it becomes a lot harder to defend, especially against Asher, because she just pushes it into the corner again, and then Lucas is there to just kind of play that out clear. As, I mean, Leon with a flip, and the creations are just coming out again and again. Oh my gosh! Great job, Leo.
Yeah, and Leo finding a very unique angle to get that second barrier, gets the kill as well, using this pass splitter to kind of just proc the momentum boots on Layfire. Something that Leo is very, very conscious of in the glitch pop. Able to find the second point. It's just been so fast points here from the side of Deadbeat Dads to get one kill, and they immediately converge.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the side of PCB is going to have to figure out how to scale. We're not out of this set yet, of course, but it feels like all of the kills are on the side of Deadbeat Dad so far, and not at all on the team that picked exclusively damage characters for the most part. Like, you really want to see more of those damage kills, but some great defense means that the barrier is still up. We could see some damage pumped, especially in this corner, but I mean, there it is. Nitron is so low. Even as the team that's supposed to be dealing with damage, they have to figure out how to get this damage flowing so that they can get these barriers down and these kills. But barriers down.
Yeah, barriers down even despite the damage, but Nitron does go down. Leon wins another crucial strike board here to take this final barrier. Pigshot, though, with the 1v1 against Nero, kind of tries to find a play off the Tychotron. Unable to find it, though, although the Bewitching Beam kind of pushing Leo away from the play, allowing Nitron to get back online here.
If Pigshot is almost taken off the side of the map, and now it's just kind of a fight. You don't have very mobile brawlers on either side, and so you got to figure out how to find this open space for the brawlers to just have their fun. And that is going to be an attempt from the side of PCB, and they're not going to get it, but it's a great flip from Layfire to get it straight up to Pigshot, and the Dubu, flying off into wherever. With that secondary. And
it feels like Nero just misread it with the roll, kind of misread the bounce off of the Tycho drum, and a crucial point here found by PCB could potentially put them back in this set.
Yeah, they've been able to keep alive so far in these recent points, but as I say that, I mean, Pigshot just gets demolished by all of the creations in the corner, and I mean, there's not much you can do. They have to walk back, and that's so much offensive pressure just lost because of that damage from the side of PBD. They just have to figure things out as Leon is just able to strike it through the corner, and that's going to be that Tofu Fortress coming out and making it so hard to take.
Yeah, and the glitch pop from Balls finds the final barrier here. Leon lurking forward, does have the core in his hands, but the Bewitching Beam from Layfire kind of pushing things away for now. Nero forced to clear through this Vice, who does have this flip, but all these creations are just too much to handle in the corner. It just feels like they always have a button to kind of solve out any big interaction here from the side of PCB.
Yeah, and with Nero on this Dubu, it means that, it's going to be, you're not going to be able to get it through as much because this Dubu is just kind of sitting back, and their forwards are able to hold things down, but that's Pigshot with the X Maximus catching the barrier, and now it's an open net for both sides, as this is a pretty back and forth round of combat, but ultimately we're going to see potentially Debbie Dad's on at this set point, and if they can get it through, they're going to be sitting pretty, as that is defense for now. But Lucas, great angle of the flip, is going to find the middle drum, and that's going right by Layfire, who had the flip, but it is what it is. Sometimes you just can't get that button out in time, and now we're going to the draft. That's Debbie Dad's 3-1. What are you looking at?
Well, obviously the side of PCB does have a really good scaling comp, and you do see stuff like this Chrono Boost for this era, Fire Up in play, which is a very strong awakening, and First Spark here, which is immediately taken. Being the side of Debbie Dads, you immediately now have scaling, and scaling that can even outscale the side of PCB with their more like Era X comp, more traditionally known for scaling. So the Era picking up Hotshot is also not really what you want to see. I'm actually surprised to see that taken over the Chrono Boost. So quite the interesting draft, but prize fighter on Nitro, and if they can start doing that counter damage, if they can actually start being the team that finds these KOs, could potentially be the scaling they need.
Yeah, I think I do understand a little bit of that hot shot just because you aren't really able to keep up with characters that don't have as much mobility, and their abilities are getting used a lot more for that damage rather than that offense as much on the core. So I can see where you maybe want a little bit more core control, some more abilities on that one character that kind of focuses on holding down the net. But at the same time, I do think I would have liked to see that Chrono Boost. But it may not matter, as Big Shot is going to get it punching with the X Maximus through the entire defense, and that's both barriers down for both sides now. Open net as Lightfire is going to be able to get the save on the goal for now.
Yeah, the flip is burned for nothing, but Leon finds the kill, sets up the pass player to push the ball away. Nitron actually not teleporting through, deciding to stay in the net here, is able to hold things down, but the flips traded. Pigshot with an incredible read to hold things down. Nero has to use the roll for the save as Layfire is back online here. Lucas pushing forward, but Nitron is there, and Pigshot wins a crucial strike war. First point going to PCB.
Yeah, I mean, great job. They had a player down. They lost their goalie. Nitron, great patience on that Thunderstruck. It didn't teleport out, and so they had the opportunity to keep that defense going. Whereas I think a little bit of communication did mean it was a bit harder to play that defense, but at the same time, they got through, and now they're looking very aggressive in this next set. And Leon is looking low. Big Shot and Nitron have kept it on the other side basically the entire point so far.
Big Shot now forced to evade Leo, putting on so much damage pressure, but is trading damage here as Nero and Lucas pushing in this bottom side are able to clear things away for now. Pigshot still taken low. Leo might just have to tank this Vice ult. Takes a lot of damage, but is able to retreat for this orb, pushing forward into the corner. Pigshot still low, trying to help out on the defense. Almost gets a kill on Leo, but is able to retreat for now despite the Bewitching Beam.
Oh, that's going to be a kill for Layfire on that Magical Maelstrom, as it is now Lucas running forward with the core, but I mean, that's a Leon in your net, and there's not much you can do with the entire team of PCB running at you, making you smaller, punching you with the X, and Nitron teleported there to catch the X clear. I mean, not much you can do as PCB looks like they may be running away with the set.
Yeah, and it looks like even though the side that beat that have gained all this speed, it feels like the side of PCB have just done such a good job of running things down, taking out Leo, or dealing a lot of damage to Leo, who now has this OIA, which is very much risk reward, right? Because he has a lot of speed, but now he's kind of forced out of the play a lot more often due to the damage pressure that the side of PCB has been putting on here.
Yeah, and with each set that you go further into this game, the more scaling that PCB has to pick up during the drafts. And I mean, already they've kind of scaled a little bit, and if they can scale out of control in the next draft or two, they will be a very, very scary threat for the side of the Dads. Nero and Pigshot almost have their flips online, and I think it's going to matter. Oh my gosh, Pigshot taking the player off the field. Leon off. Goodbye, as that's going to be barrier down. And I mean, they're just looking so comfortable. Oh, but Lucas does have a great call out. He is going to be able to knock down that barrier. Now the net power play just stifled out entirely.
Yeah, getting a barrier while down a person, very, very crucial here. And the strike through both defending members of PCB. A point back for the Deadbeat Dads, trying to potentially shut down the scaling before it can even start. As, yeah, an incredible point by Lucas, getting that barrier and converting despite all odds here.
I mean, the turret is going to just break everything from the side of PCB off this kickoff. But that may not matter as Pigshot is running forward, having a bit of a face-off with Nero. Nothing going to happen yet. But, I mean, realistically, it's very much a game of a battle of attrition. If you can go later for Deadbeat Dads, that's really where you want to be, because that Vice and that X aren't really going to keep up with that core speed as much. But also, like, Nero, Lucas, and Leon have to get to that point. And so far, they're doing not too bad in this point, but that's Pigshot with that X Maximus. Gonna knock down the first one. And, that is almost 3 flips, pretty close for both sides, honestly. As Lucas does have theirs available, and we may see something here soon as Pigshot running forward, gonna be saved by Nero.
Yeah, but the evade is forced, so Nero kind of low on the energy here. The flip by Pigshot is whiffed, but it is a fire flip, the speed being used. Leon flipping to kind of stall it out. Lucas also flipping, also saved by Layfire. We have just traded 4 flips for a neutral state here, and 1 more left. Nitron uses the flip, waits out everything, and gets the point and the set for the side of PCB.
Yeah, that's really not great. You had to use so many flips for the side of DVD, and ultimately PCB were able to lock in that goal. And now we're going to a set 4X. We're guaranteed 2 sets from now to get that infamous scaling on the character. But scaling on the character is going to continue right now. Is, I mean, Mighty Colossus, Heavy Impact, Built Different Recovery Drone, so much size and damage per X available, and honestly, the entire team of PCB, like, it's just kind of a free draft here.
Yeah, and the heavy impact does drop to Vice here as Thero opting to take the size. Size on Dubu, very, very crucial. And something interesting to note here is the amount of speed that Leo Leon has. If he is able to fully max these stacks, he's going to be the fastest player on the field as an Asher. And that is a very, very scary thing to deal with. So we'll see if they can kind of keep in check the amount of speed that Leo is able to build here.
Yeah, as that is going to be Leo just kind of speeding up already. Wow, catching the red core off of I don't really know what, and is going to knock down the second barrier from the side of PCB, and just instantly running it down here from the side of Debbie Dads. That's going to be a 19-second goal into this set after, what, a 3-0, a 3-1 for PCB in the last one.
Yeah, an excellent conversion here from Lucas with that glitch pop. But one thing to note is the amount of energy that Layfire and Pigshot are building so quickly, especially with this NATO in the top side. Layfire already has the flip. Pigshot is about to remove Leo Leon's stacks as Nitron actually gets the KO, gets the prize fighter stack, and that is a big crucial shift of power here for both sides.
Yeah, with that one prize fighter stack, that's so much more damage now for the side of PCB, and that's going to mean more kills may happen pretty quickly on, unless they can get a kill on a Nitron. But instead, it's going to be a kill onto Pigshot, going to break that recovery drone that has already proven itself worthy of being picked up into this set, and that is almost 3 flips available, including that fire up flip from Pigshot, which is very, very scary here. It doesn't even matter, as that is going to be the flip from Layfire, and then I think that was a chain lightning from Nitron stealing the goal, but it was a goal nonetheless for PCB.
Yeah, it feels like Neuro just wasted the cooldowns a bit too early, just barely misses out on the strike shot. And yeah, this fire flip is still online for the side of PCB. Pigshot getting another kill on Leo, proccing the fire, gets the second barrier. The flip is used, Nitron converts immediately. An excellent point here from the side of PCB. They just look so dominant now that they've scaled.
Yeah, I mean, only two drafts of scaling, and we're already almost about to be on that third draft, as PCB may very well be running away with this game. Nitron just continues to pick up these prize fighter stacks, and Leo Leon, though, is going to be locked on the first barrier, as it's a very back and forth game, but right now it does feel like PCB is just kind of running away with it. Not if Lucas has anything to say about it. Leo Leon trying to get that offense, but great strike from Layfire, going to keep it up for now. So many great saves on the goal line. It's going to mean no goal found just yet for Debbie Dads. It's going to be one barrier down from that side as well. Tornado coming out, nothing found, yes, but such a great offense stifled so effectively by Layfire, and this is not what you want to see. Is, I mean, it's kind of big shot Nitron running their way up and trying to get this barrier down. If they can get it through Nero, then they're looking so comfortable. That's going to be Layfire. Leo Leon, great setup to just knock it in. Just not much you can do there. The strike up into the breakthrough into the strike is very, very consistent if you're Leo Leon. So it's going to be now 2-2 setup in this set.
Yeah, and I mean, the Era doesn't really have a ton of answers for those types of setups, right? The NATO takes time to charge. The beam is just not really enough hits on the core. And Leo does use the flip here to take one barrier, but the barriers are actually traded. An unfortunate glitch pop here from Lucas ends up taking their own barrier here, as Nero now pushing the core up to Leo Leon, unable to really find things here, as there's so many things being thrown at Nero in the corner. The final barrier is lost. Lucas able to clear things for now, has the ETOS proc, which is a big deal. Leo actually gets the final barrier. Lucas does have this flip, the Firewall Sentry, blink through, but misses the core. Now Pigshot in a 1v1 of Nero, unfortunately, whiffs it away, but trying to push forward. Thankfully, the roll is able to stifle things out. For now, the flip used by Nitro, not really able to find anything, as the NATO also ends up missing. Leo trying to get this core through both forwards here. Pigshot has this fire up flip. This could be the win con here for PCB. The wall is not quite enough to actually get stuck in the middle. The flip is used, but what a hold. Oh, the trauma almost ends up being disastrous for the side of DBD. The fire flip is stifled out. The speed is gone. Layfire is barely able to hold things down. So many cooldowns used, and Leo Leon gets the conversion, gets the set. What a set win by DBD. It looked so dire, and yet they end up converting here.
Yeah, I mean, they went from looking pretty scared in that last point to all of a sudden they've saved a wall of massacre from that X, and now they're just sitting pretty. They took this draft and they only need one more to close out this series, as that's rapid fire picked up for Leo Leon, and it's going to be a peak performance as well. I think there is a lot of A lot of kind of mid awakenings, but scaly awakenings. That's tempo swing X. You're not going to be able to kill him as often, and that's going to be a lot more damage for him. And that is a spark if PCB win this next set and Vice is that MVP. You're looking at double spark Vice, and that's pretty scary to go up against.
Yeah, a lot of powerful awakenings still in draft 2. That specialized training is definitely something to look out for if the side of PCB can get one more set here. But there's a lot of pressure here from the side of the Deadbeat Dads, although Lucas unfortunately whiffing a couple strikes here. Nero able to clear things away for now, able to kind of hold on to Supernova, doing a lot of damage here as the push forward from DBD is able to take this first barrier, kind of lose possession of the core a little bit here, but Nero is able to just confidently win these strike wars against Big Shot to keep this core forward.
And some very close saves from Lightfire is going to mean that no barrier, or that second barrier is not down just yet. And the flip is still available, but that is going to be Leo Leon coming forward with that breakthrough into barrier beam, not quite getting the kill on Lightfire, but does force out the flip. And now we're looking at a pretty even game state, but Lucas may try and turn that around as that is going to be barrier down. Leo Leon looking a little low. They're going to try and get this goal down, but that is Peak Shot saying, hey, no, you can't do that. Nitro getting a prize fighter stack. A little bit of miscommunication, but offense still flowing for the side of PCB. Lucas now with the flip on the offensive line to be able to get the goal through Layfire, and that is going to be Debbie Daz only 2 points away from locking down the series.
Yeah, calls out the strike from Layfire and then is able to just flip it through. And Lucas has been able to make these hero plays happen even when Leo Leon is down, and that has really been the difference makers. Although they've been focusing so much on taking Leo out, there's been a lot of pressure from Lucas, but it's actually Nero losing both barriers here and losing out on the flip. Big Shot trying to find a kill on Leo, unable to find it, but this fire speed not actually helpful as Leo pushes it through the double barrier into the conversion after the missed KO. And what a point from Leo Leon.
Yeah, Leo Leon said, hey, we see you starting to scale. We see you have been scaling. We don't want that to happen anymore. And I mean, with Lucas's whole hero play in the last set, in the last point, and now Leo Leon just absolutely demolishing that defensive line. It is looking very scary for PCB. They have to figure out how to get themselves back into this game, as that is Layfire able to keep the defense going for now. NATO coming out, but no barriers down just yet. And I say that though, double barrier now for the side of Debbie Daz. Big Shot's recovery drone is going to be broken. Nitro and use the split. Nero just nice, able to get that save. As that is going to be offensive line for the side of PCB. Flip available. Nitro and teleports in, and that's going to be the goal. As 2-1 now. PCB trying to make their comeback in this set.
Yeah, and something to note here is the Debbie Dads are 1 point away from securing their spot into the top 4, into the loser semis. It is all or nothing here for PCB. They must end up making this reverse sweep happen, but that's going to be really hard to do with Nitro and taken low. Really needs to keep these prize fighter stacks in stack, but Lucas actually almost flips and loses his own barrier here, but is able to hold on to things for now. The Dubu wall able to stifle out this offense, but Pig Shot gets another offense going. Layfire unfortunately loses out on this flip. The X Maximus pushing forward, but Leo Leon's back. Leo Leon taken down though. Another prize stack found from Nitro, and another stacks on stacks reset on Leo Leon, as this fire flip is going to be so dangerous in this corner here. The NATO, the ult, everything's being thrown out. Nero trades his life with Pig Shots, but Nitro finds his final barrier. Lucas is taking a look, it's taken off the map, and a second point here found from PCB.
Yeah, that's a double kill for the side of PCB. Lost 1 in exchange for 2, and now we're looking at Nitro, who I think has 3 or 4 prize fighter stacks going into this next point. This is scary. If you are the side of Deadbeat Daz, there's very solid chance that if you lose this set, you lose this game. As now Big Shot trying to get the offense going, only 1 barrier down so far. Leo Leon on the offensive line trying to get this locked in, as that is now almost a barrier down, but great saves from both sides, just keeping it away for now. And that's going to be, once again, just barrage after barrage of attacks. But that is going to be Leo Leon. Lucas running forward, trying to get this goal in. Net open for the side of PCB.
Yeah, and this egoist speed on Lucas pushing forward with this flip. This could be it for the Debbie Dads. The kill found! Lucas gets the point as a 3-2 set ends up securing Deadbeat Dads their top 4.
Yeah, a very, very hard fought match from both sides. PCB took that down to the wire despite it not being a set 5. And I mean, game 3 means something. You know, PCB has it in them to win, but unfortunately, maybe not today. Great performance from both sides. I mean, we just saw PCB didn't really scale fast enough, I'd say. Like they got that really good scaling in that second set. They looked super confident going second set, third set, and then fourth set. They looked like they were gonna take it, but ultimately just we got so close, and eventually the game closed out for the side of Deadbeat Dads. You can see the KOs here kind of show, 6 KOs for the side of DVD when they didn't really try and kill. Leon got some great catches, but realistically, Nero 2 kills is a little out of the ordinary. And then Layfire, Big Shot, Nitron, only 8 kills between the 3 of them, which is still a good stat line, but ultimately not really enough if you are going that X era Vice. You have a lot of damage, you want to use it, but I think maybe they could focus a little bit more on some of that damage instead of core control, and it is a little weird, but ultimately I think that's how you gotta play it. But either way, it was such a great game.
Yeah, and it's interesting to note here is both midfielders actually leading in goals. Kind of shows how much damage and pressure these brawlers were under, right? Both Pigshot and Leo were just getting constantly hit by both of these comps, and it ultimately kind of came down to how explosively fast the side of Deadbeat Dads were converting. They were double barriering and then immediately scoring, or Lucas was making a hero play with his flip and converting, and that's kind of the difference that having this melee goalie has. If Layfire can't push up and run up and kind of surmount all this pressure, it's very easy to kind of just lose these 1v1s in the net to Leo and Lucas, especially with how much Nitron was kind of extending for these kills, which you kind of have to with this comp, and it's something you really need to do. It kind of made it so that a lot of these hero plays could end up happening, and that is exactly what the side of the Deadbeat Dads needed to end up securing this win.
Yeah, I think also, Leo Leon on the Asher, Lucas on that Aimee are really, those characters are very much characters that can kind of do those solo plays, as I'm saying. That Aimee just can lock it in the corner with the turret, and then get a cyber swipe to catch the out clear or something. And additionally with Egoist as well, that fully just validates the character's playstyle. And Leo Leon, of course, on the Asher, you can just lock that in the corner with the pass splitter, lock it in the corner with Barrier Beamer, breakthrough, and the entire character just corner, push it in, and additionally, if you get, as we saw, a couple double barriers, you can just keep it in that little cove of space between the barriers. And we saw, as the gates were opening up, just went straight through it.
Yeah, and we will get to see more of this Deadbeat Dads team in a moment. Coming up is the losers semis, so we'll get to see more of them. And a big shout out to PCB. They had such an amazing series, brought this game free. It was so unbelievably close. They did such a good job against this team that going into this, I mean, a lot of people look at the top 4 and all right, these are the teams. These are the best 4 teams, but PCB were really close to ending up taking down this titan of a team that is the Deadbeat Dads, and huge shout out to them. Day 2 is an incredible accomplishment in this land.
Yeah, definitely. I think day 2, in general, top 6 out of the 21 teams, you gotta have done something right to get here. And I mean, I only have respect for Layfire, Pigshot, and Nitron. They beat me to qualify for the top 6, and they did a very good job. I think they 18-4'd us in that match, which is just insane.
Yeah.
Or in that best of 3, they 18-4'd us. So I mean, they're confident. They went into it. I can see. I got some signatures on the poster from them after that game 2 that they played, and they were pumped. They're only good players. They've had a great run, and I mean, yeah, as you said, great job from Deadbeat Dads. They're going to be moving on, but also incredible job from the side of a Pig, a Cat, and Bird, as they're 6th place, very good result.
And yeah, we are going to cut to a short break here before we get into the loser semifinals, so stay tuned for that. Only more to come.
Welcome back, everyone, to Weather the Storm, day number 2. We are live with the losers semi-finals. We got Deadbeat Dads versus Barrage of Bob. As you know, both these teams have worked very hard to get here. Barrage of Bob, fighting to make their seed, and Deadbeat Dads, fighting to maybe move up a couple notches on this seeding ranking on this final placement of the tournament. As we already have our maps all figured out, Deadbeat Dad picks that Clarion Test Chamber for game number 1. Gates of Obscura is going to be our game number 2, picked by Barrage of Bob, and East Splash Zone is going to be our decider for today. I'm looking for an exciting match. The Fool, Leo Leon are 2 players who, along with us, have gone to every land this summer. So, they've locked in, they've been on the move, and now, they're meeting once again in this final top cut of the tournament. So I'll be interested to see what all ends up happening here. Is Clarion Test Chamber, I think we're going to be getting started on this character draft pretty soon.
Yeah, and interesting to note, we just saw Deadbeat Dads win in game 3 versus PCB, but Barrage of Bob ended up confidently 2-0ing their matchup here, and it'll be kind of interesting to see if they can kind of keep that momentum, or if like the weight that they kind of had to wait through the series close out, if that will be a factor, as it is Might of the Colossus Egoist. This is a very interesting start. It's kind of one of those starts that I feel like is definitely lower power at the beginning. I mean, Egoist is just like a solid awakening, but Might, you kind of need other awakenings to scale its potential. So definitely seems like a lot more of a weaker overall awakening.
Yeah, I think Might of the Colossus is definitely, as you said, a scale potential. It can lead to some crazy outcomes. And so I think this Asher is going to be pretty scary. Honestly, I could see either Egoist or Might of the Colossus, but honestly, it is very much, for Deadbeat Dads, the Asher works great in that last game. And going into this next game, Barrage Bob doesn't really want Leo Leon having that. And they're also going to pick up the Now and Mako backline. That Mako has basically universal era speed, and then also now has, the healing to back up an Asher, and also some, those Doritos are going to be awesome for just, causing problems on that backline, adding more defensive opportunities and offensive opportunities for both sides. As, we have a much more bread and butter combination. We got most likely a Kai goalie here for Deadbeat Dads, with Estelle onto Lucas, and then Juliet for Leo Leon, which you see a bit more of this kind of comp. And I think also that Juliet is going to be great going into the Mako, and just kind of knocking Mako out of her drum beat, her secondary, just consistently preventing some of that speed and size from the side, or from those offenders, Mako or Now and Asher. Whereas I think the Kai is going to be pretty strong against the Asher on the defensive, just because once you're backed up in the corner, Kai is just kind of going to explode. But when you are against the Asher, and you have space in any capacity, you're going to hopefully be able to get it out pretty comfortably. And kind of same with Asher, or with Estelle versus Asher, even if we do see that Estelle, it's going to be very much something where they're going to be able to just rotate it, move it around that Asher, who is kind of a sitting duck, unless that Now is going to be helping run.
Yeah, and that is kind of the thing to note, right, is this is basically like your modern day kitten comp. This is like the Aramako X of Now. I mean, the Asher Now is a very, very dangerous comp, because like you can just make this Asher so fast and kind of make that Kai speed obsolete, and kind of make it not as useful as you may originally think it is. But yeah, again, on the flip side, there's so much hit stun to kind of keep this Mako in check, and I think a lot of those matchups are going to come down to if Leo can kind of shut down a lot of this speed, of course, with hit stunning Mako out of the secondary. And yeah, I mean, it's really going to be the deciding factor of how much does this Asher scale, especially if they take Might. You have the Mako secondary gives you size, and that is immediate synergy with Might of the Colossus. Plus, if you get some size awakenings, you get a lot of power, even without like an Era Beam to kind of like keep the Asher like with a lot of size and power. You kind of already basically have that just in your Mako secondary, and that kind of enables the now to kind of have some healing, kind of gives you some speed, and yeah, it'll be kind of interesting to see if they. It's going to be another one of these cases where the deadbeat dads need to win fast.
Yeah, definitely. I think the Barrage of Bob, if they play effectively, they, if they can just run it down, they're going to be able to do very well. But it'll really depend on how well Leon can just punch this speed or punch the size and speed out of Mako, make it so that it's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to assist their team in offense, but at the same time, it's only there for a second instead of extended durations that can really help them just beat out Nero's speed. Then you're going to be very comfortable. Is already just some combating out of the gates. I see Leon about to die.
Yeah, taken low, but is able to kind of clear things away for now. As Venom Yabi now pushing forward, doing so much damage here to Leo. As Nero walking forward, unable to quite find anything yet. Leo forced to retreat. Nero kind of covering and pushing up in the space. As now the full Venom Yami pushing forward. The conversion immediately found here as a very, very dominant first point from the side of Barrage Bob.
Yeah, and they're definitely, they have a tried and true comp. They have, as you said, the very kind of new age, new gen Aramako X comp going here. As, Leo, Brock, we've seen in the past perform very comfortably, but that is going to be Venom Yami taken off the field by just that nice simple flame flurry from Leo Leon, and now it's pretty much just a brawl. Who can get back up? Is that's gonna be Venom back online, and that's gonna be the speed. No Leo Leon really in sight to get that knocked out, and so that's just a free barrier basically.
And the dash punch is whiffed from Leo Leon. Nero now with this egoist speed, kind of trying to push the ball forward is Lucas, who takes the second barrier, pushing forward. Now an egoist proc on Lucas. So much energy on side of the deadbeat dads, pushing forward. The dash punch whiffed, the flip whiffed, as the fool is now taken low by Leo Leon. So much damage being thrown out. The clear found by Nero to end up saving this barrier, but that is 2 flips used and a KO found on Venom Yami, as Leo Leon now has 1 flip remaining for the side of the deadbeat dads, but the barrier is found. Leo pushing forward, but the flip used by the fool to clear things away, but it just goes straight back to Leo, who flips yet again here, unable to find anything. 3 flips used, no goal found, but there it is. Leo Leon gets it on the 3rd try and ends up getting the deadbeat dad's first point.
Yeah, Mako has 3 million strikes, but once she runs out of her 3 million strikes and gets to that distance, having to catch it, she only really has her secondary, her primary, and once that's out, you're gone. Oh my gosh, that's gonna be Brack taking every single thing on the field, and now it's gonna be just to see who can get that center orb. The fool Zoro is gonna be able to be the one to grab it, as Brack is back online now. That is gonna be both very down though.
Yeah, and pretty well done power play here from the side of the deadbeat dads, even with Zoro getting that center orb here, but now it is the Barrage of Bob on the offense. The barrage of cooldowns, but ball's not pushing forward, gets taken off the field by Brack, but Leo Leon with the dash punch flip, gets a revenge KO, gets the point, and what an excellent conversion here from Leo Leon.
Yeah, Leo Leon, that extra little bit of damage from Might of the Colossus was so impactful, as we just saw, a kill and just such a pressure, such a big amount of pressure. But that is going to be burying it down now for the side of PvP.
Yeah, Leo Leon now pushing forward, gets the final barrier. Venom Yami taken low, but does have the ult to kind of heal things for now. The conversion not quite found, and an excellent defense here from the deadbeat dads. Another clear away by Nero, another one. Crucial strike wars 1 left and right, but the flip from Brack ends up taking the second point here, and we're going to a 0.5.
Yeah, great job from both these teams. It's been very, very just back and forth, both of these, for all of these points so far. But it's going to be really who can kind of get this flip off first. You have Venom Yami pretty high on that energy bar, does have that egoist as well as the defensive line of Lucas and Nero. And if they're able to get these flips available, they're just going to be sprinting around the field. And I don't really think that the side of Bob is going to be able to keep up with it, as now we are in kind of the dredges of the match, Lucas does end up losing that ego speed, but Nero is closing in, and Leo Leon doesn't even need it possibly, as that is going to be put players down.
Yeah, Leo's just won so many crucial strike wars this set. The flip used by Lucas, able to clear things away for now. Leo has been caged, kind of trying to seal away the problem, but Venom Yambi now does have this ego speed. Unable to get anything, forced to use the flip to stay alive, does get it past Leo, but it is immediately pushed forward by Nero, who, with the help of Lucas, is just continuing to funnel the core to Leo Leon. The push forward with his ego speed, the flip is used, but it's cleared away by Venom Yami, unable to really help Leo impact the game, but excellent strike force here from the Fool to clear around Leo Leon, who's just continuing the push forward, has the dash punch, but it's cleared away, but not quite enough, as Leo Leon ends up getting the final point, winning the first set here for the Deadbeat Dads.
Yeah, I mean, incredibly close, incredibly back and forth, but ultimately, Nero didn't end up having to see the core too much. You know, that the bounce house, that final variant of this Clarion test chamber map is very, very hard for Asher to get a whole lot on. And once that speed was out, you know, they were just kind of sitting ducks. As that is going to be an aerials opted for by the Fool. Nice, comfortable, you know, extra speed on that secondary, and a bit of extra range for that primary as well. And I mean, Glass Cannon, you know, going to be pretty big. Tempo swing, going to keep Leo Leon alive quite a lot more. But also, you know, I'm seeing a recovery around Mighty Colossus Leo Leon, and that is already a just giant Juliet who's going to be in your face the entire game, dealing a bunch of damage. And I'm pretty scared if I'm the Fool. I gotta figure out how to win this battle of size.
Yeah, but with the Mako out here, immediately finding his last barrier is the Fool, but now on the counterattack is the side of the Deadbeat Dads. Leo pushing forward in a dangerous situation, does not get the dash punch kill. Benemiyabi now pushing forward. The Giga Blast, the Barrage both used, and Barak with enough strikes to kind of win through Lucas here as, yeah, first point.
Yeah, I mean, Barak just incredible setup. Had the breakthrough, had the extra strikes from hitting the core with the breakthrough as well. And so just was able to get nice and comfortably through Lucas there on that point. But now, you know, Nero, Leo Leon, Lucas taking a very aggressive position into this point, forcing the flip out of the Fool. But it may not necessarily be for a whole lot, as Leo Leon looking very low, may have flip, or at least that recovery drum burned. And there it may be both. Venom Yami and Brax just now working their way up the field, and that's got to be the barrier down.
Yeah, final barrier here found for the side of the Barrage of Bob, but Leo Leon gets a crucial dash punch KO here. Now on a 4 KO streak is Leo Leon already pushing forward to try to finally get this last barrier here. But Brack now pushing forward. It does have this flip in a very dangerous situation. Kind of forced into the goo though, taking a lot of damage. Kind of just trying to get this flip off. Does end up getting it off, but it is immediately cleared away. Now evadeless is Brack. The recovery drone is procced on Leo though. Pushing forward, Venom Yami trying to get this core through, and Brack wins the strike war. A crucial win and a crucial point to be up 2-0 in this set.
Yeah, I mean, Brack's just showing why they're here. That tempo swing helping a lot as well with getting that kill onto Leo Leon, and now they don't have a recovery drone to back them up. But this is the map that they had that they lost the last point on, and it could be scary if they lose their speed, but it doesn't matter as that speed is there, and that's going to be both barriers down now from the side of Deadbeat Dads, off of the speed from the Mako, and that is going to be one barrier down, but they did have a kill on Leo Leon, now back online, but Brock and Venom Yami just working their way out the field, trying to get this close out, but I mean, they're pretty comfortable, you know. Mako has a pretty difficult time losing that second barrier if she's standing there, and she can still have out from the other side of the map, especially with that strike shot and aerial combo.
And the flip is used. The Barrage kind of stuffs away the offense from the Barrage of Bob, as it now is back on the offense here. Nero unable to hold through all of the Asher cooldowns, and a very, very dominant set here from the Barrage of Bob. It seems like that Mako speed is really all they needed.
Yeah, I mean, Aerials just has proven leagues of awesomeness for this side of Barrage Bob. And now it's going to be Brock rewarded with Rapid Fire. You know, that's going to be so many more barrier beams in those corners. And I don't necessarily know if Nero is going to be able to combat it. I think that Chrono Boost with the eject button is going to be awesome for Nero to use. But then on the other side, that's going to be a hot shot for now, and spark scaling for the Fool. We'll see if that ends up coming in handy later. Honestly, a very, very close, a very even draft. I'm a little interested in the fact that nobody took Fire Up Egoist, because that's, I mean, such a great combo, because you just get the, the 5 to 8 seconds of speed from Egoist, and then you get another, 5 to 8 seconds of speed from the Fire Up. So interested in not seeing that on here, but it's Brock and Venom just getting so much off of that center orb.
Yeah, and something to note is that center orb does combo with Might of Colossus. That is a very powerful Asher if she gets the orb. And it did end up providing dividends, as the KO is found. Doesn't even need the orb to find these dash punch kills onto Lucas, as the power play for Barrage of Bob slowly dribbling the court back and forth. And another crucial strike war win. This Asher is just so fast. It could just permanently wait out the strike from Nero. Not much you can really do. The very dominant performance here by the Barrage of Bobs ever since that first set.
Yeah, I mean, the way that Kai plays is simply beating you in speed and then also having Barrage. And when you're playing against Barrage of Bob, they know how to beat that Barrage. And I mean, you can see the Mako in the now, just all that speed on Rack. There's just so much pressure going at this barrier all at once that Kai just can't handle it. But as I said that, though, that is both bears down for the side of Barrage of Bob. That is going to be Flip Burn from the Fool in order to keep it away for now. No flips, no energy on the side of Barrage of Bob.
Yeah, and a flip on Nero as well. So much damage in front of the Barrage being used for damage, as the Strike War win from Lucas just straight up beating both the Fool and Venom Yami, who just got back on from the KO. And I mean, we saw this in the last series too. Lucas is making so many hero plays, winning so many 1v2s, and that has just been such a crucial part of this team's success.
Yeah, I'd say so. And maybe that wasn't quite a hero play there, but it is going to not really do a whole lot, because Kai does love that single barrier up and is just able to keep it defending forward now, as that's Nero running forward with the flip. Not going to be able to find anything. Leon saved away as well. But that is a very low Juliet that we're looking at. Is going to be a lengthy orb. I mean, that's recovery run procced. And now that is a very killable Juliet. You know, she was easy to kill to get that recovery drone out. And now, you know, that is going to be a player off the field for the next time. As Leon tries to get the kill onto Brock, nothing found. But, I mean, there's just so much pressure now. Fool has the speed online, and you can see how fast Brock and Venom Yami are moving, and that's going to be buried out.
Yeah, but Leo does have this flip, kind of trying to push forward here with Lucas. Nero pushing forward with his eject button as well. Leo ends up using this flip kind of early, does end up forcing the flip out of the Fool. So much damage being dumped onto Venom Yami, who does have his ult to heal up. Leo unable to get anything through. The Venom fully healed, does have this ego speed too, is flying at Mach 10, but Nero stuffs it away. That's so much pressure here. The team player now on Lucas, kind of trying to push the ball forward, but Brock now in a 1v1, and Zoro, the Fool, snipes it with the primary just past Nero.
Yeah, I mean, that aerial is coming in handy, as it has been the entire game since, you know, that first draft. As Mako can play like a third forward without having to play the position of a third forward, which, you know, Nero very much has to run forward, be a living body in that spot, and Sora just throws out, you know, the primary and plays the same spot. So it's very much a scary spot, as Leon is going to be able to take the home barrier, unfortunately, with Wagga Corp CEO Brock in the way, and now almost an open net, or almost a goal, as the open net is going to find it. Raj Bob taking the set in, and Deadbeat Dad's kind of in shambles. They got to figure out how to combat this aggressive speed that is only going to get worse from now on.
Yeah, it just feels like Brack is the star of the show, just has been so dominant, and now getting that size, and that is more power in the form of the impacts and more in the form of the Might of the Colossus, and it's also just a bigger Asher in your face, and that is going to be very, very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, additionally, that is going to be the Fool picking up that second Spark of Focus, Spark of Agility. Those are the two that Mako really likes. And then Spark of Strength, you know, it would be a nice side effect, but guaranteed, no use in even trying to deny from Lucas here. And I mean, now that's a pretty rough draft for the side of Deadbeat Dads. That's the Fool with so many more opportunities. That is now an even bigger Brock in your face. along with that Mako extra little bit of size. So that is going to be an Asher that just absolutely demonetizes your entire roster. And not a whole lot in conjunction, in reverse, you know. You got heavy impact for the Estelle, which is going to get you to do a bit more damage, but I mean, we're really not seeing enough, as instead that is going to be Lucas taking off the field.
Yeah, the damage is just swinging the way of the Barrage Bob. Instead, this power play has actually been kind of stuffed out from the side of the Deadbeat Dads. Leo does actually have this flip now, as Nero now pushing forward with the Barrage, does force out the Fool's flip, so now Leo's flip is looking very, very dangerous here. But it is actually Brack that is looking pretty dangerous here with all this size, with this flip. But the core just keeps getting funneled through. Leo unfortunately ends up hitting the core backwards with that ultimate, but the flip is used, the dash punch is found. That is another prize stack on Leo. The team player value right as overtime hits. And that core is moving so fast, especially when Leo strikes it with his like 180 power.
Yeah, I think that Prize Fighter is now kind of starting to be a threat. We saw it in their last game as well. As soon as they got that one stack Prize Fighter, I guess that was from the side of PCD, but once they got that one stack Prize Fighter, it was very, very dangerous of a spot for the side of, for the other team. And now it's Leon with that pressure, as that is a massive Juliet. Gonna get a kill onto Venom Yami, and now Luke is back online, near running forward. But oh my gosh, that's gonna be Lucas taking off the field. Now Brock with an open net to work against. Nero has the flip available. Oh no, saved away with the flip. Venom Yami gonna be back online now. And it's gonna be Brock trying to get this through, but great defense so far, as nothing down for either side. Open net on both sides.
I can't believe that was held from the side of the Deadbeat Dads. What a hold, what a flip. But Leo taken low, does have this recovery drone, and a KO is found on Venom Yami. Thankfully, no prize stack on the Juliet, but that is still a power play. The dash punch, kind of trying to push the core forward here. The Fool does have this flip if needed. The recovery drone is finally procced. You can maybe start taking these prize stacks off of Leo, who is red coring in overtime with Strike. That is how you know you're in a dire situation, but it's actually Nero in this dire situation, as Brack is just so big, has this flip, you just cover every option that Nero tries to take.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Barrage Bob, you can't let it get to overtime anymore until you get a kill onto Leon, get rid of those prize fighter stacks. Because basically, once you get to that overtime with 4 stacks prize fighter, you just don't really worry at all, because you have basically second team player. As that's Leon getting another kill, this time onto Brack. And I mean, just so much kill pressure, so much damage, and you're really gotta take a step back if you're Barrage Bob. Think, how are we dying? What positions we're putting ourselves in? But that's gonna be Leon taking off the field. Brack has some revenge in their eyes, and it's gonna be buried down now.
There's a crucial KO down into the prize stacks, cut in half, and it's also Lucas taking low. Nero able to clear things away with the barrage. Kind of trying to able to hold for now. Leo does get the dash punch, but does not kill. Venom Yami does use the flip, and another kill found. Lucas has been taken out. Nero is low without evade. Now it's just Leon in the net, and you're obviously going to be able to convert that, as just such a flip of momentum here from the side of the Barrage of Bob.
Yeah, I mean, 1 kill for either side means the world for their side. As now Venom Yami looking pretty low, and I think these kills are where the shift of momentum lies in, as that's Leon and Lucas looking super low. If one of them gets taken out, I think it maybe lights out curtains for the side of Deadbeat Dads. But we're still hanging strong, as Leon is staggered, and the barriers are now almost going down. Great save, though. Gonna keep it out for now.
Yeah, what a hold here from the Deadbeat Dads. They are fighting for this game, but Leo has been taken down. There is no more prize stacks left, as Lucas now trying to push forward, trying to make yet another hero play. Unable to really find anything, as Venom Yami is able to heal in time. The goo has done so much damage to this Deadbeat Dads midfielder, and Venom Yami takes the point, takes the game, and game 1 goes to Barrage of Bob.
Yeah, I mean, Barrage of Bob, they got their win condition in that very first draft. That aerials just kept coming. It just didn't stop happening and existing and being a problem for the side of Deadbeat Dads. And Leon wasn't able to really do anything to Zoro, to the Fool, because they had to be back to help out, because their team was just couldn't do anything against this speed. As I said earlier, Kai excels because he accelerates, not and when this character that's supposed to be like a slow moving, hits like a truck character is just in your face at every corner, what can you do? You gotta figure out how to beat that, and I think it was just when Leon had to fall back, they stopped getting the breaking on the Fool's secondary, and then Venom, and they also timed it very well. Barrage Bob, every single time the Fool used that secondary, you also saw Venom Yami dropping down their secondary as well. That proximity bind, just letting Brack just sprint, run, incredibly fast all over the field. And I mean, just very good coordination from the side of Barrage Bob means that now they're looking very comfortable. They're up 1-0 in this best of 3, and it looks close from the gates, but ultimately now it is looking very, very Barrage Bob favorite.
Yeah, it just feels like the shoving comp was too strong. Even though Leo was able to get this 8 KOs, so was Brack. And I mean, although they did get the prize fighter fully stacked at one point, it just wasn't enough. Leo got taken out, and it made it really hard to kind of get any offense, because all their offense really relied on Leo dropping back, getting a dash punch, getting a prize stack, and then like stalling until overtime and like team firing the ball forward. But we didn't really get to overtime enough for like this core speed to really get crazy value. And that's kind of just the issue, is like this comp from Raja Baba really wants to just score immediately. They really want to just like dump all their cooldowns, get both barriers, get the goal. And it just really doesn't feel like without a melee goal, you don't really have a great answer for that. Like the Kai isn't gonna ever really be enough to kind of hold that down on its own.
Yeah, I think once the Kai couldn't hold it down on his own with that lack of speed, with just being outsped, all of a sudden Lucas had to step back, help out on the defensive line, and then when the Fool got aerials, that became the Estelle and the Kai couldn't hold it down together, and then you needed a Leon to step back, and now the Fool had all the space in the world to just make those secondaries happen, and then Yami didn't need the space, Then the proximity drone just doesn't, or proximity mine just doesn't care if someone's gonna break it, because you got another one up in 7 seconds, like 9 seconds or something. It's crazy. I mean, just the pressure, just speed, the damage just kept going. And when you're playing a character like Juliet, you want a ton of kills, and when you're playing a character like Asher, you want a ton of kills. But the pressure just kind of stopped from the side of WDAZ, and we'll see what they can do in this one. We are on Gates of Obscura. We have Spark of Focus and Chrono Boost available. Maybe an Octavia ban, but I think the Kai could potentially be good here, and also that Mako is still pickable with the Asher this time, first pick for presumably Leon. Barrage Bob can pick up that Dubu. I think it's looking a bit more like a Spark of Focus here.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of these Spark of Focus spam. I mean, obviously the Octavia outmate the best user of his Chrono Boost. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if the Deadbeat Dads do pick this Kai again. I think that Barrow had some really great flashes of like walking forward and doing a lot with it, but it did eventually get kind of shut down, and I think it's going to be really hard to kind of get any pressure with Dubu Estelle as the backline for the Barrage of Bob.
Yeah, I think they're changing their game plan a little bit. We'll see if they actually do lock in kind of. I mean, all I'm saying, the exact comp that Barrage of Bob just played is available, and now you have Chrono Boost that you can shove onto both a now and a Mako. It's not going to happen, and it looks like we are going to be taking a very kind of a step back. We were like, hey, we're going to do speed. Now it's more of like, both these teams are going to be very defensive, very focused on defending their own nets. But also, once one team gets a kill, once one team gets damage, that is when you can kind of fly.
Yeah, just put the melee goalie in the bag, but interestingly enough, it looks like this is an Imi Estelle forward duo. So it'll be kind of interesting to see how that plays out. I do think I do like double range against these melee goalies a lot of the time, as you can kind of like position the ball around them, but not having as good of an answer to kind of shove through the corner, except for like your turret, or if like Dubu locks up in the walls, like you're gonna have to now commit an ult to kind of take these barriers, which a lot of the times you kind of have to do anyways against the Atlas. But being forced to really commit to an offense with one of your stronger cooldowns, and then if you potentially lose that offense, not really having a ton for the defense, although every single Dubu cooldown is kind of like an ultimate at this point. It just wins so many interactions, so it'll be kind of interesting to see if the Fool ends up walking forward with this Dubu, kind of throwing these cooldowns down, and like if they are still able to answer on the defense afterwards against the Asher.
Yeah, I kind of like to look at it as a sort of triangle in terms of who beats who. You know, core control is gonna beat the very defensive characters, and then the defensive characters, you know, can usually beat out damage unless the damage scales a little too much.
Yeah.
And then you know the damage kind of beats out the core control. Here we have you know some damage and some core control, so we'll kind of see what ends up happening. But also we have that defense, so the triangle gets entirely screwed up. So we'll kind of see if the extra little bit of damage from Deadbeat Dads is going to be able to beat up this Dubu enough, beat up this double midfielder from the side of Barrage and Bob in order to get these kills and get the goals, or if we'll kind of see more of the side of Barrage and Bob getting just the score control around the side of Deadbeat Dads and getting these goals locked in.
Yeah, as we get into it here, we do have the strike shot on Narrow, of course. The Atlas very much loves that strike shot, but first barrier found, the second barrier found immediately by Brackley. Ultimate's already online, although the firewall's actually not getting a ton of value. An excellent strike shot here to keep the ball forward from Narrow, but it just feels like every sort of offense attempted by Leo so far has been stuffed out super easily from this very heavily defensive comp from the Barrage of Bob. As Zoro able to clear it around Leo, unable to really get anything here, does end up losing the first barrier here. Not that big of a deal as the Dubu, as you mainly just want the one, but now it is the Barrage of Bob forwards pushing forward, unable to quite find anything. It feels like Leo is just perfectly timing these primaries to kind of stuff out the turret, as the glitch pop not quite enough, as the defense from the Deadbeat Dads has just been able to hold on for now.
Yeah, I think Leo Leon, you know, really thrives when he has the core, and also when he can just bully another player. Leo Leon using these primaries to just cause problems for the side of Barrage and Bob, but that is going to be an open net now. Oh no, Brack just barely missing. The side is going to hit the corner, and now that's going to be the offense stuffed out. But that is open net for both sides here, and we do have a flip up for Brack. Almost a flip available for Lucas. We'll see what happens first, and that's going to be Brack setting that flip forward and just straight through Nero, who was, I'd imagine, expecting like a cyber swipe to try and stun them out. So did hit that evade, but at the same time, you know, just striking through, being a very scary target, and then striking through. Yeah, the goalie is something that I have fallen victim to many a time. So all good. We go into this next point is Barrage Bob. I mean, looking comfortable at the gates.
Yeah, but there's so much damage being piled on from the Deadbeat Dads, doing so much damage here. Both forwards taken low, but are able to kind of heal back up a little bit. Leo just being so hateful, walking back, attacking Brack, but unable to quite find anything for now. It just feels like kind of a stalemate as each team tries to find a KO before they try to converge onto these barriers, as it just seems like Brack is perma-forced to retreat. The Celestial Intervention is used to kind of heal up Leo Leon, who dies through the portal. Quite unfortunate, not what you love to see, but thankfully Lucas is able to clear it before the Toku Fortress can get there.
Yeah, as it's going to be one barrier still available for the side of Barrage and Bob, but that is going to be Nero with the flip buffered out, and now it is going to be one flip down, but oh my gosh, that is Brock off the map. The full Venom Yami have to try and figure out how to just break this power play from the side of Debbie Dads, as that is going to be Barry going down. Now open net Dubu is going to be a little scary, but Brock and Venom may be able to get something going here. That's Leo Leon just right up in Zoro's face. Going to be able to find nothing yet, but the flip is out now for the Fool. Venom Yami, Brock just trying to get it through this Atlas, when I think we're seeing a lot of not passing. We're just seeing they're trying to individually get it through. And I think I want to see more stuns and more pressure from the side of Barrage Bob. Is, I mean, Debbie Dad's, you know, nice bread and butter. Leon getting that barrier beam onto the Fool, and I mean, just preventing the Fool from actually getting anywhere. That's body in your face, and so your Summer Assault gonna miss. just gonna stop. You know, hit that Asher and then go.
Yeah, and that is the counter to this Dubu. Leo Leon just constantly pushing the Fool out of the way, takes the first barrier in the exact same way. But now the collapse on the bottom side here from the Barrage of Bob. Very, very well coordinated offense here to take the final barrier. As Lucas now trying to get this ball to Leo, who does win the strike board, but the portal is right there. But Venom Yami actually misses the portal here. Does have this flip to kind of clear things away for now, as the Fool pushing it forward. The flip is used. Nero whiffs the first strike, but does get it on the second one. As now the Tokyo Fortress is deployed to hold things now. But that is 2 ults committed here from the side of the Barrage of Bob, and they still end up losing the barrier. Very dangerous situation as Leo now has this flip, does use it, waits everything out, misses the angle, but still has the offense for now. Lucas trying to push this ball forward, ends up taking it through the portal, but Fenemy is there. The strike shot snipes it away. Lucas now trying to outmaneuver the glitch pop from Brack, but Brack ends up reading the play pretty perfectly here. Does have this flip, actually strikes right through Leo, and then gets the hit stun for the conversion.
Yeah, Leo just a teensy bit too late on that reaction and that set of Venom Yami and Brock with, you know, just exactly what they want to do. Venom Yami causing problems in that corner, and then Brock is there to catch it as soon as it goes through. Nero thought he had this strike through, and then all of a sudden there's a I mean your face with that cyber swipe. But that is gonna be Brock taken off the field now. 1v3 on the offensive line, nothing found just yet for Venom Yami. And I think these flips right here are going to be pretty valuable if the Fool and Venom are able to get this down. That is barrier down now off the power play from the other team's side. And Venom Yami has that flip available. Probably going to hold it onto it for a little while, set up with their team, as that's very scary for Nero here.
Yeah, and all the Atlas cooldowns are used. This is a very dangerous situation for the Deadbeat Dads. Nero also using the strike shot, has nothing left for this defense, and the flip into the primary ends up taking the set for Barrage of Bob.
Barrage of Bob doing, you know, the bread and butter, just, I mean, or Venom Yami in particular, bread and butter. Just flip, take a step back, wait for the enemy goalie to forget to evade that, and then just hit it straight through with that primary. And now we're looking at a missile prop getting blocked away from Atlas, who loves his missile prop. And then Timeless Creator still picked up instead. I think also, you know, missile prop good on Estelle, but notably the one thing we're missing here is those sparks. I think Barrage of Bob can potentially win this next one if then hopefully there's a spark. But we could also see the other 2 sparks just both in like the final draft of the game. And then all of a sudden, the spark of focus that everyone took is going to be all for naught. But it may not matter here. Is a lot of size picked up for the side of Barrage Bob.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Leo Leon with this nice edge, and Awakening that people normally say is probably the weakest in the game, and we'll see if Leo can potentially get some value out of it. And so far, he's been doing a really good job of kind of like skating on this edge when he can, and ends up converting the first barrier forward. Could potentially get the second barrier here with the help of Lucas pushing forward, but the Fool is just too big, too powerful, but not quite enough as the flip is expended for this final barrier here. It's Nero now on the opposite end, having to hold against their own pass player, but a KO found. And Brack taking low too, does have this recovery drone just in case though. But now Leo pushing forward. The Fool wins the 1v1 twice here. Now Tokyo Fortress stalls things out for Venom Yami to get back online.
Yeah, you take your time, and now that power play is gone, and not really anything at all gotten out of it, as that is going to be Venom Yami and Brock not quite getting this first pair, but so much pressure forces Nero to burn the flip, and some great strikes is going to mean that the barriers are still open. We do have that flip available for the Fool. You may see it here soon, but it feels like now it's the side of Barrage Bob just has to keep rotating it, has to keep getting the core to each other, and that is going to be great. It's time for Flip to block in that barrier, and now it's just kind of they have to figure out how to get this through again.
Yeah, and Nero in a very dangerous situation against this Firewall Sentry to hold things for now, but Flip used. Unfortunately, the strike is whiffed as Nero now pushes it through the portal, but one last strike from Venom Yami actually gets it through the opposite way, portaling through yet again. Is Venom Yami just constantly shoving the core through to this portal side, but Nero's done such a good job of just holding it down. And Lucas now into this top side, able to potentially get a barrier, but no, nothing is found. Leo does have this flip, does use it. Nero actually ends up getting a kill on the other side, and a goal is found from Leo Leon here.
Yeah, that is just some great offense from the side of Deadbeat Dads. This is what they want to do, and they got, a nice little kill on the Venom Yami for their efforts. And now they're looking at a flip and a half online, and not really much from the side of Archibald. That's gonna be some great defense for now. Gonna keep it out actually entirely, as now the offense is shifted. Venom Yami, Brock alone with Nero on the side of the field for Deadbeat Dads, but it's not enough just yet. His barrier still saved up for both sides. Great defense on both barrier lines. But that is me, Venom Yami, taken very low. Looking a little scared here on this defense. And I mean, it's just gonna, a fight, a brawl to figure out who can get through first. And that's gonna be the barrier down now for the side of Deadbeat Dads. Brack catching a interesting bounce off of that opening goal gate, and nice flip. That's gonna go in. Now we're all tied up in this set.
Yeah, and Nero was just very, very close to flip. Unfortunately, just does not get it in time as the energy is used either way. As now Lucas and Leo pushing forward with the help of Nero on this bottom side. But Brack takes the first barrier, wins the strike, or takes the second barrier all by themselves, as the Fool can't really get it through Leo Leon. Every cooldown being used on this defense, and it just holds both barriers here and flipped out, as now the forwards of the Barrage of Bob are pushing forward. Not quite enough, as Lucas is able to get it through the portal to Leo Leon, who does have this flip. Can't get the first barrier. Flip is used from Venom Yami, but it's just held constantly as Leo is taken low. This Celestial Intervention is about to end, as now Leo, without energy, is very, very low here, as Lucas ends up flipping for not too much value here, but the barrier is found.
Yeah, it's very scary when you have to burn your flip and you only get just the first barrier out of it, because then that's an entire second barrier and you don't have anything. But that's gonna be Leo Leon taken out by a Summer Assault from the Fool. Now Nero, no! That low key should have hit the core. I don't know how it went through, but all good. Unfortunate mishap from the side of Deadbeat Dads. But now, just nice mental reset. Say, hey, it happens, we go next. And now, I mean, there's basically no energy on the field. It's gonna be a little bit of time before we really see anything super crazy happen. But as I say that, so much defense, so much pressure from both sides, and core stays out of every barrier for now.
Yeah, it feels like this defense from the Barrage of Bob is just so unbreakable, as they are doing such a good job of holding every single interaction down. Lucas does win the strike board, but it goes straight for the portal to Venom Yami, who takes this first barrier here. Brack now rotating to the opposite side. The Firewall Sentry pushing the ball through, but an excellent hold here from the defense of the Deadbeat Dads. But there's the glitch pop to take the final barrier. Brack has just done such a good job at securing these barriers with that glitch pop, trying to get it through, and the Crystal Forms actually get it through both defending members of the Deadbeat Dads, and Barrage of Bob is one set away from making it to the losers finals.
Yeah, 3 more consecutive points, or you can let them have 2 in the meantime. But only 3 more points for Barrage of Bob to lock down this game, win for themselves this series, and also a place on the podium. As Spark of Agility is going to be available, first spark picked up, and that is 2 sparks going to the side of Barrage of Bob, with a rapid fire instead going to Nero. That's pretty scary. That is an Aimi that is going to have so much more control, and a Dubu who can possibly just blow you up with that Summer Assault, or with that log, or with that Toku Fortress now. And bulk up, as well. Nice for Venom Yami to have. That's a little bit more healing against a team that seems to have been doing a ton of damage to you in the past. We do also see, that Egoist is going to be nice for Lucas, going to get some nice plays going. We've seen the hero plays with the Egoist on Lucas in the past, and we may see it here again as well.
Yeah, as barriers are traded, Lucas trying to push forward, unable to get anything forward now, but his attack has been very, very strong, but yet the primaries almost end up taking Lucas off the field here. Nero with the strike shot does get it through, but Brack wins another crucial strike where Venom Yami pushing towards the top side. Leo can't find the KO just quite yet. Firewall Sentry is used for not too much value here. Nero is forced to flip, though. Does end up baiting out the flip of Brack and getting the ball cleared. But the Tofu Fortress is just going to put such a threatening offense here. But yet, it is just stuffed away. The Deadbeat Dads are locked in on this defense. Brack taken low, does thankfully have this recovery on Leo. Leon flips it down to Lucas to this far side. Although the Fool does have a flip of his own. Does end up getting the far final barrier here as Venom now has a flip for this potential offense. Leo's barely staying alive here, does need to keep these stacks up, but is taken off the map. The stacks are gone. Brack has converted, and 2 points away are the Barrage of Bob.
Yeah, Brack with a great dribble with that cyber swipe into the nice easy strike through Nero, or around Nero, I guess, to lock in at that point. And I mean, we're seeing, you know, the damaging side of Deadbeat Dads just doesn't have the damage to keep up. And a lot like Brack got taken very, very low many times in that point, but never actually lost that recovery drone. And the side of Deadbeat Dads does have that Atlas Resurrect, but just we haven't really seen it enough to really, you know, make a difference. As that is going to be Nero having to burn that flip, and now it is an open net for the side of Deadbeat Dads. Only 2 more points for Barrage Bob to take this home.
Yeah, and there's so much pressure here now from the Deadbeat Dads trying to push forward, but Brock now pushing forward with Venom Yawi. The open net almost quite there, but Nero able to clear things away for now. Venom Yawi now pushing towards this bottom side, does end up losing the strike or losing the first barrier. And the offense from the Deadbeat Dads are actually stuffed out by the Tofu Fortress, taking down Lucas. This is a very dangerous situation. Venom Yawi pushing forward, gets it through with just the Rose Warp, and 1 point away. The Barrage Bob are so close to securing their spot in top 3.
Yeah, Nero with the elusive, not quite able to save it. The Fool and Leo Leon have combating flips available, but that is Brock. Additionally, has that flip pretty close to being online. As going to be first barrier down from the side of Deadbeat Dads. The flips available now for Brack and the Fool. We may see something here soon. Leo Leon has to figure out how to just get this through this Jibu, but it may be a little too late, as that is going to be flip going through and nothing found on the offense, as it's just Nero has to figure out to get this out. It's just so scary for both sides, but we'll see. Can Barrage Bob just close this out here? Venom Yami and Brock working their way up the field, trying to get through this Atlas, who doesn't have any abilities up anymore.
Yeah, and the final barrier is found. They're 1 open net away from securing the spot. The Fool is flying forward, but it's Venom Yami who ends up winning the point, winning the game, as we now are going, Barrage of Bob have earned their run back versus TMCT.
Yeah, Barrage of Bob closing out this series. Great stun, the Fool flying as he loves to do up to that offensive line. Didn't actually get the goal, but instead stunned Lucas long enough for Venom Yami to actually get it through. And I mean, we saw so many times this game, just the stuns on the goalie and on the person in the defensive spot where it matters just happened time and time again in the series. And I mean, great job from both sides. Deadbeat Dads, very good run. Seed 4 dropped out at placement number 4, which, I mean, you can't complain about that, meeting your seed. And the side of Barrage Bob lost to Team CT earlier, and now they want that run back. They want to make it to their seed. They want to get the result that they believe that they earned. So we'll see what happens here. Great job from Deadbeat Dads. Ultimately, though, that is going to be Barrage Bob closing out.
Yeah, as we're kind of closing near the end of the tournament here, we're looking at these stats. I mean, nothing really crazy stands out here. You do have Venom Yami, who's more traditionally the midfielder, kind of getting these 6 goals. Obviously, though, Estelle is a character very, very good at scoring. And yeah, it really just feels like they were able to just get the barriers more often. I feel like the Fool never lost that barrier. Never lost that final barrier. It was very rare for him to lose that final barrier, and enabled him to kind of fly up, use these Tofu Fortresses very aggressively, because you do have that security of your final barrier. And it just, I feel like it made it just so hard for the side of the Deadbeat Dads to kind of get any offense going.
Yeah, Barrage Bob, all they really needed to do was, lock in, and we saw that first game was very, very close. But ultimately, just the second game was, they ran off with it. It's 9-2 in bowls, and the side of Deadbeat Dads, I don't think their comp necessarily had what it takes to get it through. When you're playing Asher against the Dubu, Dubu just throws down abilities, and you get it, you can't make it past. And ultimately, we saw that so many times. There's so many really crunched up in the corner spots only for nothing to happen. No goals. So many abilities from the side of the Daz, and a lot from the side of Raja Bob as well. But ultimately, we just never really saw in those situations. I think that, like, if there were 5, I'd say maybe 4 just got, like, didn't get anything out of it. Maybe one of those 5 would have actually hit the barrier and gotten anything. And then that's, you know, all sorts of abilities just with the one barrier. You got a second barrier, and then you got the open net to get it through each time, and we just never really saw the scaling or the pressure or the offense to really be able to do that from Raja or from different guys.
Yeah, and speaking of the Barrage of Bob, they'll be back with us shortly, getting their run back versus TMTT as we are in the final 3 teams of the tournament. The winner of that is has Eagle waiting for them in the grand finals. So don't go anywhere. We are nearing the end of this tournament. The best of the best still in. Stay tuned.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to more Weather the Storm. I'm joined this time by Aiden for our losers final match, and this is a fun little rematch we have here. Barrage of Bob versus TMCT. What do you think about this?
Well, considering I was casting this match yesterday, it's nice to be back once again. I mean, it was a very close game yesterday. I think a lot of it mostly just came down to Cookies being an absolute dominant force.
Yeah.
So I'm interested to see if we'll see the same again. I mean, we have Taiko Temple ban, which was a bit of an unfortunate map. So I think it's going to be different this time, because I think they banned Oni Village yesterday, but we're going there first time today instead.
Yeah, so I think it's an interesting map, right? Because this is the map that TMCT was known for back in the olden days of USL Season 2 or so. They always used to love taking people to Oni Village, and then they would lock stuff like the Estelle Dracar, Estelle Zentaro like we have here, even the casual like Estelle Rasmus like we usually see. But I do want to see what Sloth picks up here. I expect like a Dracar behind this Estelle Zentaro, and on the other side, this Mako Rune Rasmus, pretty standard, and there's the draft, right? It's pretty much as expected.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised Estelle actually goes through ban phase here, but I suppose both teams are kind of valuing the goalie bans, because I mean, if one team has Atlas and the other can't have Kai, then everyone falls asleep. It's only Village. You can't really break through the goalie barriers on this map without an incredible amount of force.
So I think the thing to think about, right, is this rune, right? TMCT opts to ban that Kai, which is one of the premier midfielders. They know that Venom's Kai is really good, and same thing with Zoro's Kai, right? It's a double flex that's very powerful, and Venom just says, okay, I think Giovanni's Estelle and Rune are roughly comparable, but my Venom Rune is way better than my Estelle. So we take that, we kind of keep it shoved in these corners, and just let Brack have everything, all the space to work.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be the best game plan. I mean, Rune just being able to put value in those corners and make sure that, oh, you want to try and deflect up? Well, you're gonna be playing ping pong for the next few seconds, or as we used to say in England, a good old game of whiff waff.
Look, I don't get all these references. I'm just like a filthy Canadian who flew overseas here. This is not my home, so you'll have to educate me on all these later. But hey, all things considered, I am very excited for this, because the last time these teams faced, it was so back and forth, and we do get to see a new map, a new set of strategies from both of these teams. Now, the weird thing to consider, right? This is an explosive entrance prize fighter start. This rune feels like he doesn't benefit that much from either pick, right? You may get some of these impacts with some of these multi-hit pillars, but it's probably just the prize fighter looking for these cheeky KOs, and I think everyone else should just be locking this explosive entrance either for speed or dash range.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I could see if you weren't 100% confident in being able to secure kills with the prize fighter, then you could look for the explosive entrance to just get the extra impact damage and possibly send the core flying a little bit farther, but I don't really think it's going to be that big of a difference at the end of the day, because he has opted for the prize fighter instead, as expected. But just getting into the game here, we already do see one barrier falling in this top side as Gio goes for the piercing shot. It does strike straight through the Mako here, and it's just going to be a bit of a quick back and forth. All the cooldowns are being used straight away here, but Cookies is incredibly low. Does still have the energy though, so he does have evades to his name, but we are going to have a little bit of a banish here.
Yeah, Venom, I mean, looking for these early prize fighter stacks, in the end, it is just rookie Cookies slotting it right in cleanly and putting TMCT up, right? This Estelle is that very powerful early game character, so you want to use that power at this point of the game to kind of stack up these sets while stuff like the Rune starts scaling, stuff like the Mako starts scaling, looking for this. And yeah, once again, Giovanni showing why this is one of his signature picks.
I mean, it's not even just signature pick that gets you a big advantage here. It's the fact that this has always been one of Estelle's favorite maps, and at the same time, when you have something like Explosive Entrance start, you're going back and forth, you have the dash range, you have the extra piercing power, And we, you could say that he makes Estelle look like a bit of a damage menace. Oh,
And-
there goes Cookies off that top side. One banish and a pendulum swing, but Sloth, nice defense though. It doesn't seem like there's going to be too much that they can do. A core flip is going to be forced out by Geo with the piercing shot, as Sloth is just going to defend on this bottom side. Stalling for Cookies to come back up here. And I think we're just going to go back and forth a little bit unless we see a little bit of an expert play.
Yeah, I think one thing I want to call out, right, is the fact that Giovanni has been so consistent at lining up his piercing shots, right? He's been able to consistently catch the Fool and the Core both at the same time, and that's what prompted the Fool to use that flip earlier. That's what's been prompting him to use some of these secondaries really early, right? He wants to have these opportunities to just charge it up, especially with the explosive entrance, to get more speed throughout these points, but instead it's just a defensive tool for him.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, as we can see here, there is like a bit of an upset at the start here. The core flip comes out from Venom, and it's just out of Sloth's range. But the thing with Estelle is that Marco is a very immobile goalie. You want to be moving, well, you don't want to be moving, is more what I want to say here. And with Estelle, you have the power with the piercing shot to just go straight through the other goalie. You have the special, you have the blink. There's so many tools in Estelle's kit that can just take barriers, just like that as we see in that top side. But both goalies do still have the bottom here. We do see the AI rush, which comes out as Brock takes a ton of damage here, looking very low, Sloth on that bottom side, but the barrier will still fall.
Yeah, they are looking to converge here, right? Basically about 3 flips available as Cookies ticks over to his as well, and same thing with Giovanni. It's an open net, though, not favoring them. They're just going to accept this loss here and save the triple flip for this next point. And that's kind of what I want to see used. I want to see Giovanni use his abilities, grab that first barrier, maybe the second, and then just start pounding through these flips and score the goal that way.
Yeah, I mean, we could see a little bit of the Estelle Blink tech where you flip at the same time, and that could just take a sneaky barrier, but we are just going to opt for the one flip. It's going to take that first barrier. Sloth it has enough space to defend that bottom side very easily. We're going to opt to play for this little top end, see if we can push straight through, but the piercing shot comes out just slightly late. Cookies now going straight through this middle, and we are just going to end up in this bit of a back and forth on this top side, and I think this is what Oni Village is definitely known for. A bit late from Sloth there in that bottom side. Cookies looking incredibly low, has to pin the flip a bit early. No value will be found from it, but he does get to keep his life for a little bit longer. Bit of a slap around happening now, but Sloth still holding on to his own flip. He doesn't need to pop it just yet. He should still have one more shotgun left in the chamber, and the barrier will fall thanks to the Rose Thorns. Cookies in this top side, goes for a dash in, bouncing off the pillar, a little bit of a back and forth, forcing out the core flip thanks to the help of the piercing shot. Sloth on this bottom side. Brock just taking it very slowly as we pop into overtime now. Core is going to move a little bit faster. Piercing shot coming through. Cookies tries to go for the EI rush, but is not going to find anything there. He's way too low, but he does still live. And the core in the bottom corner. Nice clean shot from Geo.
Yeah, in all that, Cookies was doing such a great job surviving, right? The DI after that banish to make sure he doesn't get knocked off is able to stay relevant on the map. That whole time while he was staggered on the back line, he was just being a nuisance, forcing the Fool to use these abilities, forcing Venom to use his abilities, and it's because of that will likely be rewarded with something like the heavy impact goes for the OIA. So this is a bit of an interesting pick, right? Geo absolutely loves taking the OIA when he can, assuming it's not like a giga damage comp on the other side. And when you have Rune Rasmus, yes, you're going to look for some of these cheeky KOs, but you're not going to be pumping out the damage slowly. And additionally to that, we do have to be a little worried for Barrage of Bops forwards, as there's a lot of speed that they picked up.
Yeah, but also at the same time, Oni Village is a map where you benefit a lot from speed. As we've sort of seen a lot already, people are just playing on one side. The goalies tend to just stick to trying to defend one barrier rather than both. And the forwards do just tend to walk back and forth a lot, so we will start seeing some benefit from the speed. The stack's building up very slowly, but it will be enough to where we'll soon start seeing a difference. Oni Village is definitely not a map where you're going to see a ton of kill pressure. We do have a Zentaro Estelle, and, you know, some damage can come out, but we're very likely to never see these stacks go down.
Yeah, that is quite likely, and that is potentially a big worry, right? As we saw Cookies do it in the series before, where he was just kind of gliding on the side of Barrage of Bob, so that could be the case in the opposite direction, where Brack starts to glide on them instead. And now we should see this first kill, Venom Yami stacking this prize fighter, and now it's just up to Sloth and Rookie Cookie. They just have to play a clean stalling game for Geo to return, and the passes are good. There is the there is the drum and bass, and Sloth unable to defend.
Yeah, it's a bit of a clean passing game. Unfortunately, Cookies isn't there to intercept the core since he's playing around this top side. So the passes up and down, Sloth is just going to be a little bit disorientated, and he won't be able to cover both sides at the same time.
Yeah, but in favor of TMCT, they are able to grab this first barrier, looking to keep this offense going. Flip available for both of the forwards, and there is that flip from Rookie Cookie. 3 flips available on the opposite side. And TMCT, they just have to keep this controlled offense going just to lock in this second set.
Yeah, I mean, these 3 flips are definitely available to secure what could just be a goal here, but the Fool is going to have his forced out. We do still have both on the forwards, but Sloth has all of his kit available to help defend, although now it's only 1 shotgun left. 1 shell in the chamber. The banish does come through from Venom. It is going to try and secure a little bit here. The pendulum swing, help going to get that barriers. The other flip comes out. Geo looking incredibly low, and so does Cookies. It's going to be a very tough game to try and stay alive here, but Brock almost taken out on the bottom side thanks to the help of that piercing shot. The Estelle flip is still available. He does use it to help his goalie, but will they see any value? The pillar! It spawns out of nowhere.
Yeah, and that unstable anomaly so crucial out by Venom. And I really like what Venom has been doing with these unstable anomalies. He makes it really annoying for these clears out by Sloth, out by Geo even when he tries to send it around. And that's what allows Brack to not really have to worry about any of these out clears. Can just continue to sit on the corner a lot of the time and just keep pushing in. That's why she's been able to build the stacks up so soon.
Mm-hmm. And on top of that, we did also notice there that the Fool did just opt to pass straight back to the Estelle, and it sort of shows a lot of the prominence and priorities of goalies, especially on this map. The Fool's just playing for this bottom side. He's very happy to just give up the barrier on the top side because he's just more comfortable defending this bottom one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you have to think, right? Playing at this bottom side for TMCT, this is where they want to be, right? They want to be able to get this so cleanly, and now we see Geo just taken off the map, completely sliced. This prize fighter is starting to get so worrying, but hey, TMCT has to worry no longer as they've just lost this set.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see the stacks reset now, which, again, it's that stacking value that's going to really be the thorn in the side of TMCT here. I'm expecting to see Spark of Focus picked up by the Rune, which is going to be very useful. I mean, cooldown and speed on this map, incredibly important. Geo will like that. Rapid Fire Estelle, definitely just a signature. Size on Rasmus, bit of cooldown for the Drakkar. Chrono Boost is going to help keep Mako's drum and bass buff nice and simple, and more secondary usage for the Zentaro is always a benefit.
So I think we just saw the god draft of the century. I don't think anyone,
No
and
one
I don't
lost.
think anyone lost that, right?
No
Double
one
sparks, so you get more speed for the Mako, more CDR in general for the side of TMCT.
Ooh.
And hey, CDR doesn't matter when you die like that to Venom, and Venom should be farming 1, maybe 2 prize fighter stacks off of that as Cookie's getting quite low. Good Oni split to survive, if only for a moment longer, and that's the sidestep. They're buying time for Geo to return, and they should be able to get back to this offense if Cookies can survive.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very difficult time here for TMCT because surprisingly enough, Rasmus is not known for being a very high damage brawler, but he is outputting a lot here thanks to the help of Venom with the banish coming through. Cookie's just being battered around though. He does not get to have his own game. He's put in the baby cage, he's put to the side, up and down, back and forth, knocked away from the core, but into the orb, which should help him stay alive that little bit longer. But now he has no energy. He had to burn through 2 evades there, which means that the side of Bob is going to have flip advantage. 2 ready to go. 1 on the goalie, but Cookies! The dash! He goes straight into the side, and he dies in the goalie's net.
Yeah, he tries for the stylish play. Unfortunately, does not work there. 2 seconds left, and the barrier does go down. Sloth nearly had a flip of his own there. Brack trying to bring it up this top side. Remember, Fool has the flip on defense, so even if he is this melee goalie, he isn't under too much threat. The Oni's blade out by Rookie Cookie, trying to keep it forward, and instead it just slides past Geo, and then Sloth. Barrage of Bob leads set 3.
Bit of a funky demon angle there off the side wall, but unfortunately you just have to be prepared for some of those things sometimes. Sloth did not have the cloak ready. He didn't have the move speed that could have gotten him into place, sorry, and unfortunately that just means that the goal will go to the side of Bob.
And the thing that feels really bad here is being down 1-0, you look over and see the enemy has full energy, and that just feels so miserable to deal with. Now, on this top side, right, Rookie Cookie and Giovanni are doing a lot of work. They find the double barrier. Cookies is taken quite low, has a full energy bar to work with, and he still lives. And that's so big for TMCT.
Yeah, the Fool missed his primary there, which would have knocked Cookies out of the way. I think he might have been expecting a evade or a dodge, so tried to opt for trying to knock the core away instead, and the whiff kind of goes very hard punished from the side of TMCT there, but we'll definitely be able to see the value as 2 core flips on both sides right now. Sloth forced to trade his own for Brock's, but Cookie now in that bottom side. Again, the Fool is just gonna use the primary and take their own barrier, but again, it doesn't really matter when Mako wants to be in that top side. But Cookies, a very nice flip, is gonna take away the plan of just defending that one barrier. Open goal now. A nice strike, but it's just not quite enough to go through. The piercing shot doesn't get the angle properly. Cookies in that bottom side, winning strike wars left and right.
Yeah, he finds the hit stun again, and Cookies, he's just so clean with it. He's so practiced on the Zentaro. And crucially, in that whole point, we had all 3 flips blown. And now it's just disaster for Bob as Geo burns his, tries to keep the tempo up, doesn't manage to successfully. And it's just a double barrier taken on the opposite side. TMCT facing a disaster of their own.
Sloth was not quite in position to play for that bottom side barrier, and Geo wasn't able to defend his own, but a clean strike war from the side of Brock straight through the middle. A bit of a field goal.
Yeah, and this third set here, about to set the tempo of this game. It's 2-2, 1-1 apiece. You want to see this for TMCT to keep their early game advantages going, keep themselves alive for a little longer, as this third spark could be in the set, and I don't doubt that Venom would be up first. And now it's looking quite dangerous. Barrage of Bob pushing forward, and we might see Bob able to build it there as Brack sets it in.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we see another God draft again, but I think a lot of the awakenings that people want are off of the table. We may see a bit of size for Rasmus. Peak performance is still in the draft here, so we may see Cookies try to prioritize that since he already does have the Stagger Awakening, but the build different. Okay. We're going to opt to deny the peak performance, but again, it's just more speed for this Rasmus.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a denial. It's also just, yeah, as you said, speed, right? Really good for the Rasmus. I don't think it's bad by any means, right? Because the Zentaro does benefit as well. The team players, it's an interesting and very useful pick, considering how often we are going into overtime. So I love that pickup out by Venyami. I love it myself as a midfielder. And what I do want to call attention to is Spark of Strength did not appear in that draft, which means it should be around in this final draft. And if we do get to that point, TMCT is guaranteed to be able to deny it from Venom, to deny 3 sparks.
Very true, and that will be a important denial from the side of TMCT. You never want to give up that triple spark advantage to anyone. Any character with that many stats can just take over a game by themselves. As we have seen a little bit earlier in these games. But we are going to see a little bit of back and forth as both barriers fall down right now. Drakkar using the special, not quite hitting the core. A pass up to Sloth, tries to be intercepted by Brock, but he does use all of his kit. It's just going to be strikes back and forth now as we wait for these cooldowns to come back up. The Death Touch is used, but does go wide. Pendulum Swing yet again. Sloth with an excellent defense here, keeping the core as far away as possible. A bit of backup from his team as Core Flip is used by the Fool. A blink in from Geo will keep the core on the right side, and the piercing shot combined with a Dead Eye will get that core straight into the barrier. The core flip is going to use from Brock, and we are going to open up both goals here, but an Excellent secondary usage there from Brock. The move speed to get into position and the recast followed quickly by a strike to reposition the core straight into that corner.
I don't even think that was a strike. I think that Whiplash just raw bounced it off the corner, and that's so surprising to see. I was sure that would have bounced and just been a pass back to Brack, and hey, apparently it wasn't. Brack knows a lot more than me, but what they don't know is the fact that TMCT will burn 2 flips at once. Not quite ideal, especially when they are down 1-0 in this 4th set. Geo trying to make up for it, but it's still just Bob leading.
Yeah, and this lead, I think, could still go either way. Venom is very close to flip by himself. Gio is going to pop his own, and they will get 1 barrier for it. The Fool wasn't quite in position to defend both barriers there if there was a bit of backup from Cookies, but doesn't seem like we are going to see it. But there is going to core flip in Venom's hands, but no value found from it. Gio incredibly low with the piercing shot. Core flip used from the Fool. Not intercepted by Cookie. A bit of back and forth here right now. But we are just going to see it pass down to this bottom side. Death Touch is going to catch the core. Nice shotgun to deny, but a strike is going to break through that piercing shot before it's able to go off.
Yeah, Brack just like won 5 strike wars in a row apparently. So hey, good on you, Brack. Kind of goated for that. Now we are going to what is potentially the final point of this first game. Notably, the flips being the closest for Brack. TMCT all roughly about the same. But that's 2 barriers going down. Not great for TMCT. Cookies trying to fight back. Takes 1. And up this top side, Venom continues to push. Barriers, both nets open. And Giovanni looking a little worse for wear. Taken off. But from beyond, he does it.
The Rose Thorns coming through just before he's taken out. Securing that core, denying any sort of a clean 3-0 sweep for this final set. They don't want to go out crying just yet.
Yeah, they are looking to live, at least for this first map. Likely their choice, considering that Barrage of Bob opted for this blue side, I assume. And now Brack pushing up this bottom side with the flip. Venom trying to reinforce with these pillars. TMCT is doing a really good job on this defense, and I like how well Cookies is just stepping back on this defense, and he's just willing to burn this flip to get the tempo. Unfortunately, the tempo does not stay for them, and it's still just 1-1 in terms of barriers.
Yeah, I mean, you could say tempo swings further into the side of Bob here. When you have this much defensive pressure, you can't be as good offensively. But Gio coming in with the piercing shot, not quite going to be enough to be saved, though, as we do see the Fool is able to react in time. A good core flip from Sloth, able to keep his barrier alive. Cookies in this top side, goes for the rush in, forcing the core flip out from the Fool, but there's not going to be any other value found. The barriers are still standing on both sides of the goal. We see the Whiplash coming from Rasmus and the Death Touch too. No pendulum swing to try and get the core in as we go into overtime. Sloth spacing perfectly to make sure he's not caught in. The barriers will stay up, and we are going to start seeing a bit more value from the team player here as well, because Venom will start getting some fast cores when he passes to his teammates. Ooh, the barrier does fall here. Sloth is in a bit of trouble, but he is still Drakkar. He does have a lot more tools to defend from a more distant position, but it's a repeat of a previous goal as it goes off that side wall past Sloth's hands, slipping through his fingers, and so does the game as we go 1-0 to Bob.
Yeah, Bob taking that, and I saw that play happen multiple times, and I'm sure Sloth has to be kicking himself for letting those cores slide by in the same way again and again. And it's just a matter of margins. When you get to this point at a LAN, right, you just have to trust your instincts. And unfortunately, instincts did not work there for TMCT. They have to hope that it does work for them on Gates of Obscura, but question is what are they doing on Gates of Obscura? Was that played yesterday?
Not off the top of my head, I don't think.
Yeah, because I do remember we had a Tycho, Atlas, and I don't remember what the third game was, but hey, all things considered, I'm happy we're not seeing Tycho and Atlas. It's so boring, honk shoo, right? All the default maps. Now, with that in mind, right, going over to Gates of Obscura, I think the biggest adaptation has to be we just take the rune off the map, right? It's such a good pick for Gates of Obscura, and yes, Venom does like playing it, but and same thing with Geo. You either have to take it for yourself or just ban it.
Yeah, I think it depends who has first pick here. Although there is also a secret tech that Sloth has under his belt where he could just announce that there's a bracket reset and tournament organizer perks. Am I right?
Yeah, unfortunately, bracket reset would not work here in losers finals, right? They have to at least win for that to get that bracket reset against Eagle. And speaking of Eagle, right, they have looked relatively dominant this tournament, even if they've had some close games against Seed 4 and I think Seed 3 in that winner semis, winners finals. They have looked pretty strong, and I'm worried for whoever does manage to win this. And at least for me, as much as I love TMCT, I almost do want Barrage of Bob to win, as we haven't seen that matchup yet. It's a unique matchup, and I'm always a big proponent of seeing these unique matchups.
Yeah, I mean, the words I've heard from people around the venue is that Vaughn is the American Alex. Of course, Alex is not here today. However, filling in for his shoes, I think he's doing an excellent job.
Yeah, I think so. Now, back to this match at hand. Going over to Gates of Obscura. I don't think that the Fool will stray away from these defensive goalies. Maybe he opts for something like the Kai, right? Because Kai was his signature pick. It was the pick that he made his name for himself on, as most EU goalies do. But that's not as common in NA, at least. And Gates of Obscura is a map where you can pull out this Kai goalie. You can kind of run forward, catch these crosses with the barrage. And I do want to see that just because it would be an exciting game. On the other side, I think Sloth should continue to pick up these lockdown goalies. I know he doesn't really play the Dubu that much, but sitting on the Atlas, sitting on the Drakkar, looking at the draft, we do see a Glass Cannon team player starts, and TMCT is blue side. I want to see if they leave this rune open or not.
I think the Kai pick could actually work a bit better with the Glass Cannon heal. I might see a Glass Cannon with either eject button or momentum boots, and you can move pretty nicely, especially with the portal with eject button on this map. And it's something that I haven't seen as much this event. I think people are opting to play. Oh no, well, there will be no Kai. We have said no Kai from the side of TMCT. But this means, are we going to see the room ban? They will follow through and make sure to deny that pick from Geo this time around.
So this brings an important question, right? Do we see the Estelle first pick or the Rasmus first pick? Because I think those are both very, very high prio picks. And I think it should be the Estelle, right? Because I don't think... Okay, or the Atlas. The Atlas does work as well. I completely forgot about that one, as now Sloth gets to just sit on comfort. Now you do likely give over the Estelle Rasmus, and then you just push Geo over to something like the Now, which might be a little awkward. You play something like the Now Zantara, or Geo could pull out his Pocket Luna, which is something that he does play from time to time. On a Glass Cannon start, it could be quite good. However, with the other Awakening being team player, a lot of the time you just want to run triple team player.
Yeah, I mean, the core value from that speed, if you put it that way, then when you play these sorts of comps where you're very much more about core control, there's definitely two ways you can play this map. Where a lot of people say that you can play it more as a very brawl heavy, as we saw yesterday. People are going for Vice and trying to just pick people off and get that advantage heavy. But I think this time around, we're not going to be too likely to see that. I mean, the Atlas Deny does spell for TMCT that they could go that angle to make sure that they don't take people out. And we are going to see a Luna, and that does play into that plan just a little bit there. But I am interested to see if they follow up and if they're going to use this Luna more for her dash and her core control capabilities, or if they're going to play more for that Crater Maker and take out as many people as they can.
Yeah, so the Rasmus here to round out this draft does make sense, and I was gonna call it. I was almost certain this was double forward when they locked the Estelle and Aimee. I'm like, there's no way this is gonna be the Fool on Aimee. There's no way this is gonna be the Fool on Estelle. It has to be Brack on the Aimee, almost certainly. And then they're gonna lock in some damage goalie for the Fool, or even if he really wants to, just lock the Dubu and then go double midfield. Because when I saw this Atlas picked up, the way to beat Atlas, you just pass around him, and when you have all this range and double team player as well, you can acceptably do that with the Estelle and the Aimee. And that's why I'm so excited to see how this draft ends up actually playing out in the game.
Yeah, I'm also going to be very interested to see if anyone at all opts for the glass cannon, because, yeah, sure, you're going to get some value off Luna, but with characters like Finny, Estelle, Aimee, you've got the Rose Thorns, you've got the Glitch Pop, you have Finny's cards randomly flying from the other side of the map. That glass cannon uptime is going to be incredibly minimum if you're looking on the side of TMCT here.
Yeah, I just feel so confident to say that there's likely going to be almost no glass cannons here, especially when, as you said, right, we have the triple ranged, and I think just the value of triple team player is so amazing. You can look for so many of these early red core plays. Now it's going to be a little bit harder when you are TMCT and the enemy has so many ranged abilities to kind of intercept your passes, but on the other side, you can absolutely go for so many of these team player plays and just have to hope that Giovanni runs around. But wow, okay, we do see 4 glass cannons picked up here.
Yeah, it's honestly kind of interesting. I mean, the glass cannon on Rasmus, I think, is probably one of the better picks, because then you're close enough to where you've probably already gotten a lot of the value that you want to get anyways. But I'm very interested to see it on Geo as well. I suppose that Geo is probably looking a bit more for the damage here, forcing the evade out of the Fool. But, of course, we're too early in the game. There's not enough awakenings for that damage to really have too much impact. As we are going to see the Finny ultimate combined with the turret there, it is going to force Sloth out. And now we have an Atlas with an open goal. This is a very scary position to be in against double range. We do see Venom using his flip here, but Brock does still have his own. The Rose Thorns countered by the strike shot there. Flip is going to be used straight through that middle goal, and as you can see, Atlas has no movement. When he doesn't have that secondary up, or he doesn't have any awakenings to help support that secondary size, you're not going to be able to defend that from the other side of the goal.
And I think Brack right there did actually track the strike shot, or at least had it called out to them by their teammates, right? And that's why they went for this. So they noticed that this Atlas can't do anything. And once again, we do see the side of TMC to take this early lead. It's going to be a little bit difficult, especially when Geo's taken off the map. Sloth a little too slow with that celestial intervention, but Rookie Cookie pushing up, gets the second barrier, so he's actually looking to be in a pretty good spot as Giovanni does respawn, is able to help up with this top side, but not before 2 barriers go down.
Yeah, losing those 2 barriers there is sort of expected as you are a player down, but at the same time, it's really unfortunate since you had to burn every single piece of Atlas's kit. You now have to stall the core in the opposite side as long as you can to make sure that Sloth can get these cooldowns back up and consider defending yet again.
Yeah, Flip is burned out by the Fool, and that was countered by the Crater Maker from Giovanni. Cookies trying to just push it through and looking to join the play himself. Pops the Death Touch, now no longer has it, and Giovanni taken off the map in this overtime with an open net is disastrous for TMCT. We're going to see the Red Core play just move all around. Venom Yami looking for the pass, and back to the Fool. This double team player is going crazy, but not crazy enough, as Giovanni is able to return to the map, and the Glitch Pop comes through out by the Waga Corp CEO herself.
Yeah, I mean, Brock is doing an incredible job here at covering space, keeping track of what this Atlas has up, what is available, and it is, again, it's very difficult to make sure that you actually have any tools, as Cookie is saved by the portal that Flip could have taken his life away, but he's given a moment of solace as the call goes back through that portal on the bottom side. Sloth's able to keep his hands on straight through Venom, but Brack is holding on to Flip. We're looking very low right now as the Celestial Intervention does come out to pass over to Cookies. And this is the thing as well, you need to have so much awareness on this map, and it's very good for this team coordinated comms where now you're able to move back and forth, you can call when someone's available for a good pass, and that is the main benefit of playing on Obscura.
Yeah, both teams I think are doing a pretty decent job at using these portals. I like what the side of TMCT is doing, where they are trying to consistently have at least one player on both portals so they can look for these portal passes. And Giovanni there, a stray whammy taking that as we do tick over to overtime and start getting these red core plays, and the Whiplash barely off the edge. I think Zoro just didn't expect that to hit.
Yeah, and a little bit of Rasmus knowledge for you here. Whiplash normally would not make the core go red there, but it's thanks to the glass cannon
Ah.
that it actually has the power to let you do that. It helps have Erasmus one trick every now and then.
Yeah, we do have these little tidbits of knowledge shared. And now Flip used their out by Sloth, I believe. Giovanni taken off the map momentarily for the Celestial intervention to bring him back. Another Flip used up by the Fool, taken to Venom. No barrier still found as TMCT with their triple defense doing quite well. And both brawlers looking quite low. Giovanni pushing up with the help of Sloth and Cookies, who just tries to get more damage on, denies Brack the orb and picks one up for himself. And is just going to hunt this Aimee down, do his best to KO her, but she still manages to live.
Yeah, Brock's doing an incredibly good job of just stalling for time here until her stagger's back up. But one barrier will still fall. Core flip is used here. Sloth is looking very low and so is Cookies. A little pass back there to try and go around the secondary there from Atlas. But we're just going to be playing the Portal Venom with a slight miss-aim with the shot there. But the Atlas ult is going to help keep Sloth's team alive. Oh, but a double taken there from the bottom side, but it's okay. It's okay. Gio has it under control. Relax. I'll handle it.
Okay, I don't know how the double hit from that angle. Normally when you see that double, it hits from straight in front, but that's crazy to see. Now, all things considered, TMCT have found themselves in a better situation as they try to go for this early barrier, as they do typically do, but doesn't work for them there, as Gio is forced to evade, so won't have that for a next kill attempt, and instead it is Barrage of Bob leading in this point.
Yeah, Cookies is sort of hanging around the middle of the map right now, just to try and deny as much space from the passing triangle, because if you look at the positioning from Barrage of Bob right now, they're playing really, really aggressively, moving up in that formation, and of course, if you're not able to cut off those passing lines, Sloth's going to have a really, really hard time. So as we can see, we lose the first set here, and it goes to the side of Barrage of Bob, but it was just really clean passing plays back and forth.
Yeah, very well played out by both of these teams, really. And now this Finny, I think, likely to grab this Timeless, maybe opt for something like Deadeye. Rapid Fire does make a lot of sense. It is that consistent pickup. And that does mean that Deadeye does fall over to the Luna, so quite big for her. Timeless denied, but also very good for the Aimee, and I like this fight or flight pickup, right? You want it on the Rasmus, but the Rasmus is definitely not getting it. The Estelle doesn't care much about the chrono boost, so Rasmus, even if he does lose the opportunity to pull the size, at least he gets more speed, and maybe that's what you need. You just need to outspeed this triple ranged comp.
Yeah, the chrono boost on Rasmus is another situation of you get to keep the move speed for a lot longer, and even if you recast that secondary early, you get to keep the momentum thanks to the help of the chrono boost for a lot longer. And also, if you use the Whiplash, the enemies can't see how much longer you have that move speed for, so it's very difficult for them to predict how long you're able to keep up that pressure. As we can see here, one barrier does fall from the side of Bob, the Fool not able to defend against that triple pressure in that corner, but he does have the portal on this side this time, so maybe we'll see a bit of a different story.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that's the case, right? The Firewall Sentry still survives, and that does mean the second barrier falls 2 flips in front of the net. That is 1 burn there out by Venom Yami. A lot of damage. Brack might even just flip for damage, flips, and takes the goal instead. 2 flips burn, but Barrage of Bob lead.
Yeah, I think they were trying to hold back on trying to stagger Sloth there because of the fight or flight, I believe, resetting his secondary if he does get too low.
Yeah, I think pretty heads up out by Barrage of Bob. Now on the other side, 2 flips burn means a lack of energy for them, and that's why Venom Yami is taken solo, has to completely ditch the play, and it's because of that TMCT trade one back in quick succession.
Yeah, you can see the value from the Deadeye Luna there. That Crater Maker just blasting through people's health bars. There's nothing you can do to prevent that. And the strike shot here coming as a pass straight through at Cookies, it is going to guarantee 1 barrier here. And it is on an unfortunate side because it means that they can play off this bottom to play for that portal. Sloth is going to go for the flip here. The Bull with an excellent misdirection to secure that card. And the core will stay on the side of TMCT as it's coming back and forth here.
Yeah, Gio trying to cut the cross there, unfortunately misses with a boost of his own. as Sloth continues to hold this barrier quite well. Geo just has to kind of step away from the play, and it's because of that that Cookies is able to step in, is able to get that second barrier, and Brack trying to trade one back. A little bit of damage on her. Geo looking for potential whammy or a dash. I think Venom's doing a good job at body blocking it, make sure that Brack isn't really under any threat. That time it does go wide, and with a lot of abilities burned, I think Brack should be a little safe even in playing against this wall.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the other thing as well is when Cookies flipped just before, he opted for a pass to Geo, which sort of, again, it shows the calm in the gameplay here, but an excellent dash straight into that bottom side, making sure that Finny is not able to defend. Again, Finny's in the similar position as Atlas right now, where, yes, she has a lot of ranged tools in her kit, which require a lot of precision, but she is still just as immobile. If you're caught in the middle of that goal zone, you're not getting into the corners in time.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tough for this Finny. Now, 2 barriers found, again in quick succession, flips both available in front of the net. This looks very similar to the first point this set, and this time flip's not even needed as Barrage of Bob closes it out. The Fool doing the one scoring this time.
Yeah, that goalie showing the value, showing the prowess. I mean, the rapid fire from Finny is going to mean that a lot of these cards are going to come up a lot more often, and even though they're not opting for damage, we are going to be able to see a lot more core control from the side of them. As the Cyber Swipe does come in, intercepting the core control here, we do see the grand finale, but it's not going to finish anything off from an excellent defense there from the side of TMCT. Although a lot of damage is coming out, Geo has no energy to evade, and he falls into a staggered position thanks to the help of that turret. But Cookies is also looking just as low. They can't both share the orb. It's really, really bad right now for the side of TMCT. 0 energy available, everyone looking incredibly low. They could just opt to try and kill the Atlas here, but he does still have that Celestial intervention in his pocket.
Yeah, 1 barrier was found, a second one likely to be found quite soon with where Rookie Cookie is playing. The flip was burned out by the Fool, so a little awkward as Sloth tries to keep this core in possession for a little bit longer. Flips just not coming up for the side of TMCT, and one should be there for Brack quite soon. The glass cannon finally available to her, and now we've ticked over to overtime. The double team player quite dangerous. The Fool just rocketing it on forward as Rookie Cookie tries to get this barrier, does actually do so. The big finish not enough there as the boost comes through. Rookie Cookie so close as Brack pushes up with this flip. Venom looking for a pass. The expanse goes wide, and that means fewer tools for Sloth. The flip, where does it go? Goes right between the field goal.
Again, it's just really good awareness there. Of course, Geo not having his dash available to him, so he can't cover that middle space. He can't react to the core coming straight through the middle. And again, it's just another point to the side of Bob. And this could be curtains if one more set goes to the side of Bob here. TMCT, it had an excellent run in this match yesterday, making it look close, but Bob's just putting up so much pressure today. They clearly have adapted. They learned how to play super hard against them and have just shown up today and said, yesterday was a fluke.
Yeah, all things considered, I think last map was TMCT's map to lose, and unfortunately for them, they did lose it. And now they are at Bob's home territory, so they're in a bit of an uphill battle, especially considering the damage that effectively went onto the side of Bob, right? Between the Spark of Focus for more cooldowns, the Missile Pop on the Finny, and this hot shot, it was a big deny. It means that Sloth cannot just hold forever, which we saw that was sometimes a problem for Bob in these last few sets.
Yeah, Sloth is putting up a incredible defensive effort. And we're just seeing how much prowess this Atlas can have. As another barrier falls, Finny, of course, unable to pop out a giant wall the same way Atlas does. That can't defend the barrier just the same way. But a shot on goal there is going to be blocked by the Fool. Brack looking incredibly close to that wall, but he's not going to be taken out. Cyberswipe combined with the Misdirect, Rose Thorns, but look at Sloth right now, not losing a single barrier to all of these attempts. These shots on his goal are just going completely unfazed.
Yeah, finally on to overtime now. The team player coming up live as Cookies and Geo try to take it forward. Geo should have a boost here, so I'm looking to see where that comes out. Counter flip out by Brack. That does take the barrier there, and now Rookie Cookie staggered, forces the flip out of the pool, and it's saved out by Sloth. Geo up in front while Rookie Cookie tries to take position. A bit of an awkward misdirection, misdirects the members of TMCT and the Red Core City as we see from both sides. Geo good sidestep on that cyber swipe. He's trying to buy some space. Sloth, he's running out of cooldowns bit by bit, and this should be Bob's chance to score.
It would be a very, very easy goal to score right now as Sloth does with the secondary, but a core flip straight into the corner through the middle of the hands of Venom and the Fool, making them feel a little bit silly for stepping too far off.
Yeah, Cookies, that was pretty much a play of pure heroism. They needed that with how low Sloth was getting in terms of these abilities. And now we are back to a pretty even point here. Both teams sitting up with both their barriers. Bit of an offense here, though, as the Waga Corp CEO drops her sentry turret. Rookie Cookie looking quite low, has the recovery drone still available, so not really under any risk there. And now Geo nearly taken off the map. A lot of damage, good evade preemptively to deny Waga Corp CEO the kill, and kill is found popping that recovery drone.
Yeah, we do see a core flip come through here, but Sloth is defending quite well. Unfortunately, he uses all of his kit as Finny is popping her secondary as well. Piercing shot comes through, and we see the big finish used as well, but that's all of the cooldowns realistically used from the side of Bob here, and Sloth is still holding very well. We are going to see the core showing into the side of the Fool now, but it's stalled for long enough to where the cyber swipe is available, the dash is in, Venom is going to be able to take out Geo here as we go into overtime. Core is going to go red, a pass through of Venom forces Sloth to use his core flip, very well timed, but it's just going back and forth into this top and bottom side. They're playing in this triangle formation yet again to try and get some value from this team player as Venom, a single strike into the goal.
And that is the power of having multiple team players. It's why it's banned in North America, right? It's fun, I will say, right? It is quite fun when you see it work, but it's a very weird gameplay experience. Now, as we do go over to this next point, 2 flips available for the side of Barrage of Bob, a third likely to come up quite soon, as Rookie Cookie playing up in this corner does a good job not dying up there, and instead one of those flips gets taken off. Sloth finding a cheeky little kill with that astral projection.
Yeah, the other thing as well is Cookies is just trying to deny them from playing for this portal, because that's realistically what the Fool is trying to do the most here. Because Finny is super immobile, she wants to be trying to defend the barrier closer to where the portal is, so she has more options to get rid of the core and send it straight over to the side of Sloth while he's running a little bit low on cooldowns. Geo is going to dash in here, and the intervention is popped, which means that Cookies is now no longer safe. He has very little energy, but they're not going to opt to do too much damage here, as the Crater does come through, and a pendulum swing straight into the Fool is going to deny his strike as the core just slips straight in.
Yeah, well played for the side of TMCT. And for the side of Barrage of Bob, interestingly, the Fool, right? He actually got second against Vaughn at the Denver LAN. So he has a bit of a chip on his shoulder, and he's looking to come back with this team, take a win in the season of LANs for himself. And the side of TMCT, they really don't want to allow that. Even if Rookie Cookie was taken off the map, they're looking quite good in this set, up 2-1, up with that one barrier still standing for Barrage of Bob, and Rookie Cookie nearly taken off the map. Giovanni taking the second barrier. Sloth steps up to kind of play this midfield role as the Rasmus unstaggers.
Yeah, Cookies is going to be able to start moving up now, but the core flip is available for the Fool, and it is also available for Venom. We could see a piercing shot and a flip that could just take down both barriers, but it looks like Sloth is defending expertly. He may have just popped all of his cooldowns, but both barriers are still standing. We do see Geo is going to take core control here, pushing up a little bit, but they're just playing for the portal. They're making sure that they can't do anything about it, but a really nice pendulum swing timed with the big finale is not going to let the core go too far. Sloth will lose one barrier though as we go into overtime. The team player will start coming online right about now. Nice projection. Again, just trying to keep the core on the opposite side here. Atlas Soul is popped yet again to try and give Cookies a little bit more health. And an excellent strike from Cookies into that bottom side. Again, the Fool may still have his flip, but it's not quite enough range.
Yeah, 2 flips available, but Barrage of Bob losing that set. Now Sloth, first pick here. You have to consider Sparks, right? The Spark is on Estelle, so you don't have to worry about denying that yourself. Might just want the heavy impact as you're usually hitting multiple people for that cooldown or just more speed, right? And I guess the Siege Machine is the answer, right? You want to pick that up so you can help your Luna, you can help your Rasmus on the offense, and Cookies, he picks up a second size. Haven't we seen this story before?
Yeah, I mean, every Rasmus loves their size. Increasing the size of that pendulum swing, you can guarantee that a strike into pendulum swing is always going to score you that goal. So Cookies now also with the whiplash size is going to have a bit more pressure and being able to take these barriers. The Fool a little bit too far up, isn't going to be able to block one there. They do use the Atlas ult, even though it wasn't actually necessary, but both locks will fall for the Fool. As we move up into this top corner now, a bit of a strike wall popping off as the cyber swipe pops too early. A piercing shot also blown as the missile comes straight through that middle line as Geopop dashes straight into that corner, but Core's just going to follow through the portal. Nice strike from Sloth. Secondary is used as well as the turret is placed, but not Geo, sorry. The Estelle will fall in that top side.
Yeah, good passing plays out by TMCT. They have to keep in mind, Brock does have this flip available for defense. Could actually use it to keep the tempo up. And now Cookies pushing up. The Whiplash is used there. Geo trying to keep it in the corner and is denied as he's taken off by the Fool's flip. Sloth trying to use a flip of his own is intercepted out by Venomyami. And now in the corner with no flip is quite disastrous as Brock goes for a flip of their own and she still manages to miss it. Cookies next on the chopping block for the Barrage of Bob. Has a flip and is waiting in the wings to use it. Might not get a chance to with this timeless Sentry, and Brack just holds it there in the corner for long enough and secures it for himself.
Yeah, it's a bit of unfortunate stacking there from Sloth and Geo. They probably could have covered that if Geo tried to move a little bit further and cover the space. But unfortunately for them, Brock just saw the opportunity, struck straight up, and it goes in, but Geo is staggered here. They do pop the Atlas ult to make sure that he stays alive. He does pick up a orb for himself. A little bit of a snack. It's Cookies is going to pop the flip a little bit too early. Not going to catch the core. A little bit of chip damage, but the value is going to be negligible at least. Geo does manage to get that second barrier, though. He takes half of his health bar in return for it, though. A blood sacrifice to be paid, and they will not be paid yet.
Yeah, crucially, you have to consider that Giovanni actually decided to pick up the Omega Infused Accelerator last draft, which, while he does love it, this might have not been the best situation to pick it up with how much damage has been getting dumped onto him by the Ami, by the Estelle, and even by the Finn. He was able to amplify all that we've seen thus far. But hey, maybe it's exactly what he needs, as he has been able to use it to get these berries, to help get Cookies into position to get these goals. And that wasn't an OIA diff, that was just a well-placed nuke to get that pass.
100%. I mean, you could see Brack walking into Sloth's face, forcing him to use that flip to get the goal, which means that Brack does still have flip, but Sloth has lost one of his main defensive tools. So as the turret comes out here with the misdirection as well, stacking a bit of damage onto Geo, they do pop the Atlas ult just as a precaution, just in case, but a pass down through that pole on the bottom side is going to go into the hands of Bob. But we do see Venom fall to the hands of Cookies with a single well-placed swing, and now the barriers will start to fall as the pressure comes on. Sloth using a strike shot here to keep core control, with Cookies in the top side combined with the Crater Maker, forcing out the evade from Brock, Cyber Swipe, turret, but it's not going to find any real value, forcing the flip from the Fool.
Yeah, I think that Geo and Cookies have been doing a really good job at forcing these flips defensively. They're going for these very consistent plays. Stuff like looking at that boost to make sure that they have no chance to save it outside of going for a hit stun themselves. And Geo tries the boost flip there over to Rookie Cookie. In the end, it doesn't work. And now Sloth is put in a bit of a tough situation as he does lose his barrier in that open net with overtime.
Yeah, I mean, he does still also have the team play for himself. The core goes red, but he moves back up to try and cover the top side, and an opportunity is seen and taken by Venomyami.
Yeah, the barrage of Bob, they're looking quite lethal now on match point. They want to face up against this Eagle team, get a new match. Has a lot of damage, though, out of that Crater Maker from Giovanni. Flips likely to be available quite soon. The first flip used, and it's actually intercepted out by the glitch pop. No barrier still falling, so at least Sloth can breathe a sigh of relief momentarily, but has to be a little worried as it's still just one apiece.
One barrier is defending each goal. 1 point could decide the game, and Cookies with a nicely timed flip will secure a kill, but will it be enough? 5 seconds on the clock. They do manage to get a second barrier. Venom is going to keep trying to stall in time for his cat to come back. Geo in this bottom side now, trying to play around the Finny ultimate. It will be popped a little bit later, though. Going back to Sloth, the Whiplash is used too. 2 flips on the side of Bob right now. The turret is used, but as the core is sent through the portal to deny any real value from it. Finny is burning through her tools incredibly quick as Geo tries to go for a dash in. He's not able to secure a kill. Cookies with a death touch, trying to keep the core control in his hands. Not going to find any real value there, though. The Wagacorp CEO does secure that barrier as a pass comes through. A flip, another flip. But it's just going to bounce around that sideline. Straight into Cookie's hands, the Whiplash comes through. A nicely timed Finial is going to keep the core in play, though. It will not fall just yet. Cookie's in this top side, whiffs the pendulum swing. Death touch comes out, well, it's a Crater Maker, but a clean pass from Geo to Cookies is enough to tie this game up to 2-2. 1 goal could keep TMCT in and take us to set 5, but 1 missed goal for Sloth's hands could spell disaster.
And I'm just having goosebumps here watching this. It's so tight, so back and forth. The winner of this would be moving on to that Grands, gets a chance to reset against Eagle, and it's looking dire for TMCT. Barrage of Bob with the open net, double ranged forward looks quite bad.
Yeah, the pressure is definitely on, and you can tell that Sloth is feeling it. Both barriers being down means that he is in a vulnerable position, especially against this double range. The side swipe comes through. The Luna falls. Can Cookies keep his defensive prowess showing? An excellent strike at the very last second, keeping the core straight through the portal, but the flip is prepared. Atlas secondary, primary used. A core flip used, but answered with nothing. Sloth pops his flip just ever so slightly too late. And Barrage of Bob will be moving to the finals.
Yeah, Barrage of Bob making it through. And hey, okay, at least for the Cedars can happily say that, hey, we seeded this right. TMCT got 3rd. Barrage of Bob is top 2 at least, along with Eagle. And hey, props to TMCT. They did fight really hard, both in their first series and even today. Even if this game was a 3-1, it definitely didn't feel like a 3-1. It felt so close. It felt so controlled in some cases by TMCT. And what I do want to call attention to is some of these fun picks like this I Mean Brawler. I want to see more of them in Grands, as that is what we will see next. And hey, anything you want to say before we head on into Grands?
Well, I think that everyone has played extraordinarily well today, and to everyone who so far has had maybe an unlucky run, maybe a bit of a harder run, everyone has done an incredible job. I hope everyone who has been playing in the consolation bracket as well has had an excellent time. I wish you the best of luck for your next game, and
Thank you.
on top of that, we will see you very, very soon.
See ya.
Finals.
Bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Weather the Storm. We're here with the grand finals. I'm joined by Jiggle Supreme, my favorite caster duo. We've got a banger here today. Seed 1 versus Seed 2. I mean, whoever did the seeding, they knew what they were talking about. I'll just say that. Eagle versus Bob here. We've got the map draft all locked in already. Eagle banning Gates of Obscura. Bob responding with an Inky's ban. Game 1, Oni Village. Game 2, Clarion. And finally, Game 3, DD. Now, I think a couple of these, some exciting maps. The Inkies, the Oni rather, the DD. We see them a bit less these days, so I'm excited to see how it's going to go.
Likewise, interestingly enough, we're seeing Rune banned off rip. No immediately apparent Rune Awakenings, definitely just a player-based hate pick there. As far as I'm concerned, Bob banning out the IME, fearful of Din, as many tend to be. And Eagle with their first pick, wisely walking the Estelle. This is the most European thing I've ever seen. We're seeing the Kai Estelle pick 1, pick 2 on Oni Village. I guess everyone's just a slave to the system, even in grands. This is business end of the tournament. You're gonna do the percentage plays. But yeah, we'll see if anything else eccentric happens to compensate for what we're seeing here.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing this interesting stylistic difference between the way these teams draft. Eagle taking their time. Completely. They lock in the Drek and the Dubu, but Bob seemed to confidently lock in the Kai and the Drakar, the Kai and the Rasmus rather, instantly, and they also lock in the Luna. Wow, interesting. Kai goalie for the full, I'm sure. Rasmus on Brack, and then Luna for Venom Yami, his patented pick. I would love to see a Luna goalie, but I'm doubtful that's gonna happen. And of course, Dubu going over for Vaughn, Drakar for Scythen. I mean, he had a masterclass blinder game versus TMCT earlier on in winners finals, just a crushing defeat in that one. And yeah, they've got the Estelle also, just a classic on Oni Village. But kind of the classic picks are traded away, the Estelle for the Kai. Which do you kind of favor on this map?
I mean, I'd be remiss to not say Eagle. They've just kind of looked unbeatable thus far. Granted, it was Barrage of Bob that took a game off these guys, right? Am I not mistaken? Am I a ball now?
These teams haven't played.
Who took a game off?
It was Deadbeat Dads.
It was Deadbeat Dads, okay. Okay, my bad, Deadbeat Dads. I don't mean to flame you like that for getting about your game. Okay, W.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I guess these teams not having met notwithstanding, I think Eagle has looked generally unbeatable thus far. They've had a couple speed bumps here and there, but they always seem to surmount them. So, I mean, just by default, I'm going to put money on that blue side.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because looking at the results, I mean, all of us kind of watched the TMCT versus Bob game where TMCT got the better of Bob, but that was a very close series. And I think that Bob have looked even better going into game 2. Seems like they've adjusted. They've got, the full on their team. He's been to lands. He got second place in the previous Denver. So he knows how to adjust in between day 1 and day 2. How to say, team, this is what we got to change. And that's going to be a big advantage. I mean, Eagle, they haven't been tested as much. So maybe not their player skill, but their ability to adapt will be slightly lesser than Bob, who've already had to, turn up the heat and have come back and taken the TMCT by storm. A 2-0 victory, and just looked like they had their number. Maybe did some VOD reviewing, I don't know, but they just looked locked in.
I think one would hope both teams are locked in heading into grands, though, to be frank. But I do think as I was peddling my merchandise, I for every so often peered at Barrage of Bob's most recent game, and yeah, they looked like a 2 seed. They seem to have all the pieces in place to give this Eagle side a run for their money. So obviously, I think this game could go anyway. Omega Striker's very volatile game, and there's a spark in play off rip. So I think first set could be pivotal in such a tightly contested matchup. So I think both teams are going to have to come out swinging to that effect. And I mean, of these two comps, which one do you think is maybe more conducive to a first set win?
Well, that's an interesting question. I would say Estelle, Drakar, Dubu, they all kind of just do their thing straight away. They've got the hit stuns, they know what they're doing, they get powered up. I'd say all of them love, their CDR, but at a base level, they do their thing. Especially, I mean, we haven't talked too much about the Awakenings. There's this size that I'm sure both the Rasmus and the Dubu are going to pick up, maybe some others. And that's quite nice for Rasmus. I think a character that can tend. I mean, Rasmus can be good without a size, but getting that one size feels just so good on a Rasmus. So that's a very nice pickup for Brack to have available to her instantly going into the set. And that's a nice, power level adjustment. But I think that the size on Dubu is, just as much, if not maybe more, going to assist Vaughn on the defense. So yeah, I would say that Eeg do have the advantage in this set one, just a classic comp. But we are loading into the set one we were just speaking of. We'll have to see, who's going to be picking up the spark, who's picking up the size. I think it's possible that Scythen would pick up the size on the Drakkar, and they just leave it to Din to get the sparks. Possibly could be the two of them. I'm sure Vaughn's gonna, he's got to pick the Pauldrons and the size here. But yeah, we'll have to see.
We will have to see. Once again, it's unfortunate because we have no keyboard in front of us, so I can't press tab. My information is disseminated to me at the speeders, which is disseminated to the stream. So I can't say I'm a knower. And there's the Pauldrons. Okay, we have a big Dubu coming out to play here, as are all 6 members that are on the field. Currently, we are in Grand Finals. Point 1, Vaughn, the first one to lose a barrier, but it's Sloaney Village. Nobody complaining about that. Great sequence of clears to work that thing out. Equalization of the barrier counts here. The Fool almost doing it all by his lonesome to get the second one, but Vaughn just about holds his resolve to get that thing out of dodge. A bit of hijinks up and around that wall. He's okay, and all the while we see Rasmus dying up on the other end of the field. Why not? A bit of a chaotic start to proceedings here, but seems like we're mellowing out just a smidge here.
Yeah, we actually see demolitionist on every member of this Eagles roster, whereas the Fool, the only player in the game picking up that spark. I think on a map where the strike wars can matter so much, it can just feel really bad to have a size disadvantage, and that seems to be what the side of Eagle have drafted around, and it's working out for them so far. I mean, they already found a kill, and now once again Brack is taken quite low. They don't even need to play to kill her though, because they've got the open net advantage, and bang, as you said, Scythen to the bottom side, beating out the Fool's barrage just barely, and 1-0 to Eagles here.
Emphatic start for the Eagles. That said, it took OT core speed to get him over the line, so this game, at least in set 1, proving to be potentially a bit of a slog, as Oni Village games between 2 equally matched teams tend to be. That said, this Eagles side making me eat my words a little bit. Barnstorming, double barrier take. That said, they're now the recipient of a backwards power play, and it could go for bad to worse should Din be taken off the map as well. That said, this midfielder diligently playing their life, getting that thing out of dodge, and also looking for a cheeky kill onto Venom Yami with the primary. Doesn't quite come to fruition, but almost gets the goal. That said, the Fool just about had enough juice left on that eject button to get back in time. Chaos there right in front of Vaughn, but Dubu's never losing that interaction if the goalie's locked in, as Vaughn tends to be. Chaos here up on the right side of the pitch. Brack should win that strike war. Doesn't, though. Scythen ghosting backward, trying to get on the end of that ball. And yeah, as we tick towards overtime, no breakthrough just yet.
Yeah, as you said, Din quite low, Scythen quite low. I think Vaughn is going to attempt to walk up, but a kill found. The Fool hugging that CCL line. Brack moving the ball forward still, though, trying to control the ball, but just gets into the hands of Din here, and the poor Luna goalie just doesn't have the options to defend. And yeah, I mean, Eagle still haven't lost that second barrier. Vaughn still has his flip. I think this game state is just exceptional for them going on to what might be the final point of this set.
Guess you were right on the money with your take about which team looked better equipped to take this first set. It's looking to be all Eagles thus far in proceedings. We'll see if the Fool & Co. have something in their back pocket, but no, they're the ones getting pickpocketed there. Both barriers gone in the snap of a finger. Once again, open net situation for this Kai. We'll see how the Fool negotiates it. Hits it right into the Dubu wall. Luckily, Brack is back in time to hit that thing clear. Here comes a bit of a 1v1 between Din and the Fool, which the Fool wins, gets some much needed reprieve for this red side D line. Now the ball's been knocked into the arc of Vaughn and Din, but they get that out. Scythen unable to win the strike war, though. Possession is once again transferred back into the hands of this Barrage of Bob team, but it's a disaster. All 3 goals just trickling into that bot side corner, and that is a 3-0 set 1 take for Eagle.
Yeah, and they've got to be feeling confident after this one. Din, with the MVP, has Rapid as his option here. Certainly doesn't want to let that drop to the Kai, and does mean possibly. I mean, this Kai does have a spark still, a nice pickup, but also means you might have to give over peak performance to this Drakar of Scythen, and you never want that to happen. Of course, Rasmus can pick up some more size here, nice boon. I think possibly the Egoist, actually a Deadeye Deny. Just saying, at this current power level for each of us, we're winning. So I'd rather that we both get something mediocre than you get something strong. And I think that the forward duo of Eagles just getting such exceptional awakenings for the characters and the players. And I do think they got the better of that draft.
Vaughn taking his sweet time to get that thing out of dodge. Cannot win that situation, though. Excellent timing of the stun from Venom Yami and Brack there to just about get it through this massive Dubu. That said, the Fool's unable to hold on to his own barrier. Open net situation for both goalies. That said, this Kai is going to have a much easier time at life, given the circumstances. That said, the haste was ripped, so he's going to have to play a smidge conservative here as that CD waits to come back online. And crazy strike war, Scythen gets it done, and that is once again another goal for this Drek, and Eagle continue on the warpath.
And that's just the struggle of playing into Din and Scythen. Honestly, it's hell because they just win the interactions. Din winning a 2v1 strike war, and then Scythen beating out the goalie. And sometimes it just comes down to who is winning those interactions. And, more often than not, it's these two.
In the middle of the park, Vaughn once again deploys the super weapon. That wall getting so much value. Taking the barrier. Venom Yami at a loss of what to do there. The ball trickles down and around him. Luckily, the Fool is there for damage control. Flips a pixel perfectly to just about preserve the life of the Barrage of Bob in this point, and they gratefully capitalize on it, taking Vaughn's second barrier once again. Open nets for both goalies. Din trying to change that situation with a really well-timed primary. Does end up hitting two bodies, but not the core. Here comes Brack trying to do it all by her lonesome, but no dice there. Wins the strike war, though, so a bit of a relief of the pressure there. But Scythen, once again, striker extraordinaire, hits that top side angle, ricochets it in, and just another goal on the board for Eagle.
Yeah, Eagle, 5 goals in a row, only a couple of times that they've been completely unbarriered. And still, it just looks like this Drakar Estelle forward combo is finding so much more value on the offense than the Luna Rasmus are. The Fool trying to come forward and help out, but now has no barrage to defend against Scythen, who's marching forward. Vaughn maybe wanting a pass to the top side here from his team, but they're content with just playing it down the bottom side. Some patience for Din, a bit too much. And Din, a backwards primary, actually breaks the barrier, and that's how they lose the first goal of the series. I mean, it happens.
One would hope that did sufficient mental damage to the side of Eagle to maybe turn that trickle into a bit more of a deluge. But for now, you'd rate these players to just laugh that one off and keep going the way they're going. The Fool found a really smart clear there. Venom Yami trying to put some pressure onto Vaughn, but this guy is so fat, probably pushing 2 tons at this point. Just such a large Dubu, it's hard to get it through him. Venom Yami lucky to hang on to life there and is now pushing forward up alongside Brack, but they both with the strike. Scythen's looking real scary, but now he's dead, so low-key not scary no more. But it doesn't matter because you have a beast mode midfielder to just primary that thing through nonetheless, and that is once again another set take for Eagle. But they did show that they can bleed. They bled 1 goal.
Yeah, I think Estelle just in a power play is the character that I would like to see in the midfield the least, when I have a 3v2, because she just has so many scoring options. Gonna pick up the team player here. The Fool left with some choices. The missile prop, a bit of a deny from the Drakar, but still has the aerials. It's the move speed and only like 15% less range than the missile prop. The size pickup, very nice now that the Rasmus is not going to be as big, but on more equal terms. And Glass Cannon for Dubu, just a classic. The Ice Skates Dubu. Finally, Venom Yami trying to lean maybe into this damage win condition that they could start looking for with the prize fighter. But haven't seen many kills, other than the end of that previous set for them so far.
Din a little unlucky. Every single ability that Estelle just used did not connect with the core, if I'm not mistaken. And now getting their teeth kicked in up on the left side of the pitch. Vaughn kind of picking up the slack, surging forward. Gross, that speed lane, feeds it into Scythen. Scythen accepts the invitation to take that second barrier off the Fool. Once more, we're seeing the Fool lose both barriers pretty early on in a point, but as does Vaughn. But he's so big, he just strikes it through to Scythen anyway. I would rate Scythen to get something done there, but he actually misses. That means Brack has a prime opportunity to score, but loses the interaction up into Vaughn. Continues to go forward, and that is a great solo piece of play from Brack. That is just what the doctor ordered, and Bob get another goal on the board. And this time, you would argue they actually, they scored it. They created that.
Yeah, I mean, Eagle got to be a little cautious here still. I mean, they've been dominant so far, but if the Luna is stacking up the prize fighter and they're looking for this damage onto Din, still just taking low so often, going to use his evade, but it looks like Brack is lurking for him. Unfortunate there. And now with the midfielder off the map, Vaughn jiggling on the bottom, it looks like just finding the damage out onto Dinfar is going to be the win condition for Bob going in further into this game.
You know, I guess someone checked Vaughn's bank account, his transaction history recently, because something was a little suspicious about choosing to simply not play the game there. But maybe that's just the confidence that comes with being Vaughn. And anyways, I mean, there goes Brack all the while. So another power play in favor of the Eagles. They tried their darndest to get that thing through, but Venom Yami proves resolute and also dangerous. Finds the kill off the dash flip combo. Big money moves. That said, the Fool a little more impoverished there, losing that bottom barrier. Brack picks up the pieces, though. Good stuff. A bit of triangle passing developing. Venom Yami bashing that head up against Dinfar. Gets it through. Chaos here unfolding. Brack trying her darndest to get something done, but nothing comes of that little bit of individual Rasmus play. Once again, another power play setup. We'll see if they can do something this time.
Yeah, and the kills are just coming through. I mean, there's just no way Venom is not at 4 prize fighter stacks at this point. I mean, there may be 5 now, but at least rocking that 200 power. I mean, Zoro, you know, the Fool rather, hitting like a truck as well, with that maybe 50 power plus the missile prop on the Kai, which hit the Giga Blast from far away. But Vaughn's still looking like a wall here. Hits a Soren angle there, but unfortunately, the hook from Brack just gets the better of him and shoots it to the bottom side. Now, I do think that for Eagle, you know, this is a set where you just got to say, okay, we were winning and then we started dying. We just need to play our lives a little better, not let this Luna scale up, because that is how they lost the first game to Deadbeat Dads, I believe. Leo Leon on the Juliet was finding a bunch of kills, instantly getting 5 or 4 prize fighter stacks rather, and just too much damage was coming out after that. So, you know, Eagle have been in this situation before, and it got the better of them. So we'll have to see if they can adjust this time.
Brack notably taking the OIA here. I guess that's probably correct, but it does mean there could be a bit of damage coming out onto this big Rasmus. So very easy target and very low stagger. We'll see if that potentially becomes a point of contention. Doesn't seem to be too much of an issue thus far. This red side's in possession of the core. That said, they cycle it back through to Vaughn, who graciously accepts the offer. Walls bot plane, feeds it into Scythen. Scythen once again gets it done. Bit of an upwards back pass. Luckily, Vaughn is big enough for the strike box to proc on that one. No own barrier chaos just yet. Now, everyone moshing there in the D arc on this right side of the pitch. That said, the Fool holds onto the barrier quite immaculately. Can't really do much about that beam, though. Great piece of play by Dinfar to get that thing through. Scythen looking oh so scary, biding his time, just waiting for the Fool to give him the core once more. And there goes the Fool. Great blast by Din there to get the goal and get things going once more for Eagle.
Yeah, Din with a couple big piercing shots back to back, finding the barrier, finding the goal. I must also say, Vaughn found a very nice strike on the defense in between the Rasmus hook and the Rasmus herself. So yeah, just playing exceptionally on the Dubu, making it rather hellish for these forwards to be able to break through him. And that's kind of why they've resorted to killing, but will be a lot harder now that that prize fighter has been reset to 0. Brack looking for a kill onto Scythen with the flip, but nothing found. And now Din, Scythen, Vaughn all combining to break down that final barrier. And it's all but remains to be seen how well they can break through the Fool's defense here.
That said, Vaughn kind of calling his own number, anticipating that he'd be able to hold on to that barrier without having to dodge, and was proven wrong. Primary from Brack was enough to take that second barrier, open nets for both goalies. Here comes Venom doing a bit of Luna brawling. Does get the flip out of Din. This means Din could be on the way out here. Oh, crazy voice cleric, but anyway, warranted. Din, great read off of the Fool's Clear, and that is match point for Eagles, so things are definitely getting real here.
I love everything Din did in that point. The flip to help out Vaughn, and the angle he chose, a bounce up and down into the hands of Scytham, where he can do whatever he wants with it. And then, as you mentioned, cutting the Fool's Clear down. Vaughn just emoting on them, but he does lose his barrier there, so maybe going to regret it. Brack taken somewhat low here, but you know, Eeg just doing damage when it comes through, not really choosing to consciously. Still, Scythen looked to have emptied the clip onto that enemy brawler there. We call that a brawler's handshake. But remains to be seen whether they can find the kill or Venom can find the goal. Nothing found off his flip just yet. The Fool maybe looking to push aggressively here, just trying to move the ball forward, but it just didn't. Once again, punishing those clears sometimes. I mean, it's only that first barrier, so nothing too crazy. And it is still the setup Bob with the advantage, with the hook and with the strike. Bragg able to find her way right through that Dubu.
I guess death be upon any who hit the ripstick midpoint. Vaughn once again punished for his hubris, but you know, it should be chilling, all things considered. Here he comes right now, playing the ball down. That said, the primary out of Din's not enough to get that thing done. Both barriers still stand for both goalies. There goes Vaughn. Crazy Giga. That is spec trading value if I've ever seen one, to say nothing of the M prop as well. This Giga is a real force to be reckoned with, killing Vaughn from a really implausible angle. Power play set up, but they might not even take a barrier out of it. Okay, they get one, but Scythen's back to assuage that situation, make sure both don't get taken. Vaughn back on the map, and there goes Venom Yami. It's a revolving carousel of death, and this Luna is the newest recipient there of crazy course speed off of something. Was that another Giga? Probably. Yeah, that was a Giga. And now seeing a bit of an equalization of the personnel count once again. 3 on the board for each team.
Yeah, and the Fool does so much damage. Like missile prop, 150 power, spec on the Gigas. Venom looks for a kill on Scythen and doesn't get it though, but it's just the Brack and the Fool who find the kill. Flip is forced out, but a kill found off the Giga Blast once again puts Vaughn in a horrible situation with no midfielder, and another excellent hook coming out from Brack just from the middle, and just allows Venom's ball to roll right into the net.
Excellent stuff by Barrage of Bob there. Classic Rasmus tech. And they came to play. They came to play. It looked as if they had maybe been on the back foot for the opening portion of this match, but they're definitely well, they're trying to bring it back, but that's not okay. Okay, just win the game, guys. Just win the come on, just score, please. Like come on. Hello? Okay, fine, whatever. I guess we're just not scoring. There we go. Okay, and that is indeed game 1. Going the way of the Eagles, of triumphant cacaw for this blue side, and they are now just one game off taking this whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like Eeg just wanted to savor that one, make it feel a little sweet, and maybe make it feel a little sour for the enemy team. You never know. The mental warfare that might come out from an experienced land goer like Vaughn. Maybe he's getting in the enemy team's head, but yeah, I think through and through, Eeg, despite losing that set where I think Venom played exceptionally to get all those kills, it just seemed like, in terms of core control, when the kills weren't dropping, Eagle were just the better team. Brack with some nice hooks towards the end of that, the last set, a couple nice hooks to get the ball through. The Fool playing consistently, but still, Eagle were just better. So many interactions that they were winning, and just played super consistently. But I think that Dinfar played a blinder on that Estelle. Just looked so solid, and scary situation now going into game 2 for the side of Bob.
Tournament life on the line for this 2 seed. Do you remember what map we're going to next? I'm looking out of nowhere.
I believe it is now Clarion and then DD, but
okay,
maybe I'm wrong.
I'm kind of petrified what's going to happen if this does go to DD, because we've got some vast DNA on one side, and we know all good Europeans know how good those guys are at killing. But then on the other side of that coin, we got Vaughn. So Loki, I kind of want this to go to a DD decider. That'd be funny.
Yeah,
A little bit of a gritty hit behind us. That's chill as hell. But anyways, okay, yeah. But I guess we'll focus on the here and now with Clarion Corp. I mean, how do you think the Fool and friends go back to the drawing board and try to maybe just bring a couple more sets over the line?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think that the Fool has looked, I think his Kai is exceptional, but I think that he has looked better on the melees. So I think him locking in the Dubu if they got it, or the Mako, I think has looked great for him. Something like that might suit their style better. We saw on Clarion earlier a victory for them against TMCT where the Fool locked in the Mako and was looking like a beast. Possibly on the front end, they want to place a midfielder that likes to play more on ball for Venom, like the now for him. Possibly the Estelle is available now as the Rune is first picked. Yeah, we see Ego spec training start, so we're going to see Vice and Expand away. And yeah, is the Estelle going to be picked up? I mean, the Fool, I think, could certainly play it in the net, but I would expect this to be Venom Yami's Estelle pick. I mean, everyone's pretty comfortable on it, but certainly one of the best Estelles we've got. So yeah, matching up possibly into the Rune of Dinfar, but I think more probably it could just be Vaughn repping that Rune. That he was running it a bit in the in-houses earlier, and looking smooth on them. We've got maybe a bit of a connection issue to the draft here, but possibly on the forward end, the Asher or the Juliet available for Brack there. Possibly in the net, I mean Dubu still available. It's not Dubu's greatest start, but he's Dubu, and I think that something like that, I think probably they're going to lock in a Chud melee that's going to go on either role, but something like that for the side of Bob. What do you think Eagle might be looking to complete their Rune comp with?
Are we taking for granted that this Rune is not in between the sticks? Like it's like.
I think that the Rune could be on Din, but I think it's a Vaughn Rune.
Yeah, I'm thinking so too.
Oh,
So that
yeah.
wait, okay, what is that? What do you mean? Yeah, you said yeah. Is there something happening?
Well, I don't know what's happening with the draft. Possibly
Okay.
that draft is fraudulent. I'm not entirely sure, but regardless, they've got the Rune here on Clarion. Ego is spec star. What do you think maybe would go on the forward for Siphon here?
Wait, who is that? Wait, how many people did they pick prior to
They
the
just
draft?
picked the Rune.
So they just picked the.
Yeah.
Why not? I mean, Scythen just slam the Drek again. He's actually just been barnstorming on this lizard. Just do it. Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I know it's a boring non-answer, but just run the Drek again, high key. I don't care if the Awakenings aren't they don't scream Drek. Just do the Drek. Why not?
I completely agree. I think he looked exceptional into TMCT on Drek on Clarion. I think probably his best game of the tournament so far. Into the team that came in third place. So just looking so dominant, it looks like it will be a restart, but it seems like we're going to be going through the same picks. So Bob probably going to lock in the Estelle here, maybe taking their time to decide what else they'll fill out the comp with. But it looks like just Estelle and the Zentaro here for Brack. So maybe they realized after last game, when we're killing, things are going well, maybe we should lean into that a bit more. Looks like the Fool gonna lock in the Kai once again. I do think it was looking quite nice, and I do think the damage he was outputting was very nice for his team as well, especially if they're playing for this damage. The Kai is a goalie character that can move the ball forward himself, so the midfielder is more free to use his cooldowns like a freak. Okay, let's just say it like that. Now Eagle rounding out their comp with the Rasmus, actually maybe leaning into that spec. And the Amy, of course, for Din. We've seen him play it before. We know he's a beast on the Amy for sure. But yeah, I think I'm certainly convinced now that this is going to be Rune for Vaughn here, which I'm excited to see.
Yeah, I think the last time I saw the Von Rune was Final of Denver 2, first series, went Rune on DD. It was looking good. That said, they did lose the game, but it was they lost the game. I believe it was against the Fools team too.
Yeah.
So we're seeing a bit of a run back comp-wise there. Will be interesting. This guy has been in the lab, in the Rune lab. So We'll see. We'll see if it comes to fruition. It is interesting. That he's once again he's doing the. I remember he's in his winner's interview for Denver. He was like showboating about how he didn't actually play a lockdown, and I guess he's reverting to that high-minded Maverick style of not of it. He did put the fries in the bag with Dubu game 1, but okay, I am pleased to see him going a little more wild here.
Yeah, for sure. I think in terms of the players themselves, I mean, I've mentioned it on the cast before, but Clarion definitely the favorite map of both Dinfar and Scython. A map where, you know, their specific strength, their interaction winning, ability to find angles and passes around people is just so emphasized and so important on this map that they just kind of crush anyone they run into. And that's why I would lead towards them being the favorites. And also, having played into the Von Rune in the in-houses, having lost every game into it, it was looking good. I'll admit it. And I think that it's certainly going to suit this team comp well, where the Rune is going to be able to cover those edges that the Amy, you know, without many strike war tools, is not too suited to just forcing it through the wall itself. And yeah, I think they're just going to play to have perpetual pressure here into the backline of Bob. But that being said, I mean, Bob whipping out the most classic European comp of all time. I mean, Estelle, Kai, Zentaro. What more could we ask for in the finals of this Hamburg LAN? Yeah, interesting to see. I do think that it has seemed to be the one weakness of this Eagle team, that sometimes they just get killed a little too much. Maybe that's what Bob are realizing, and that's what they're going to lean into. But we are loading in now, so I guess we'll see if my predictions about how they opt to play will be correct.
There it is. Yeah, okay, so it is the Von Ruin. Bada bing, bada boom. Here we go. Scython locking the Rasmus. Another adept pick for this blue side forward. I think he's busted it out a couple times thus far. And yeah, barrage of Bob. Slow picking here, probably doing a little bit of a last minute pep talk. Their tournament lives on the line coming out of losers bracket. They have their work cut out from them, and they need to start working hard now. Off rip would be great for them to get off on the right foot, get a goal, perhaps even a set. And take set 1, that would be Gigabyss IMO. But we'll see how this goes. We're starting out on the Goop map. This could be messy.
Yeah, Vaughn early on using that primary to just push the ball forward, sets down an aggressive teleport there that's just going to cover the bottom side here. Din looking to work his way through into the hands of Scython, takes to level 2 faster than anyone and just makes great use of the power spike. And instantly, I mean, off just Din, ping-ponging basically to get level 2. He puts the turret in the corner and everyone else just has 2 buttons where he has 3. And they just get it done within 16 seconds.
We'll see if they just keep on going the way they're going. This Eagles side looking to just pick up right where they left off with these really assertive takes. And that is, wow, that is just what the doctor orders.
Oh.
There goes 2 of my Chungus teammates. Like, okay, just score. Good. Okay, there we go. And that is another sub 20-second point by the Eagles. This is looking kind of doomed.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus Christ, just finding kill after kill. And, you know, I was saying that it would be Bob, the team, playing into that damage win condition. But, you know, the number one condition for playing for damage is that you have some core control. You can't just slam it on someone. You got to move the ball forward into your spots and then start pumping the damage. And speaking of pumping damage, I mean, Din certainly feeling the pain here. Not KO just yet and still has the flip to his name. Vaughn holding it down in combination with Scython, but just too much. I mean, we've talked about Estelle Zen as a forward pair, but with Kai Zen, you can kind of just barrage through any of Zen's abilities. And then it's just a continuous chain that also hit stuns. And it's really horrifying to deal with as a goalie.
Luckily, this Barrage of Bob team sort of making me eat my words, getting a point on the board. We'll see if they're able to maintain that momentum. Crazy dodge by Brack. Hello, that had to be preemptive, and it works out well. They do end up taking that first barrier. That said, the Fool is primed to lose his second. As is Vaughn, I guess. Sure, why not? Open nets for both goalies here. comes the slugging. Here comes Brack. Brack unable to get on the end of that thing, actually. The full careening forward, trying to maintain the possession, but the enemy turret just a little too potent. Speaking of potency, that is a good pillar to keep that thing out of dodge for the time being. Vaughn also sitting on flip, so energy in a very good way for this blue side. The full Fundies on point, able to abate the attack of Scythen thus far, but there's not too much you can do. Hello? Okay, the flip is out of Vaughn. That is really good. Oh no, that is not so good. I was about to say 2 flips on deck for Barrage of Bob, but those evaporate like water in a desert. But the third flip does count. The third flip matters. It is the third time's the charm, I guess. Great strike by Bracken. This is not looking so doomed no more.
Yeah, and Barrage of Bob, it doesn't even feel like this is the start of a reverse sweep because Eek scored their first 2 points so quickly. Well, creation priority. But yeah, they are reverse sweeping, but perhaps not with Brack dead. And then gonna break both barriers. Vaughn pushing through, has the flip to his name, but I think Din is just going to try and get it in. So many cooldowns coming out to save that on the defense that I just think if one good attack comes out from Din and Scythen right now, the Fool not going to have too many options.
I'll say it. If Dinfar was Social Fox, that would have gone in. You would have flipped it backwards onto the Atlas thing, and it would have gone in. And that's all I'm saying. But it's okay. It's okay because they're going to score now, surely. I mean, at least they get the kill. Here comes the turret. Surely, this is looking insurmountable. But once again, the out clear is found. Sure, why not? Venom Yummy also wins the strike war in the middle of the park. Gets flips for tempo. Gets it back onto that left side of the field. Buys enough time for the Fool to come back. Wagon Corp CEO unable to win Strike Wars and unable to win the game of life. That says Scythen's also dead. 2v2. We'll see if either team opts to push their advantage here, if they maybe just slow things down, wait for a bit of a reversion to normalcy. That said, the core speed off the pillar gets a little crazy, as are the angles off of that lingering pillar as we tick into overtime, though still neither team taking this set just yet.
Yeah, such a crucial point to win this first set. Looks like Din and Scythen going to connect to Vaughn here. Bit of a misstep by him, but the defense will hold, I think, luckily for him there. And Scythen, Din just connects to him, moves the ball rolling right up towards him. And Scythen, he's not going to miss those, despite possible land nerves. And first set taken once again by Eagle. Dinfar with the MVP. I think he's just going to slam a peak performance here.
Yeah, I think like unequivocal speed. Why not? Sure. Does mean the TP does fall on. Goes heavy. You know what? Actually, I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all. I don't mind that at all. And then, yeah, team player comes out onto the Fool quite predictably. Energy is the name of the game for Vaughn. Picking up the fire up. There is the peak. It falls to 4th pick. Chills. And it does end up on Venom Yami. So that is a very pivotal pickup. Mobility arms race will be quite interesting to follow. And then size traded, exchanged by the brawlers to round out this draft.
I think Din not picking Peak is a little bit of Vaughn's influence creeping in, because I know that Din would pick Peak performance over his loved ones, okay? Like, that guy's a big enjoyer of that Awakening, but just the win conditions they're playing for right now, Heavy Impact so well suited to it. And I think Vaughn also extremely happy to pick up the fire up here, the Fool opting to take the team player. Both Awakenings that everyone, but goalies in particular, I think are big enjoyers of. And yeah, I think both of them traded well, but in terms of favorite of the draft, I do think Eagle got the better of it.
We'll see if that manifests into a bit of a goal here for the Eagles, but they're not quite taking the barrier just yet. Even in spite of another kill being found here on this Goop map, the remaining 2 red side defenders holding their resolve, nerves of steel, but a great banish out of Vaughn is enough to seal the deal. The Fool hanging on by a thread and finds a really good sequence of clears, is now knocked into the net. Almost an accidental own goal off of the Zataro ultimate from Brack. Great reaction by Venom Yami, but how much can this one midfielder do? Evidently a whole lot. Gets it free. Brack takes the barrier. We're back to 3 apiece. Open goals, both goalies. Scythen is not long for this earth, but the Giga comes up short. That might actually be Brack dead. Never mind. The flip is blown. Brack is alive. Energy in shambles. We'll see who takes this.
Yeah, Vaughn looking for some pillars here. Has no cooldowns to his name. I think Brack has that advantage right now, but no cooldowns to her name as she is taken off the field. Almost the Estelle Crystal Thorns, finding it through. Venom has the flip speed of the Egoist, but there's just the miss strike by Vaughn. Slightly hit the corner, bounce up angle, and Venom Yami able to punish it in that power play. And yeah, just great performance out of both teams, but Venom punishing the mistake of Vaughn there.
When the points go long, it seems as if this barrage of Bob team can go pound for Eagle. It's just those like clinical 10-second setups that I think are proving to be where Eagle get their money. So whenever they're able to take these points to OT, man, they've been heaters, and richly rewarded are the side of Bob getting their first goal. That said, they're in a bit of a rocky situation there. Great primary out of the Fool to buy a bit more time for his forwards to get stuff done. That said, Scythen wins many strike wars up against Venom Yami and taps it in with the primary for good measure. Do never count this Rasmus out, and it's one apiece here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Fool just expecting a pass down from Venom there, and Scythen, his movement just got in Venom's head a little bit and forced him to just keep passing it straight to that brawler, which you never want to do, especially one like Scythen, who's going to find those scoring opportunities with ease if you provide them to him. Now, it's Wagacorp's CEO here. She has ticked into an Egoist flip speed, but nothing found just yet for them on the offense. It's also Vaughn as well, having that flip and having that fire up flip, which is just more, yeah, just flipping for damage and the move speed of fire up. Honestly, I'm an enjoyer of that, and it worked. And they found a kill and a goal. I mean, is fire up weak?
That was I lost track of everything that was transpiring. Somehow Brack ended up defending the final. What is happening, dude? Fire Up creating all sorts of chaos, and that chaos goes in favor of the Eagles, and they once again take another barrier rapid style. The Fool in a really tricky situation here, and almost Loki gets griefed by the backwards teleport out of Venom, but Venom pays dividends after that original sin, takes both barriers all by his lonesome. Great work by this Estelle midfielder. That said, the Fool is unable to capitalize or benefit from uneven barrier counts for long, loses his own open nets. Vaughn receiving the ball off the back pass from Din makes things complicated with the pillar up on the top of the park. It forces the ball down. Everyone follows it. We'll see who gets on the end of things. Pillar from Din is creating all sorts of problems. Nowhere you can go. Scythen gets in the mixer, and the triple defense of Barrage of Bob is not up to snuff. And now the Eagles are just 3 points away from taking Weather the Storm.
Yeah, Scythen with the MVP here has some options. I think, you know, Reptile as a deny, possibly Hotshot as a deny. Yeah, I like the Reptile pick for him. They've just been doing a lot of damage, and you love to deny Reptile, maybe the best survivability awakening in the game, away. Hotshot for the Estelle here, an explosive entrance traded. It's going to be Prize Fighter for the Fool here, and Siege Machine for this Rune of Vaughn, Tempo Swing for this Zentaro. And honestly, I think if you look at the awakenings, the draft of Roger Bob is quite nice, other than maybe this Prize Fighter is a bit iffy. But just on the other side, I mean, not too shabby for Eagle. But I would say that, I mean, Venom's going to be certainly very happy, as well as Brack in this draft.
First barrier does fall on this blue side, though. We'll see if Vaughn's going to be able to hold on to that second one. The Fool is definitely hanging on to his great piece of work out of that goalie, but it could be all for naught. Does hang on to one, though. Not the end of the world. Great strike, catches Scythen lacking, but then is caught lacking himself. There goes that second barrier. Open net cannot win. Scythen, serial winner, serial striker, serial ability user, gets that past the Fool and gets another goal on the board for Eagle.
Yeah, and Eagle are just feeling it. You can tell Vaughn's walking around with some swagger in this game as they roll into a map where I think this Rune goalie is so beneficial, just always able to fully form the pillars due to how far back he is. And they break that first barrier. Brack gonna get some payback though, as Din trying to pass the ball to Scythen, who almost broke that second barrier down. A great pillar coming out from Braun. A great double banish though as well. So many creations coming out here as Vaughn a bit mispositioned, punished there. And so much damage with the ball just rolling back. And guys, we got to slow down. The game is not won yet. There's still at least 2 points, so you've got to play more. And Venom just trying to show that, hey, we're still in this game and we're still trying to show up.
Definitely. The Barrage of Rob's side, we'll say this is not an actual real number. Let's say they've scored 6 goals thus far this series. 3 of them have got to come from just lapses of concentration in this Eagles side. So if they're able to just continue to stay locked and capitalize when their adversaries slip up mentally, they definitely do have a passage back into this game. That said, it's still looking really rough, but never mind. They find the kill onto Din. The flip is not enough to get through, though, and Vaughn holding fast. The Siege Machine procking for incredible value. Power play will ultimately probably come to naught. That's another way where Giga almost gets Scythen off the map, and now this brawler is looking to be in a real bad way, but will still score, because of course he will. Scythen putting on a clinic, and we are on match point for the Eagles.
Yeah, Barrage of Bob really on the back foot. I mean, it seems they have been this entire series so far, but really right now it just feels like E can do whatever they want on the map and it will not go punished. Scythen gonna break the first, maybe Din to break the second. They're just combining so well on this top side. Gonna play the ball down to Vaughn there, who just gonna play it back up and let Scythen try and work their way up. But so much damage on everyone here, so many abilities coming out, but at the end of the day, no barrier dropped. Just cooldowns traded here. Scythen trying to look once again. Vaughn holding confidently, teleporting aggressively, and trying to pillar. Has the flip available. Certainly going to use that for the speed and the fire up, I'm sure. But all the damage, all the energy, and it's just Scythen to find the strike, to take Eagle to the victory in Hamburg at the Weather the Storm LAN.
The Battle of the North American Imports is ultimately won by the most patriotically named team. Great clinical work by Eagle. They get it done. As I said, they looked unbeatable this entire tournament, and they capped things off with a domineering 2-0 victory up against Barrage of Bob. Give them their flowers. They fought extremely hard to get here, but it just seemed as if Eagle had the right cards on the day, and they are your well-deserved Weather the Storm winners.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations to all these guys. They've certainly earned it. I think Barrage of Bob played a terrific tournament, and they should feel proud that they showed up as a team. You know, none of them really played together too much. Played a few scrims with the Fool on high ping, but no practice, and just showed why they were the second seed. The Fool, you know, showing why he's gone back-to-back second place. Exceptional results in 2 LANs. Great performance. I think, yeah, Venom looked really strong, especially I think won them a set back in the Only Village game with the KOs he was finding. And Brack looking very consistent, finding those goals, those hooks to get their way through. But at the end of the day, it was Vaughn playing aggressively, playing with the 2 midfielders on his team, playing the Rune, the Dubu, you know, the Estelle earlier on in the tournament to just help with the offense so greatly. But I do think that Din and Scythen just proved themselves to be a tier above the other forward pairs of this tournament. Scythen looked exceptional in every game. I think same can be said for Din. Din in the Only Village game looked rather ridiculous. And yeah, just all of them such strong players, probably the best 3 players in their role, each of them in the tournament. So certainly makes sense why they are the winning #1 seed of this LAN.
Incredible work. It's been an incredible 2 days. Is there a winner's interview? Are we running that? Oh, hell yeah.
Unless they say no, which I will force them, but yeah.
Okay, W. Okay, yeah. That's good to know. So that's to say, don't go anywhere, because we will get some more Weather the Storm action. But I will, before we go, just thank everyone involved for showing up, for playing, for producing, for doing anything of any sort to help this LAN function. It's been a long time coming, and it's been an honor to be here. Oh, Slop hitting the Orange Justice, walking into the prod room. That's cool.
Can I, one more thing? I would like a special someone to come join us, please. I would like K-News, our streamer, to come stand up. This is the man himself. If the audience is listening, I'd like to hear some applause for this guy. Come stand up front. This is the man. Yeah, you're trapped a little in the wires. Yeah. This is the man who's been carrying the streaming for EU. Long hours, 16 hours streaming, whatever we needed, he was there and here for the LAN. So yeah, if you see this guy, say thank you. Okay, this is Taydu's, the GOAT.
He also made these cool. He got these cool stickers of the not stickers, magnets of the logo. Man, these have been selling like hotcakes. This is actually the last one, and it's going to me. So sorry, guys, but yeah. So respect for that too.
advertising as they're sold out. I respect
I
it.
guess. I don't know. Maybe we'll resell them on Etsy or something. But okay, that is enough. Enough like asides and tangents. We should probably throw to a break now, huh?
Yeah, we'll be back with the winners interview, but thank you for watching so far. Hello and welcome back. We are here with the winners interview. I am joined by
Then
On.
Siphon.
welcome, congratulations to you all. I'd like to first target my question to the forward duo. I've often said that you two, in terms of player skill to accomplishments, you guys are probably the least accomplished relative to that.
Oh, thank you.
Does this give you a greater like sense of fulfillment? Does it feel important to you that players are like, yeah, this is the tier I am now that I've won something?
No.
No.
The most important thing to me was just like going to a LAN meeting with people and just having fun playing.
Yeah.
Like winning wasn't that important to me.
Yeah.
What I want is win, of course.
He's too nonchalant.
It was important to me.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
happy.
Yeah, of course. And you feel now that. Are you excited going into the next EUSL season?
Yeah,
That you
bro, I
got
get
a
to play
chip
with this
on
guy
your-
even more.
Yeah.
Isn't that great?
I'm sure more people will want to see that. So yeah, I've got a question for you guys specifically about matchup. I know that you guys took a loss earlier on in the tournament to Deadbeat Dad's first game. How was the mental feeling, and how did you adjust after that? After losing, one game.
I think when you're playing with one, it's like impossible to lose mentally. He's too positive. He's always talking.
Yeah.
He's always bringing you up. Like
Yeah, I mean, he's just been doing this for so long. Like, he knows all the strats to win the lands, keep the team mental up. Like, we always fist bumped at the end of each point, kept the mental up.
I never felt that.
That's awesome. Vaughn, I mean, you flew out to come here. You didn't really get much practice in with your teammates. How are you feeling, going in and then after having some experience playing earlier on with them? How did you feel your confidence levels about the LAN throughout your trip?
Well, I obviously knew Sidon was a beast, and I just told him, I said, whatever midfielder you want to play with, that's the midfielder we're going to have. And then he talked about how goated this alcoholic midfielder was
Exactly what it is.
named Din, and I was really nervous because we would play on ping, and I would miss the easiest saves ever, and my midfielder would just AFK and emote. I was like, this is a good start. And then I was nervous because historically, every midfielder I play with, I play with 3, which is Shapeshifting, Card Box. Shout out to those 2. I know they're watching right now. And Kainoob. And they all are like, you play really weird. And like, they're like, I don't like how you play. It feels different. And so I was really nervous that like Din would be like, this feels terrible. But he did not. He was super easy to play with. It felt like we didn't really have to do it all. And then there was one time in Grands where I was like, bro, we're against Rasmus Luna. I'm never going to pass to you for a clear. He's like, I'm used to it. Don't worry. So that's when I knew he understood. So it felt like I could just like play however I want, which felt really good. So I thought we would do well, but I was nervous how well we would sync up, and I thought he did great. This guy's a fucking beast. So I made it really easy.
Dan, I guess same question for you because obviously you played with Scythen. I know you watched some NA stuff, but what were your expectations of Vaughn, and how do you feel he fared maybe compared to other goalies you played with? What was it like playing with him?
I don't think I've played with any goalie like this. Like I'm just gonna keep it up.
Yeah.
He's too good on both the offense and the defense. Like
Yeah.
not slacking on any part.
Yeah.
It's
Not even me.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Okay, we're gonna take a quick break. In between, I'll ask some more questions, but I'm gonna ask you guys for some shout outs. I'm gonna say don't shout out each other, but I'm gonna go with Scythen first. Anyone, whoever it may be that you want to shout out.
Well, you said I don't do shoutouts to each other, but I gotta shout out Vaughn because I wouldn't be here without him. So
Okay,
True.
that's fair enough.
Yours know about the PowerPoint.
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
Anyone else not on your team? I'll give you that as a cheat answer.
no.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, I'll go to Vaughn next.
Yeah, I want to shout out all my NA friends that stayed up to watch. Or got up early at 6 a.m. and they watched Grands at 3 a.m. Some of them, and that means a lot because sometimes it's hard to find motivation for yourself. And so if someone wants you to win, it helps. And shout out to my mom and my sister who are watching right now. Eagles in the chat from Mama Vaughn, so thank you to her. And then I'd like to shout out the early birds. The early birds. I got to stay the week here in advance, and it was wonderful, and it made the trip really worth it. Even if I hadn't won today, I would have been really happy I came, and this is the cherry on top. So thanks to everyone.
I'm so happy to hear that. And you then? Anyone?
I think I was shout out my Airbnb boys.
Yeah.
The people we've been going to the bar the last 2 days. They tried to get me too drunk to play. They did not succeed.
Well,
But-
little side tangent. Okay, we went.
We had fun.
We went to the bar a couple times.
I held
Okay.
you back, right? I held you back.
He tried to.
We
He
went a
tried
couple
to.
times to the same bar. After the second night we went, the bar owner said, "Are you guys gonna come back here because you finished all our beer? So we'll need to order some if you'll go again." But still, he held himself back and showed out and performed. Awesome. Okay, I'd like to ask individually, I guess, what you felt your hardest matchup was, or a player that you felt was really performing strongly. I'll go to Din first. Like you.
The hardest matchup? I need more time to
Okay, I'll go to Bon.
Okay, I have a lot of thoughts because obviously this isn't the Reach Deny plan. I actually want to shout out, I've heard for years about how there's one role in EU that's a lot weaker and that they don't have good X, Y, and Z. I want to shout out every single brawler that I've played, not even just at the LAN, but in houses to help me practice as well. I think Ivy was really one of those players that stuck out to me. Well, Ivy's really good, so if she hears this, you are really, really good. And that guy right there, speaking of brawlers, he's not EU, but he still counts as one of my opponents. So I just want to shout out all the brawlers. Cookies, Brack, Wood. That's all my BO3 ones. I was trying to think about more. I really was impressed with their level of play, and that was really exciting for me to have. And other than that, though, I would just take everything with one step at a time with my team, and it felt like my forward pair was so solid that I didn't really have to worry too much about like the kind of pressure that was on me because they would just win a lot on their own. So that's my answer.
Have you thought of yours yet?
Right.
Okay, I'll go to Sizen.
Well,
Any hard matchups or players you felt were tricky to deal with?
well, I guess the obvious answer is like the one game that we lost in the tournament against Deadbeat Depths. That was a close step 5-2-2 game. Like,
Yeah.
It was just really hard to, like, we're really good at core control, right? But they're just better at KO than us, honestly.
Yeah, that felt like kind of the story of the sets you would lose. Like in this series, the Luna getting those prize fighter stacks. And I mentioned, it's kind of the same as when Leon did the same thing. I think on the Juliet
Yes.
to you guys. Did you have a discussion about how to adapt to not dying? And I know you've had some opinions on that, Vaughn. How Din and Scythen should play with you to try and play their lives a bit better.
I think there were sometimes, I mean, honestly, they did a lot on their own, and I think they like to say they're not good at damage, but if you watch Grands, they killed as much as they got killed. There's a couple times where I would just say something really small, because I'm goalie, so my role is easier, so I can just watch. So there are a couple times where I'm like, oh, Din against TMCT, let's swap, because they're kit dumping you, or whatever. The Julie thing, I was like, don't worry about it, guys. That was their best start. You've never played against a non-vegan Julie in your life. Well, this is a North American Julie homebred. She's gonna drop a nuke on you, and that's fine. Like, it's all good. That we bounced back from that. Kept the mental strong, and we could pretty much any start except for explicitly that one. We felt like we could take any team, so I wasn't worried about it.
Yeah, I mean, even that one, I think we had a solid shot at winning.
Yeah. I think we were
But,
one
like,
point away from winning.
Yeah, we just fell a bit under the pressure at the end. So.
Fair enough. I'll ask you guys a question. It will be a bit different for Vaughn, but for you two, your first time, maybe I know you've met a few people, but how did you enjoy this experience? How did you feel of playing in the venue? What was it like in general, just your experience being here?
Yeah, it was cool meeting new people, people that I've already seen online for multiple years. It was just a cool experience.
Do you think you'd come if we had another EU LAN?
Yes, he would.
Yeah.
He would come.
Landon?
Friends, are you coming?
Yeah.
Different question to you. Okay, I'm not gonna make you talk trash about other LANs, but how did this stack up to the LAN experiences you've had before?
It was great.
Yeah.
I think for Use First LAN, this was wonderful. I think if anyone's debating on coming out, if you can afford it or have the time to do it, I understand. We're privileged to be able to get the opportunity to go. I think you should. I think the venue is fantastic. No tech issues. 0 packet loss. Felt great. Venue's completely free, and there's so much to do, so much to see. It's great to be a tourist in Hamburg as a foolish American, and I loved every second of it. So I would strongly recommend if these ever happen again, you should come out. This is the reason why you should play OS. It's like getting to spend time with people in person that you connected with over our shared love of like this niche game is the best reason to play. It's just there's nothing compares. Winning a league, playing pickups with your friends, like being here and just like kicking it with a boy you've known for years. You know, one of your homies is like peak. So.
Awesome. And how about you, Jim? Yeah, your experience at the LAN. How you felt at the LAN, just playing at the setups, meeting everyone. Was it, an enjoyable experience?
Yeah, so talk about earlier.
Yeah.
To the bar, just hanging around with people I've talked to so much online, seeing them in person and talk about the game, talk about random shit.
Yeah.
It's a really enjoyable experience.
Awesome. I'm glad that you. Yeah, go ahead.
I have a shout out actually. Shout
Okay.
out to Yodes and Flame.
Yeah, true. Flame the big clipper. I've been seeing you. Yeah, shout out to those guys and everyone at home. Okay, I appreciate you guys. I know you'll want to get a rest. Maybe people will want to congratulate you. And I'm hopeful that in 2 hours we will have a show match between these LAN champions and VAS, the EUSL champions. So that's something exciting to look forward to still. Before we end, I'd like to give some shout outs. I already pulled up Kay, but to all of the station managers, I'm going to try and list them off the dome. We've got Ugo, Nuro, Lucio, Teju's was doing some, Swiftsy, Kishiro, I think Jiggle was maybe helping. I think that's everyone, but I appreciate you all who were at home helping out with the station managing, Swifty on the back end reffing, of course, Loft, the man himself, Lucas helping out, everyone who was involved. Big shout out to you, everyone who said hi. Special shout out to Mini Rock who just came up to me before the cast and offered to buy me a water. I really appreciated that. But yeah, shout out to all the people who will help. We'll have a more conclusive ceremony, but for now, that's been the winners of Weather the Storm, Din, Vaughn, and Scythen. Thank you for watching, but we'll be back not so shortly.